If you've ever played shooter games and you just wanted to improve but you don't know where to start, this is going to be a full compilation of all my best yap sessions. And if you're new here, this is the series where I yap about a topic and you turn me on in the background while you do something else. And some examples of what I talk about in this episode are how to get insane aim, mentality in games, how to improve faster at games, how to improve faster at anything, how you can enter a flow state easier, how you can focus better, how working out could actually help you play video games better, ways to take care of your eyes, ways to take care of your wrist, and a lot more. So maybe you're studying, maybe you're working on something else. All you have to do is let this video play in the background and learn something new. And this video is going to have timestamps to what episode of my yap session you're watching, so you can skip around and learn exactly what you want to learn. Anyways, I love you guys so much. I hope you enjoy. After solo queuing in Season 0 up to Grandmaster 2, I can confidently say solo queuing is the worst in this game. Now, the first thing I have to tell you if you're solo queuing, stop expecting anything. Too many people in solo queue, they just think, well, you know what? They should do this, they should do that. Our teammates should be taking space. Our teammates should be doing damage. When realistically, some people make it their job to go queue ranked and throw. Some people find like fun in just throwing your lobbies. Some people find fun in playing the character wrong, or some people just don't care. At the end of the day, it's a video game to them, and to you, it's your elo on the line. No one in life, and especially no one in a video game, owes you anything. So you just have to accept, well, it's me versus the enemy team. And then anything that you get from your teammates is a bonus. If your teammates actually heal, cheer, celebrate, you know? But realistically, it's a bad idea to go into a ranked match and expect, well, this guy should be healing. This guy should be doing that. It's like, yeah, you're right, but doesn't mean they're going to. They might have just got off work and they just don't care. They're doing their own thing and they're just like, whatever. Or some people genuinely believe that they're playing their character right. I've seen a Rocket Raccoon that's DPSing 90% of the game from like sniper rifle range. And if you know anything about Rocket Raccoon's gun, you know he might as well have just locked Spider-Man and jumped off the map the whole game. But what am I gonna do? Bro, what are you doing? Are you stupid? Come on, help us. And then he just says, you know what, your mother, and then leaves comms. Like, it's nothing I can do. Now, of course, that won't stop me, you know, but it happens all the time. So there's no point in thinking that your teammate's going to be of any help to you. And if they are, shucks, you better team up with them. You better stop solo queuing as fast as possible. Another thing is, one thing I always said in my other videos, and I still believe, is one trick, till higher ranks. And the reason why I said that is because most people suck at their role. And just learning your role will do more good for your team than learning 30 different roles and sucking at all of them, right? If you're bad at all of them, what's the point in knowing how to do it? Well, I can play Magneto with mediocre skill, Strange mediocre, every other character mediocre. And then it's like, what's the point? If you're good at nothing, what are you doing here? So that's why I tell people, one trick. Actually learn a character in and out. And then I got comments, oh, well, why don't they just learn in quick play? You should go into comp knowing how to play multiple characters. Then I said, quick play is not great practice. It's really bad practice in general. Then tons of comments came in, well, actually, it's good practice. To clarify, quick play should be used, if anything, to learn the basic abilities. People were commenting and saying how, well, actually, quick play is great to learn the abilities. You shouldn't go into a game and not know how to use your kit at all. I agree, but I was talking about practice. If you call practice learning your abilities, listen, you need more help than this video can give you. I'm sorry. No, but you shouldn't be practicing your abilities in comp. I agree with that. You should be practicing your character in a competitive setting. Quick play will never be a competitive setting. Quick play is the guys who are just working and have kids and they want to play for 5 seconds, or the people that don't really care, or the people who are just trying to have fun, or they have their low rank friends that they don't want to queue ranked with, so they go throw in quick play. Quick play is not going to have coherent teams. Yeah, sometimes you will, but realistically, quick play is a bunch of nonsense. It's nobody. It's just everyone running around killing each other. So instead of doing quick play, learn your kit, learn the basic combos of your kit. For example, Black Panther, learn what gives marks, learn how to reset marks, learn what your ultimate does, learn that your ultimate gives you a dash reset, and then go queue ranked. Because knowing the basics of your character is a given. When I say play ranked to practice, I don't mean play ranked to learn every single in and out of your character. It's like you should know that Spider-Man has a swing, for example. You shouldn't be just learning that in ranked. Now, I got on a little tangent there, but long story short, you should be one-tricking to master a character, and then, especially for solo queue, learn at least one other role. For example, I can't tell you how many times climbing solo queue helped me just knowing Doctor Strange and then DPS. Yeah, I played better on DPS, but I played a pretty good Strange, and that would carry me because I had 2, 3, 4 characters that I was actually good at. So I took the time to learn Doctor Strange, and yeah, at first I sucked, I threw people's matches, but people also commented, well, why are you learning in ranked? You're just gonna throw people's elo. Let's be so real. How many times have you dealt with people throwing your elo? At the end of the day, nobody cares about you, okay? No one on your team cares about you at all. So, I'm not saying be a terrible person and throw their games, but if you know that you know the basics of your character, play your character and keep learning it. Because everyone's going to throw games. Everyone's going to have bad games. It's part of climbing. And that's the way it goes. You shouldn't limit yourself worrying about other people. Because at the end of the day, if someone else wants to climb, they're going to throw your games and learn what they want to learn. And then you took so much time thinking, I don't want to throw their games. I don't want to throw their games. Then the people that did throw your games, practice their characters, learn them. And then you look at their rank again and they're Grandmaster, Eternity, what's the new rank? Celestial. They're leagues ahead of you because they didn't care. They took the time to learn. They accepted that losing is part of learning. Other people got to lose with me. If that's my fault, it is my fault. That's the way it goes. Now, speaking of not being able to trust your team for anything, when you're playing, you should basically be playing around your bad teammates. I can give you an example of it. When I was playing once, I had this person, this is Valorant, but it applies. I had this person in Valorant who was just completely throwing. They kept running it down. They were just mad about something, and they just said, you know what, I'm throwing. We started losing rounds. Then me and the team calmed. We were like, you know what? Let's bait them. So we all got ready. We waited for them to rush in, and we used them as an intel drone, basically. Wherever they went, we would assume that they were clearing the corners for us with their body. When they went in, we would bait them, we'd follow them in, and then every time someone killed them, we would get the refrag, and it made the game way easier. And the thing is, we could have taken it one of two ways. We could have said, they're throwing, I hate this person, I can't believe this, I quit. And then gotten tilted and got off and lost the game. Instead, we said, how can we use this thrower? And in Marvel Rivals, it's the same thing. I had a healer who was throwing. So, since the healer was throwing, I locked a character that was more backline heavy, like Star-Lord or Psylocke, and I would start playing around the enemy team's health packs. I would just keep fighting, expecting no healing. And every time I got healing, it was like, yes, let's go. But it was a bonus. It wasn't expected anymore. And you have to look at your team and say, okay, this guy sucks at this guy sucks at that, and play around it. Also to note, don't just say, everyone else sucks at everything, I'm perfect. Plenty of solo queue players, and I've never really understood it, they convince themselves that it's only their teammates. Their teammates are the bane of their existence. Everything their teammates do are the reason why they lose. But then you watch the gameplay back, and they're constantly complaining, why am I not getting healing? Why am I not getting healing? But they're actually 16 buildings in between them and their team's healer. It's like, yeah, maybe your teammate should have grown wings and flew up to you to heal you, but what are you doing over there? Like, how do you expect your teammate to help you there? But besides that exception, pretend your teammates are terrible. Pretend that you are 1v6ing. And some examples of it is, if the tank is pushing in too hard, bait the tank and play a backline character. So if my tank is rushing in all the time and throwing, I will wait for them to start rushing in and throwing, and while they're rushing in, they're going to be pulling the attention of the enemy team, so then I'm going to switch to Black Panther or Psylocke, and I'm going to jump on top of the backline and try and get a healer pick or two, so that even with my teammate throwing, he might get a pick, or I might get healer picks, and then it's over. We can easily snowball and win like that. Or if you have a DPS that's not doing any damage, lock in Doctor Strange, lock in Mantis. If you have a friend, lock in the Hulk combo. Do certain stuff like that and play around, okay, this guy sucks at this, how can I cover for him? Because too many people just say, well, whatever. But if you're solo queuing, you don't have the luxury of being upset at your teammates. This is kind of turned into like an accountability rant, but it's true. Solo queue is a proof of accountability because you're not going to rank up. If you're not willing to accept that you suck, and even if it's not your fault, it's your fault, you're not going to rank up. You're not going to win because solo queue will beat you half to death and leave you there to rot. Now, another tip, and honestly, most people will probably disagree with this, but a friend of mine who actually hit top 500, this is what he does. And I still think it's insane, but he's more of a solo queue player than I am. I was always more of a, I want to play with my friends or I don't want to play. But he basically just plays a ton. People say, oh, don't tilt queue, don't tilt queue. He will queue until he feels like he stops doing his job. And sometimes that means 30 games, 40 games, 20 losses. But he just keeps going. As long as he feels like he did his job in that match, he'll keep going. And honestly, it makes sense. As long as you're performing, just keep going. Because regardless of losers queue, winners queue, whatever, pure volume of playing and doing well will beat out anything like that. So even if the game is quote unquote rigged, it doesn't matter. Because if you just keep putting out numbers, eventually you will rank up. And a game like this is set up so that you win more than you lose. So even if you have 50% or a little bit lower than 50% win rate, you'll still rank up. So just keep doing your job. And the more you play, the more practice you get. So it won't even hurt doing that. Now, one thing before I give the last tip, I know this isn't the middle of the Yap, but we'll put it here anyways. Once again, thank you guys so much. If you didn't see my last Yap session, bro, I gained 1,200 subscribers in one day. Bro, do you guys know how crazy that is? That's how much I was making in 2 months. 1,200 subs is absolutely crazy. And I can't thank you guys enough. In the last one I said, if you guys want to support me and you like the video and all that, it helps YouTube push the video more. If you guys leave a nice comment or say how good it was or what you liked about it, or leaving a like or just subscribing, it helps out. But obviously, just do it if you actually like the video. Anyways, I love you guys. Back to the video. The last and honestly the biggest tip for solo queue is realizing your own strengths. Now, what I mean by that is, at the end of the day, no matter how much people complain about Smurfs and this and that, this game is a game that's unreasonably popular, and a large majority of people playing it have prior FPS experience, and then the other majority are people who, this is a lot of the times people's first FPS game in years. In almost every single one of my videos, I get a comment saying, bro, I haven't played anything since, like, I don't know, Terraria. I'm like, bro, Terraria stopped getting updates years ago. What are you talking about? But there's plenty of people here who don't play games a lot, and this is new to them. This is completely new, and that's probably why you're on my channel in the first place. You gotta realize that regardless of Smurfs, regardless of everything, from bronze to gold and plat and all that, there are just going to be games where Timothy, who has 10 million bajillion hours in aim trainers and everything, gets on your enemy team and stomps you. There's nothing you can do about it. It's always going to be a thing. It's always going to be a problem. The good thing about it is people that are doing that usually get 50 plus RR or ranked rating or points or whatever to rank up per game. So they're in your rank for 2 games basically. So you don't have to stress too much about it, but especially near the start of every season, there's going to be a ton of them. So just accept sometimes you shouldn't queue. What I like to do is I like to wait a week or something so the ranks settle, so the good players are farther away and it's less difficult. I actually personally, what I started doing was I started queuing earlier into the season because I would get the better teammates, or I would be the decent teammate in play, and it would help me rank up faster. But if you're just casual and you're just trying to rank up eventually, skip the first week of a new season. Just chill, just relax. If you're trying to rank up as fast as possible, I would make sure you play the first week of the season, because the first week is the streamers, the YouTubers, all that. And if you want to either try to play your luck and see if you get lucky and get on their team and get carried up, or see if you get unlucky and then you get beat to death because they're the ones facing you, you can roll that dice. And sometimes it works. Some people get boosted straight up to top 500 and close to it because they queued at the right times and they got the right teammates. But every single time you win, someone else loses. So just realize that this is going to happen. It's part of the game. Everybody overcomplicates this. Whether you're playing Valorant, Overwatch, Fortnite, any game, it's all the same thing. But I've been there. We wake up, we decide at 2 a.m. we're going to be the best. We're going to improve at this. I want to go pro. I want to practice. I want to be better than my friends. And then the next morning we say, you know what? Let's go play something else. I'm going to go play some Minecraft. Let's go start our 2-week phase. And we don't get anywhere. We don't get any closer to our goals. And it's just like working out. Once in a while we decide, I'm going to do 100 push-ups. I'm going to be jacked. I'm going to be brolic. And then by the next day we're getting Dunkin' Donuts. But it's been overcomplicated. It's not as crazy as people think. And in this YAPP session, I'm going to talk about the real truth behind improvement. I was looking back and I was thinking about how much of a struggle it was for me to even practice anything for a while. And if you don't know what I look like, this is what I used to look like, and this is what I look like now. And just doing this transformation, it helped me a lot because it made me realize a lot of things in life is just a choice. A lot of things in life isn't as hard as we think. Just like when I was fat, I said to myself, oh, well, I have to do this and I have to do this correctly and I have to do that correctly. No, you don't. Most times you just have to start. And it's a lot simpler than what people think. Everyone sits there and says, let's min-max this, let's min-max that. Or we don't even think about it. We just say, it's too hard, and we don't do it. But it's not. If you don't know who I am, I'm Shotty. I've been playing FPS games for 15 years, and I've been aim training since browser-based aim trainers were a thing. And I've hit Voltaic Masters twice. Now, even in my coaching, I started coaching people, and one question I always get is there anything else you want me to do? Anything special you want me to do? And the answer is always, no, not really. You just have to practice. You just have to say to yourself, I'm going to do it. And I used to be so motivated. When I was younger, I had a spreadsheet of the mouse I was using, the scores on this map I had, what felt good. I used to write notes, and I have like 40 of those spreadsheets that I would always do like every few months because I was like, oh, I want to really be good. Then I'd quit because I got bored. Then I'd want to be good again. Then I'd quit again. And even in real life, every other thing I do, I start it and I want to stop. And most of the things that I've actually seen success in, I just got over that feeling of wanting to stop. Everyone sits there and wants to know, how do I improve? What's this? What's this? How do you stay so consistent? How do you do this? It's a choice. Almost everything in life is a choice. You have to say to yourself, I'm going to be consistent. Not, I want to be consistent, I want to do this, but I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like aim training. I don't feel like practicing. I don't feel like making YouTube videos sometimes, but I have to because I said I would. Just like when I lost all my weight, I had to keep working out. I had to go for a walk here and there. It wasn't, I don't want to. I never wanted to. Who wakes up and says, I want to go for a jog and I want to go do all this and I want to do this instead of playing video games and having fun? Most people don't say that. Most people would rather play video games and just have fun. And I get it. I don't blame you. I'd rather it all the time. But you have to say to yourself, does this align with my goals? And you can still have your fun and get to your goals. Aim training, you only have to do 30 minutes a day, if that, and do it 4 times a week, 3 times a week. That's not a lot. Even to lose weight. When I lost all my weight, I went to the gym maybe 3 times a week for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. That's not a lot of time, especially if you think about how much time you spend doing nothing. So the real secret to improvement and anything is just do it. Get up and decide, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it done, and do it for yourself, because in life, no one's going to save you. No one's here to help you. If you get someone that will help you, you should think of it as a blessing. That's life. So if you really want something, make the decision to get it yourself and grind towards it, because most things are easy if you decide to do it. You know, climbing all the way up to GM1 and now climbing again in this new season, there's one thing that's always true about this game, and honestly, most games. And that's that if you load into a match, you can almost guarantee that someone's going to insta-lock something. But I don't actually think that's the problem. And that's what we're going to talk about in this episode of Shottys Yap Session. And if you guys are new here, this is the series where I yap about a topic. You guys turn me on in the background, or if you want to, you can watch the mid-gameplay. Let's get right into it. Now, honestly, after posting my last Yap session, a lot of people commented, I can't believe you're promoting insta-locking. I can't believe you're promoting this, or I can't believe you're promoting not learning other roles. And it had me thinking a lot. I was like, is that really such a bad thing? Because in a lot of my games, I do insta-lock. Yes, sometimes I flex, but most of the games I win, I insta-lock. So if insta-locking is this horrible, horrible thing, why does it work so well for me? Or why does it work so well for some people? And it got me thinking. I was curious. I was like, what's consistent whenever I do insta-lock? When I insta-lock, I've won plenty of games with just 2 healers and 4 DPS. So why did I win those? But if I have the perfect 2-2-2 comp and I flex, we lose. Or we consistently lose. What's the difference? And I think a lot of people's hate for insta-locking comes from lower ranks or just in general elo hell. Because when I was ranking up, I did have those games where someone would just insta-lock a roll and we would just lose. We just completely get destroyed. And it would feel like they contributed nothing. But see, that's the important part. They contributed nothing. Everyone always talks about insta-locking, but insta-locking, there's nothing wrong with it if you're doing your job. So on top of ranting about insta-locking, I'm going to give you guys how you should be playing your role, especially if you're an insta-locker. I'm going to start with what I know best. Duelist, or DPS, or whatever you want to call it. Vanguard. Is it Vanguard? I don't remember what it is. But DPS, a lot of people just think you're supposed to be getting kills, or you're supposed to be just doing damage, or whatever. To a certain extent, yeah, you should be getting a lot of kills. You should have top damage in the game. Now, some characters, yes, like Spider-Man, you don't need top damage. Most of the time, Spider-Man, if you're playing him right, almost all of your damage is a kill. So Spider-Man isn't really a ton of damage character. For example, Moon Knight, you'll have 30,000 damage and like 20 kills, you know? But that's just because you're sitting there spamming into the team, getting tons of damage, and damage on characters you can't even see. There's plenty of times you'll get damage and you never even saw the guy you shot. While other characters are more involved, like Hela, where Hela, most of the time when you get damage, you see what you're hitting, you see the person you're fighting. But when you're playing a DPS, your job is to do damage, your job is to get picks, your job is to get kills. Now, depending on who you're playing is how you'll do that. Because, for example, on Punisher, my job might be different than it would be on Psylocke or Star-Lord. Like Punisher, I'm getting set up on my turret, or I'm rushing in with a shotgun with my tank, or I'm setting up on high ground getting an auto rifle angle, or barking at my raccoon to give me a pylon. Something along those lines is what I'm doing, right? But in general, I'm trying to figure out how can I use my character's kit to either pull the enemy's attention for my team, kill the enemy, or set it up so that my team can kill the enemy, or even just farm my ultimate so I can just do it that way. While with Star-Lord, my job is I'm going in their backline. I'm trying to get a 1 mag dump on a healer trying to kill them, Or if I can't, I'm farming ultimate until I can get an ult before their healer does and get a kill like that. Or I'm trying to find their flank, win the 1v1 against them, and get a free kill, and then win the numbers game with my team and push. Now, after seeing a lot of other people play Star-Lord, I definitely should make a guide on him, because I've noticed that a lot of people on flank characters don't realize that you don't have to always be flanking. You can play the front line and fight somebody and duel somebody, and you're more useful than you would have been flanking. Just because you're a flank character doesn't mean you can't play them like a front line. And that's something that a lot of people don't realize. Now, another thing about instalocking is, a lot of people while they're instalocking, they just say, well, I did my job, or I'm doing my job, or it's not my job to do this. Unfortunately, yeah, it is. Because if you're solo queuing, it's no one else's job to help you. It's no one else's job to play good. You should have no expectation of your teammates. And anything they do well should be a bonus. For example, when I talk about healers, in my last video, a lot of healers got upset about it. Or strategists or whatever. A few people got mad. They said, we're not healers, we're strategists. Yes, I know. But you're the only person in the game that can heal us. So, if you couldn't heal, you might as well just play a DPS. Right? That might upset more people, but that's true. You guys are the only people that can save us. And the thing is, too many healers or strategists get upset at, oh, heal me, or do this, or do that, or push up with me. The thing is, unfortunately, there's sacrifices you have to make on every single role. Yeah, sometimes the healers are underappreciated. So is every other role. Every other role is underappreciated so many times, and the things that you do don't always pop up on the scoreboard, right? For example, with a healer, too many healers, and I noticed it at lower ranks, way too much at lower ranks, healers have an ego. I met a lot of them that would not push up with the team because they said, we're supposed to be on point, guys, stop walking away from point. And if we walked away from point, they would sit on point and let the whole team die rather than get off point and heal us because they don't believe that it's a good idea to get off point. And you're probably right, but it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, just like every role has a job, your job is to save us when we make stupid decisions. Because we're going to play bad, we're going to put ourselves in bad positions, and unfortunately, unless you want to lose the game, it's your job to save us when we're stupid. And we are stupid. There's plenty of times where I have a healer on my team, and I'm sitting there like, I'm just going to keep holding W. I'm holding W. Then I look back, I'm like, why didn't you heal me? Then I see 17 Groot walls and an assembly line behind me. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, that would make sense. I didn't even know that was there. I didn't even know they had a Groot, you know? Or I'm rushing as a tank, and I look back, and their tank has already bludgeoned my healers 7 times. I'm like, guys, why aren't you here? Guys? But unfortunately, we all make mistakes. We're all stupid. At the end of the day, you want to give yourself the best chance to win the video game that you can. And letting your team die instead of going with them and doing the quote-unquote bad play with them, there's no reality where it helps. It's purely an ego thing or a proving a point thing. Which, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But if you're serious about winning, you gotta say the hell with that. You have to say, I'll do it for my team because I want to win. Afterwards, talk all your trash, you know, just like, yeah, you guys are garbage, I carried you, haha. Listen, once the game's over, avoid them, doesn't matter. But win the game. Stop worrying about other people and win the game. Anyways, as per usual of Yap Session fashion, completely side railed off of talking about DPS. This was supposed to be, oh yeah, the DPS part of things. But then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, I need to say this before people click off the video because not many people watch all the way to the end. And this is something that I think a lot of people should hear. So I was like, let me put it in earlier. And by the way, before you type your angry comments, that goes for every role. Let me give you some examples. DPS. Too many times DPS complain about, oh, well, our tank's not helping us over here, or our tank's not taking space, or our tank's not doing that. You gotta do it yourself sometimes. Sometimes you have to play the off angle. Sometimes you have to push up. Sometimes you have to walk past everyone to get that healer pick. Or when the tank is ignoring you and not helping you, and there's a Panther on your back line, it's your job to maybe switch to Namor or something and save your healers. Because if your tank's not doing it, you can either lose the game or figure it out. That's it. And then for tanks, listen, tanks, I love tanks because for the most part, except for healing, you could do everything if you set your mind to it. I was playing Doctor Strange and I was learning him. I was learning tanks. I didn't need a DPS for anything. I would just walk up to them, left click melee, left click melee, left click melee, E, and it's a free kill. I would walk past their tank because my DPS were doing nothing, and I would just walk to their healers, full on solo their healers, and completely change the fight by myself. Now, I could say, guys, you DPS are useless, you're not helping me, blah, 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 blah. But that's not going to win me the game. I'm still going to lose if I say that. So what's the point in saying that? I can say that afterwards. Yeah, you guys, you DPS, you suck, I carried you. But before that, what good does it do? It's going to piss people off, they're going to throw, or they're going to switch to like Scarlet Witch and sit in a corner. There's no benefit. So save it. Use that same energy on winning the game. Now, anyways, like I said, I just completely changed topics. For tanks, what you should be doing is you should be pushing, you should be going for kills, and if you have 2 tanks, or depending on how the enemy team is playing, you should be helping your team. Too many tanks have insta-locked, and then they just blame their DPS because nothing is dying, but then they end with like 6,000 damage. And it's like, you ended with 6,000 damage, you barely pushed in point, you kind of just sat in the choke for 10 years and did nothing, and let the DPS farm ults off of you. What was the point? What did you do? And they always say, oh, well, our DPS, nothing is dying. You guys aren't killing anything. But you should be killing stuff. Tanks in this game do too much damage. You don't believe me? Go use Thor's like Thunder God mode. He like 3 taps. He 3 taps you. What are you talking about? You don't do damage or you can't kill anything. Oh, you still don't believe me? Go play Doctor Strange. Go use the Hulk combo and use your E 1 time. Oh, you one-shot somebody. Really? I wouldn't have guessed it. Or you guys say, why am I getting no healing? Why am I getting no healing? But you're a shield character or a wall character. You never put up your wall. You never put up your shield. And you're taking 10 million damage. And you're just like, my healers got this. Yeah, they got this. Or you're not turning around, and your healers are getting beat to death by a Black Panther or a Psylocke, and they've gotten to the point where they have to start fighting him themselves because you don't turn around and help them at all. It's like, there's nothing wrong with insta-locking, but if you're never doing your role, what are you insta-locking for? You're insta-locking just to suck at the role? Then yeah, I agree with people. Insta-locking is the problem, but it's not. Bad players insta-locking characters that they're bad at is the problem. Nothing else. Because most people don't complain, oh no, we had a healer insta-lock. Everyone's like, oh boy, healer insta-lock, healer insta-lock, healer insta-lock. We're gonna win this game. And then you have those games where you do get mad at the healer insta-lock because they insta-lock healer, but they're a Mantis frontlining with a damage boost and not helping at all. It's like, that was another thing. A lot of the people that got mad about the healer comments I made, they said, oh, well, we're not healers, we're strategists. We can do damage too. Most times in this game, DPS do more damage than you. And it would be better to heal the DPS and the tank rather than focusing on damage. Yes, you can still do damage. Yes, you should still do damage. But the generalizations that I make are because in general, people do X, Y, Z. Just like in general, healers don't heal enough and DPS too much. Or in general, DPS play their role wrong and don't get enough picks or die too much. Or tanks don't take enough space and don't protect their backline enough. All of those are generalizations, and all of them are true for a large amount of players. But once again, that was a tangent. The point of what I'm trying to say is, pay attention to your team, play around them, help them, and everyone needs to do their role. Healers can't heal if you as the tank rush up and let their tank beat them to death. The same way, your DPS can't save you from a dive if you're fighting the dive instead of healing them when they're one-shot. You need to focus on doing your job. In this game, if you just do your job, you're gonna rank up. Especially because 50% win rate is all you need to rank up in this game. Which, in my opinion, is stupid, but, but that's all you need. So just do your job. And the reason why I said insta-lock and one trick until a certain rank is because you can't do your job if you don't even know how to do your job. The only way to learn how to do your job is play, lose, and then win. You're never going to get the experience of having to climb, having to deal with people, having to deal with everything unless you play ranked. And climbing, the things that work change at every few ranks. And I mentioned this before, but like bronze to silver, purely mechanics will carry you out of it. Gold to plat, learning mechanics and then learning basic team play. Diamond to probably Grandmaster Plus is just purely getting better at your role, learning how to play together as a team, learning basic ult combos, and learning how not to stagger and things like that. The complete basics of the game, just at a higher level, is all you need to rank up. And that's it. And that's also why when I'm climbing, you don't hear me complain about, oh no, this insta-lock had 50 kills and 3 deaths. You do hear me complain about, why on earth did I let you play Hella when I'm a great Hella and you have 5 kills? What are we doing here? But it's all perspective. It's not, everyone thinks, oh, you should stop insta-locking. It's not the problem. Bad players are the problem. All of you that have insta-locked and thrown your job, are the problem. And that's also why Widowmaker in Overwatch was such a problem, because everyone said, oh, Widowmaker's a terrible pick, Widowmaker's horrible. Then you get a Widowmaker on your team that is constantly keeping 3 people dead the whole game, and you're like, wow, Widow, please don't switch, stay on Widow. And it's like, yeah, duh. The character isn't the problem. The character on paper is the greatest character ever. A one-shot headshot at any range? Yeah, sign me up. But that's not the problem. The problem is the person playing it. Anyways, this video kind of turned into brutally honest advice, I guess. Have you guys ever been on YouTube and you see all these people that say, aim science, this is scientifically the fastest way to improve your aim? And then the most scientific thing they say is, sleep is important. If you sleep, you get better. Well, if you're as sick as that as I am, here's some real aim science and bro science to getting the best aim in the shortest amount of time. Now, we're mostly going to talk on 3 topics. The first one will be focus, the second one will be diet and supplementation, and the third one will be all about aim training. So welcome to episode 5 of Shottys Yap Session, also known as the greatest background noise. First up, focus. When someone says focus, it's a really hot topic. We always talk about, oh, I can't focus, I can't do this, oh, I have ADHD, I have ADD. So as the Andrew Huberman fanatic I am, I decided, let me look up why. Let me see how it works. Let me see how we even focus. So through a lot of research and a lot of watching his videos and a lot of my own research, looking through papers and things like that, it seems like there are only really 3 things that cause focus. And we're going to go through all 3 of them, how they work, and I'll even share with you guys near the end of this category a quick trick that you can do at home that will release all 3 of these chemicals, so you won't even need to do anything special whenever you want to focus. All you have to do is do that one thing, and now you're able to focus. Now, before I explain to you what the chemicals are, you guys need to understand, focus isn't something that, bang, I could do it, perfect, I'm focused, I'm good. There's very few people that are able to do that, and most of the time it isn't really focus, it's kind of just, they're kind of just disciplined to say, you know what, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to do this, I'm going to spend time on this. It's not really, they're focused, or they're hyper-focused on a topic. They're kind of just doing it because they said they would do it, or they hold themselves accountable to do it. And when people start talking about focus, they always say, oh, I can't focus very long, or I can't do this, I can't do that. When the science of it clearly shows you can only focus, normal people at least, 90 minutes about at a time. Sometimes less, sometimes maybe a little more, but in general, 90 minutes is a good baseline for how long someone can focus. And then after that, they usually need a deload time where they stop focusing, they completely relax, they completely stop doing anything for a while to deload and be able to focus again. And honestly, when I first heard this, I was like, that makes so much sense. Even when I'm working on these videos or whenever I'm doing homework when I used to go to school, it was like, I'd sit there, I'd get something done, I'd forget what time it is, and then I see 2 hours later, I look back at the clock and then I want to take a break or I want to get off, and I just lay in my bed. It's the best thing I found. I just lay down, maybe I go watch YouTube or something for 20 minutes usually, and afterwards I feel refreshed almost. It's not like that one bit of focus takes me out for the day. On top of the 90 minutes of focus, people don't really realize that focus isn't binary. Focus isn't, I'm focusing, I'm not. I'm focusing, I'm not. It's on and off. You can focus for an hour, but you really only focus for 50 minutes because you had downtime for 10 minutes. You know, it doesn't mean that you can only focus for that hour straight and it has to be the whole time or else you're not focusing. Focus can go in and out. Just like if I'm focused on a video game and then my friend talks to me and I'm trying to think up a response while I'm focusing, it'll break my focus. It doesn't mean I'm not still focused on it, but it'll turn off for a second. My focus will stop for a little bit. Maybe I'll think of a response in my head before I respond, and then I'll get back to focusing. It's not just focus, oh, it's off, I'm done, I gotta go take a break. Now let's get to the first chemical needed for focus. The first one is acetylcholine, better known as stress. Our body needs some kind of stress to focus. But what stress does, it's sort of like a spotlight on our brain. It focuses on one specific part. So let's pretend I'm focusing on my hand-eye coordination, but I'm stressed out while learning my hand-eye coordination. Acetylcholine will focus on one specific part of my brain, the part that's stressed out from me aim training. Let's say, I don't know, the hippocampus, whatever it's called. Whatever part of your brain is important for hand-eye coordination. It'll focus on that part, but you still need the other 2 chemicals if you want to be able to focus. Now, stress is a great teacher. That's why some people teach their kids by letting them hurt themselves. Like you see, a kid will touch the stove. Once that pain happens, your brain will light up and say, you know what, let's not do that again. That wasn't a good idea. But that's stress telling us, yeah, you know what, I don't like that idea. I'm gonna go touch my toys. That hurts a lot less. So if you want to learn something, which we'll get into much later, you want to be stressed out. Stress helps you learn everything. There isn't a single thing that if you're stressed, it won't help with, or you won't learn skills better from being stressed out. Of course, there's too much stress where it starts causing oxidative stress on your body and messes up your hormones. It causes a lot of problems with you. But in general, stress is great for learning things. But you guys know what else is great for learning things? My little stinker girl who loves me and wanted to come see me. Look at little stinker girl. She was bothering me. She was standing in front of the camera. Well, not the camera, the light behind my camera, so I couldn't record. Yes, she was. If you learn anything new from this video, or if you like this cat, please subscribe. Subscribe for her. You know, it'll be sad if people click off that part of the video. Now, for the next chemical. The famous one, everyone knows what this chemical is. Even if you don't care about Andrew Huberman or science or any of it, everyone knows what dopamine is. Now, dopamine has a lot of different ways people remember it. Some remember it as the pleasure hormone or happiness or this or that. But in this context, we're going to talk about dopamine as the motivation hormone, which causes us to get up or get something done or do something. And the reason why is, if you want to focus on anything, you need to have some form of motivation towards it, which means you need some form of dopamine in your body. You need decent regulation of your hormones to focus on anything. That's why some people, especially when you're depressed, you find it very hard to get anything done. You can't work out, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't focus on your homework because you don't have that dopamine. Now, I'll probably have to cut this out, but there are plenty unethical ways people increase their dopamine, but that's the second hormone you need to do. So far, we need stress and we need dopamine. But for the final one, we need epinephrine, which is adrenaline. This ties in with acetylcholine or stress because it makes us alert. Now, you have all three of those chemicals, you know what they are, and it's like, okay, maybe I could get stressed by doing this, maybe I could get adrenaline by doing this, maybe I could get dopamine by doing this. How do I get all three? How am I supposed to focus? And why is focus so complicated? The best way it's actually, apparently it was a real popular thing way back in the day. I think, you can't quote me on this, but long story short, back in the day, there were people that whenever they achieved something or whenever they learned something new, they would do a cold plunge. It would help them retain that knowledge or remember what they did or focus on that. And that's what I'm going to tell you guys to do. Now, I don't tell you to do a cold plunge because that's torture. But let's say you take a shower. Now, I know, rare thing. Shucks, I had to take a shower for this. You should have seen me. I was like, it was like the SpongeBob episode. Am I ugly? Had the stench coming off my body. No, but after you take a shower, before you want to do something focused, like you want to work on something or you have a project you want to do, take the cold water for the shower, crank all the hot water off, and stand there for a minute. You'll shiver, you shake, you'll suffer, but there's a whole science for cold plunges or cold showers, which if you want me to make another video, comment down below. But cold showers or cold plunges, they are amazing for everything. Alertness, awake, learning new habits, focus. So all you have to do, start out slow, do 1 minute. Put your favorite song on that's only like 2 minutes long, skip a minute in or whatever, and let it play out. Sit there and suffer till it plays out. You will feel like you're revitalized. You feel like you can see in HD because you're so awake, you're alive. It might be a little torture, but it works. It will release all of the chemicals. Every single one you need, it will release, and you'll be perfect. Now, before we get into the next topic, which is diet, I don't think I need to tell you guys in your diet, you need 8 hours of sleep, you need water, and surprising thing about water, even if someone in my Discord mentioned it, your water intake is almost linear to your performance in everything. Your reaction time, like how fast you can do certain skills, all of it is pretty much directly linked to your water intake, so you need to drink more water. Next up, diet and supplementation. Now, maybe I should start a production line. I make high quality gamer sups. I'll make like a focus blend and stuff like that, you know? No, but for your diet, I'm not actually going what you eat really, because there's so many people that we can't really control what we eat, especially because a lot of younger kids, we're eating what mom and dad makes, you know? Like, we're not going to be able to say, Mom, actually, I need salmon tonight because I have a tournament coming up, and did you know that the omega-3s in salmon actually help my aim? And they help me focus. That's, first of all, if you're allowed to say that, and that works, yeah, You go, bro. Good for you. But there's a few things that if you can get in your diet, I do want you guys to try to. They are fish, avocado, algae, and in general, omega-3 supplements, things like that. Because omega-3s is, if you guys don't have any prior knowledge on the research behind omega-3s, they're almost directly correlated, along with sleep, to longevity. Living longer, overall health, joint health, everything. Omega-3s are super drugs, if you guys don't know. Omega-3s are like the most mandatory thing, especially for older people, that you could ever think of. Your brain health, your skin, your joints, your everything. So if you guys do one thing, buy an omega-3 supplement. Now, some of them suck. I'm going to link you guys the one I use. I could probably find it back here. Yeah, check it out. I ain't sponsored, but I got omega-3s right there. I always keep my omega-3s on me. Speaking of that, I gotta take some still. But omega-3s is one thing, no matter what, you guys should have. Omega-3s boost all brain function. So it will make you play better no matter what. It'll make you focus better. Everything will be better. And speaking of brain function, there are very few supplements that have the same level of research as creatine, making it one of the best for putting on more muscle, better cognitive health, and in general, there's no reason not to take it. It's easy to take, and all you have to do is either add it to your water or take a pill. And there are two other supplements that I take that are actually sitting right behind me. They're perfect for focus. I only use these about 3 times a week because if you don't know, if you take a supplement a ton, it kind of wears off. It doesn't have as much effect as it normally would. So you kind of want to stop taking it, cycle it on and off, or every other day, or the days that you're really focusing. And one big thing is, for my aim or for whenever I have work to do, when I take this stuff, it's amazing. You can feel the difference. It's almost like you're dialed, you know, you're always dialed, or you're in the flow state for free. Now, those two supplements I use are Alpha GPC, which is great for brain health overall and focus. And if you have ADHD, it supports choline levels, which, long story short, ADHD brain, it helps ADHD, blah, blah, blah. I was diagnosed with ADD as a child, and yeah, if you've ever spent time with me at all, I don't shut up. I blurt stuff out. I stim a lot. Yeah, I'm bad. So if anyone knows how to get ADHD better, get Alpha GPC and something called L-tyrosine or L-tyrosine. Yeah, L-tyrosine, that's what it's called. Those two, great together. L-tyrosine is also in seeds and nuts, but I mean, we play video games. We don't, come on. We're not eating no seeds and nuts. Hold on, guys. Let me get my trail mix. I mean, no shade to trail mix, but I don't really... Y'all not eating trail mix. Y'all getting Doritos. All right? Let's be so real. Okay. Now, Andrew Huberman said something about taking them with garlic because I don't remember. I don't know why. I don't remember why. Who cares? Garlic is like $5. Less than that for a huge container. You want to see the bottle? That's odorless garlic. That whole thing. Wait. You guys can't see it. Odorless garlic. W garlic for real. I just take it with them. I don't remember why, but I know it's good for you, so just take it with it. It's like $5. When I'm a famous YouTuber, I'll get you guys discount codes. But those two together help with focus. They help with ADHD. And the greatest king of ADHD, caffeine. The reason why is caffeine basically boosts your dopamine. And if you don't know, the reason why people have ADHD, the difference between us and normal people is there's a certain lack of dopamine in our brains. And that's what stimming is for and things like that, if you know what that is. But caffeine, it will boost our dopamine. It'll put us at baseline almost. It'll put us at a normal, quote unquote, normal feeling body. Now, if you're going to take caffeine, for all the people that want to start, I'm currently... because I've been grinding on YouTube so hard, I am unreasonably addicted to caffeine. Okay? I can cycle off. The diminishing returns of cycling off of caffeine right now would ruin me because I'm trying to get as much YouTube as I can done. So don't get addicted to caffeine. But I am, and I'm going to tell you how not to be. If you don't know, caffeine's basically a blood thinner. It thins out your veins. So what happens is when you thin out your veins, when you take caffeine, the next morning, sometimes you guys will realize you get withdrawal symptoms. You'll get headaches and things like that. The reason why is the veins shrunk in your brain, and then it's expanding. Now it's pushing at the front of your brain, and you can feel that headache afterwards. And the best way to stop that is hydration. Now, not just normal hydration. What I do is I get iodized salt, maybe a little magnesium supplement, or just buy hydration sticks online if there's a good brand on it, and you have a cup of water the next day instead of coffee. What that'll do is it'll saturate your veins, and they won't expand as much as quickly and won't cause the pain basically in your head. So what I do is I cycle on and off of caffeine, or I used to. I'd have caffeine one morning, maybe 100, 200 milligrams. The next day, I wouldn't have any. I would just have water, magnesium supplements, some salt, and I was good. No more headaches. Another reason that I hear people don't like caffeine is because of that notorious afternoon crash. But with a little bit of research on the way caffeine works, I've been able to never have afternoon crashes. And the way I do it is waiting about 90 minutes to 2 hours after I wake up before I have any caffeine. This slight delay in your caffeine intake will make it so you feel completely different throughout the day, and you completely skip that afternoon crash. But just make sure you don't take it too close before bed, because remember, sleep is more important than everything else. And now finally, aim training. There's only a few things about aim training, but at the end of this, I'll teach you the best playlist if you have unlimited time. Now first, if you're aim training, it doesn't matter what skill level you're at. This works for every single player. Unless you're so good there's no challenge in life, but calm down, Maddie. All right, I know you watched my last video. I love you, Matt. Oh yeah, quick note. Maddie Overwatch watched my video. Let's go. That was so cool. You guys have no clue. I saw him comment on it. I was losing my mind. I was like, oh my God, I'm famous. Yeah, I don't know if he'll watch this because, I mean, why would he care about this? The other topic I talked about was more, it was more mainstream, so it'd make more sense if he watched that. But this would be very odd for him to watch. Maybe he's a intelligence enthusiast like me. Maybe he just like learning things, so he just kind of listens to other people. Maybe he just wants to see what he can learn and what he can absorb from other people. I love doing that. That's one favorite thing of mine. I love listening to other people, even if they're, I don't know, some people. I've even met a few in my Discord. I think it's a bad thing to look at people like you're above them or you're better than them, regardless of rank or things like that. Too many people look down on someone else because, oh, well, you're bad, so I'm a higher rank than you, or I'm done this instead of you. It's like, there's so much to learn from everybody, you know? Maddie might watch this and he might say, oh my God, look, L-tyrosine, alpha GPC. Let me go buy some of that. And then he goes wins another tournament, you know? But you can't learn things from other people if you believe that you're the smartest or you're the best. You have to accept that even when you're at the top, there are people smarter than you. There are people smarter than Einstein. There are people smarter than everybody. Even Elon Musk, there are people smarter than him. But if you always look at things like, because I'm at a higher status than you or higher position, you'll never learn anything. There's nothing you'll be able to learn from anyone else because you don't open your mind up to it. Anyways, I'm rambling. Aim training. If you want to aim train and you want the best results, take whatever skill level you're at. Now, the best way I do this is Voltaic benchmarks. Voltaic has benchmarks where it shows you your rank, basically, based off of their own benchmarks that they created. Now, what I do is, let's say I'm Diamond. So I take my rank and I usually go to a routine that I would find as 2 levels harder than me. Or if you don't want to do benchmarks, the best thing I found is go play a map that you like, and if you notice that you're not as good at it as you are other maps, or if you just want to practice that skill, look it up again. Now, this usually works best for Kovacs, so if you're an AimLabs user, I'm learning, okay? So join the Discord. I'll update everything. I'll give you guys AimLabs routines, all of that. But right now, I'm not the most knowledgeable on AimLabs. But you look up the routine name. Let's say it's Fugala XYZ. You look it up and you go to one that whenever you play it, it stresses you out. It should make you angry to play, but it shouldn't make you angry enough to throw your computer. It should make you angry enough to improve. It should stress you out a little bit. And as I mentioned earlier, stress is important. You need stress for focus and you need stress to learn things. So you guys should get stressed out by this routine. Choose a map that stresses you out. I usually aim for maps that I get less than like 40% accuracy, because I've noticed that that's about the cutoff for really good improvement for me personally. Now, since everyone's different, I recommend you experiment with it, but a good baseline to start with is increase difficulty for a map you're playing. I'm mostly talking about tracking maps, but you want to go to a map that you have less than 40% accuracy, ideally closer to 20%, and work your way up to 40%, and then get to a harder scenario. And I recommend you just keep doing that. Now, unfortunately, most people ask about, oh, what's the best way to aim train? What's the best way to do this? And I'll give you the best routine, in my opinion, for someone who just wants to get as good as possible. But if you're not trying to get as good as possible, if you're just trying to improve at a normal rate, or if you just want to get better, the best way is by playing. There is no magic routine. There isn't any magic answer. The point of this video is to teach you all the things you need to know to maximize your improvement. This video isn't to tell you that, oh, if you do this method, all of a sudden you're perfect. Just not true, you know? There's something that works for everyone. And if you're at the lower echelon of gameplay, like if you're not, even me, I'm only Voltaic Masters and I'm climbing back up to it right now. Even if you're below Voltaic Grandmaster, a lot of it and even above, you just play. If you just play more, like if I did only one wall 6 targets every single day with decent intention behind my gameplay, eventually I would hit 1300 score, which, by the way, I'm 2 off. But this is how it works. You just have to keep playing. It's like most skills. You're not going to get better at guitar by not playing guitar. You're not going to get better at learning guitar by looking up, how to play guitar, best method. It's not going to work. You know, you got to play the guitar to get better at playing guitar. But I believe that struggling by giving yourself hard scenarios that you can barely handle is the best way to improve in a time-efficient manner. So if you're pressed for time and you only want to get better at tracking, do really hard tracking maps. That's it. Now, for everyone who wants the perfect routine, in my opinion, is low gravity 56s, Voltaic daily improvement. If you don't know what that is, there'll be a link in the description and in my Discord. I know we've all heard the age-old advice. Sensitivity is just a preference, and you should just choose one and stick to it forever. And if you change it, you'll ruin your aim and your muscle memory. But in this episode of Shottys Yap Session, I'm going to go over how that might not be true, and you're actually holding yourself back, and you might even be causing permanent damage. If you're new here, this is the series where I yap about a topic, and you turn me on in the background while you do something else. Or, if you really want to, you can watch the mid-gameplay. Let's get right into it. Now, I know a lot of you just want to hear, how is muscle memory a myth? Why should I change my sensitivity? But before I get into that, I just want to get over some basics first. And the first basic is, what is aim? Aim to me is just hand-eye coordination for a video game. You see where your crosshair is, and based on what you're aiming at, you move your arm or your fingers or whatever accordingly. And this makes sense because a lot of people talk about aim as muscle memory and you have to do this and you have to keep it this way or else. And plenty of people have had horrible experiences with changing their sensitivity, so they've just fully been convinced, I can't mess with it. If I mess with it, it'll ruin me. But with just the way that aim works, I don't think that's possible. Let me explain. When you're aiming, you have your mouse pad or you have your controller stick or you have whatever. And if aim is muscle memory, anything changing will completely ruin your aim. If your mouse pad is wet one day, or if your arm is sticky, or if you're sweaty, or if it's humid, and every single thing will completely ruin your aim, and it'll be almost like you're always changing your sensitivity. But while people have natural inconsistencies, most people don't complain about their aim always feeling off, or their muscle memory always being ruined every single day. So why is that? Well, like I said, aim is more hand-eye coordination. And when you're aiming, your body is constantly adapting to what you're doing, trying to change the way you aim based on what's happening. So why every time I change my sensitivity, I feel completely terrible? I can't aim at all, I'm missing everything, and I just feel either really slow or really fast. Well, when you aim, you use different parts of your muscles, and you have different ranges of motion for your aim as well. For example, with a controller stick, you may only use the very center of the controller stick to aim, while with a really slow sensitivity, you may find yourself always on the outer ring of the stick. And the same thing goes for mouse and keyboard. When you're aiming with mouse and keyboard, if you're using a really fast sensitivity, you may not move your aim at all. You may have your hand dead center of your mouse pad the entire time, and you're only using your wrist or your arm. Or you could have a really slow sensitivity, and you only use your arm and you're always on the edge of the mouse pad. So when you switch to an opposite spectrum, you're using parts of your aim and muscles that you don't normally use, or you're trying to aim the way you did before. And the best way I can describe it is working out. If you're working out and you're doing a bench press, for example, whatever your weakest muscle is what's going to hold you back, because that'll be the first one to give out and you won't be able to keep going. You might have the world's greatest chest and triceps, but if your rotator cuff sucks or your stability muscles suck, doesn't matter because you're going to give out before you can actually do anything. And the same thing is with aim. If you only use your wrist to aim, when you switch to a slow sensitivity and try to use your arm, you won't be able to. It's going to be completely underdeveloped and you're not used to it. But don't worry, that's a good thing. Underdeveloped parts of your aim is just more room to improve. And if you guys don't know, I'm an aim coach. I coach people with their aim and I help them to get better and I help them to really transition their aim from aim trainers into real games. But the number one thing I have people do is something that I'm going to talk to you guys about later in this video. But before I can explain it to you, you have to understand why I do what I do. Now, examples of weak points in your aim is, if you use a really fast sensitivity, you've probably never used your arm to aim, and you probably only use specific parts of your mouse pad. So whenever you find yourself in the other parts of your mouse pad, you're terrible. You can't control it or it feels really uncomfortable. While if you only use slow sensitivity, you might have very shaky aim whenever you go to a fast sensitivity. You might have no control over it because you've never developed your fingertips or your wrists. Now, I keep talking about fast sensitivity, slow sensitivity. What is fast sensitivity, or how do you quantify that? There's something called centimeters per 360. And centimeters per 360 is how many centimeters you have to move in real life to do a full 360 in a video game. And in the description, there's going to be a calculator so you can find yours and you can convert your sensitivities between any game. There'll also be a video in the description on how to use that calculator. But let's say you already know how to use it, or you already know what your centimeters per 360 is. A general rule I go by is if you're a newer player and if you're just trying to get into the game, I don't recommend anyone use faster than 27 centimeters per 360. Anything lower is just too fast for most people to control, especially without prior aim training experience. Unfortunately, it's really common that people do it because more people are comfortable with just sitting their mouse in one spot and playing only in that one spot with their wrist and fingertips. And fast sensitivities allow you to do that. And as for slow sensitivity, I don't recommend people go any slower than 70 centimeters per 360. The reason why I go all the way up to 70 is because in most cases, slow sensitivity just makes your aim smoother and easier to control, but you have to adapt by moving your arm more and straining yourself more in real life. While fast sensitivity is much harder to control, it's just a more comfortable position you sit in. So in general, it's easier to perform well on slow sensitivity and harder to perform well on a fast sensitivity. So I recommend most people to go around 40 centimeters per 360 as a starting baseline. And if you don't know what that is, right now I believe it's 0.75 at 1600 DPI on Marvel Rivals. Don't quote me on that, but it's close enough. So you guys can start on that sensitivity if you want to try it out. But then the question comes up, why don't I just use that on every single game, or should I use it on every game? No, you shouldn't. Simply put, you should not have the same sensitivity on every game. But why? I can give you guys a few examples. If you ever played CSGO or Valorant, both of those games are very precision heavy games. The characters don't move very fast. There's not much tracking you have to do. All you have to do is click heads. While a game like Marvel Rivals or Overwatch has characters flying around, jumping around, a lot of vertical movement, a lot of horizontal fast movements, a lot more movement, and a lot more speed in their movements. So for Valorant, you'd be better off to use a very slow sensitivity. And actually the average sensitivity for most pros is in general slower compared to games like Overwatch. And it makes sense because in Overwatch, you have to use a fast sensitivity to keep up with all the movement that people have. But in Valorant, all you have to do is do tiny adjustments to click heads. So sensitivity should be used more as a tool to get whatever goal you have finished. So if my goal is I'm too slow and I want to be able to track people better, I'd make it faster. Or if my goal is I want to hit better headshots and do really tiny adjustments, you want to focus on maybe a slower sensitivity. A lot of it also depends on your play style. It's not uncommon for games like Overwatch to have people with different sensitivities for different heroes. For example, Genji or Black Panther. I wouldn't use the same sensitivity on them that I would use on Black Widow or Widowmaker because the playstyles are completely different and the goal I want to achieve is completely different on both of them. Now, enough of that. How can you use your sensitivity to make yourself better? Or what do I give to my students in my coaching? A lot of the students I have them use very different sensitivities as their practice. And you might ask, well, why? What's the point? The point of it is to solve your problems in your aim without having to spend as much time practicing. And I've personally used it even on console as a cheat code to improve my skill faster than everyone else. So how do you do it? The general starting point that I give most people is a 24 centimeters per 360 as a fast sensitivity and a 60 centimeters per 360 as a slow sensitivity. And I have them practice or play their game of choice or do whatever they're trying to improve at on those sensitivities. And if you're on console, I usually just like crank my sensitivity a few under the max and then slowly keep cranking it up over time as I get better and control it better. But as for PC, I go to 24 centimeters for high and I go to 60 for slow. And the high sensitivity, what it does is if you've ever tracked something and it looks like you're shaking on them or you're just going past them over and over and over again and you can't seem to keep up or you can't seem to stay on the target, fast sensitivity helps with that. It'll really train your more precise muscles in your wrist and your hand so that you're able to control any sensitivity and really hone in your aim so you'll actually micro adjust before every shot and really focus on what you're trying to aim at. But then you'll ask, so if that does all that, what's the point in slow sensitivity? Well, slow sensitivity, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, most people don't use all of their mouse pad. Most people don't actually use all parts of their aim. Most people choose, maybe I'll just use my wrist and fingers, or maybe I'll just use my arm, or maybe I'll just use my arm and wrist. But not many people use all three together. And using a really slow sensitivity forces you to, because you have to use your arm to make big adjustments, you use your wrist a little bit more to make smaller adjustments, and then those extra tiny micro corrections, fast sensitivity will cover, and slow sensitivity will still make you use it. On top of this, it makes you play in parts of your mouse pad that you don't like, so in-game when it happens to you, you won't completely fumble your aim. You'll still be able to control your aim and still perform well. Now, earlier I mentioned how you might be doing permanent damage to yourself, and I'm gonna tell you guys a little story first. When I was younger, I used to play a ton. I still play a ton, but now it's more work. But when I would play, I would basically only aim with my wrist because it was comfortable, because it was easy for me. But as I got older, I kept doing it, and I wasn't really into aim training much. I was just kind of playing the game to practice. So I didn't know any better. Now in my life, I have to do wrist workouts, wrist stretches, and I have to do specific training for my wrist because I don't want carpal tunnel. And now my wrist still clicks when I move it certain ways and when I do anything. And it's almost completely ruined certain parts of my aim that I'm slowly trying to fix, but it's a long process. Now when I aim left or right with my wrist, it almost jumps instead of making a straight line. So how do you guys prevent it? In the description, I'm gonna leave you guys a document that I do every single morning now, and it goes over posture stretches, it goes over wrist stretches, and in general, if you do this every day, it only takes about 5-10 minutes. If you do it every day, even if you do it every other day or once every 2 days, it's gonna make a huge difference. My wrist feels way stronger, it feels a lot looser, and if I did it when I was younger, wouldn't have had these problems, you know? Now I know it's a video game, who cares really, but this is actual problems, you know? So you don't want to ruin your life for a hobby, or even if you're trying to go competitive. The best way to stay competitive and keep climbing is not get injured so you can keep practicing. Because if you get injured, you're done. You're out of the game for a week, 2 weeks, 3 months. So it's just like working out. Do the proper warm-ups, do the proper stretches, take care of yourself. Now, one more thing before I let you guys go. People ask me, so if I can just change it whenever, is there a time where I shouldn't change it? Yes. I can't tell you how many times I've missed a shot. I was like, you know what? Let me change my sense. I'll change it 5, 15, 23 times. And it's just counterproductive. It doesn't get anything done. Now, I said, oh, well, sensitivity doesn't matter and it's just a tool. So what's wrong with that? You're right. What's wrong with it is the idea behind it. Instead of using your sensitivity as a tool, you're stressing and thinking about, it doesn't feel good. It feels off. It doesn't feel right. And it takes your mind off the game and actually playing right compared to just letting it do its thing. You know? And one other thing, now this is secret game for people who actually watch this far. The idea of changing your sensitivity is something I used to abuse when I played video games. And I've heard very few people, especially in the Marvel Rivals community, talk about it. With your aim, you can almost force yourself to focus. Let me run you through a scenario. Have you ever been playing and you kept over flicking? So you change your sensitivity to something slower, and then you stop over flicking, but then a week later, you're over flicking again. So you lower it again. And this goes on for all of eternity. What if I told you it's not actually your sensitivity? And I'm going to make a full video on this or make this its own video, but this is just something bonus for everyone who actually watched this far. But it's not your sensitivity. It's you. You're autopiloting. You're not paying attention and you're just saying, let me go through the motions, and playing. You're not thinking about anything. And that's the problem. That right there is exactly why you can't improve. That right there is exactly why your aim feels off. Because you're just passively aiming. You're letting yourself just, whatever. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, oh well. So I used to take advantage of this on console and PC. Before I would get on a game, I would go do a free-for-all or rumble or whatever game mode is called for you, a deathmatch. And when I did it, I would change my sensitivity. I'd usually make it something really crazy, like super fast or super slow or something, and I would change it. Then, after warming up a little bit, I would go into a real game with my normal sensitivity, and I would aim way better. Now, you might not aim better right away because the sensitivity you main actually isn't the right sensitivity for you. It's just a sensitivity you stuck on. But when you find a sensitivity that's actually comfortable for you, this works wonders. For example, my comfortable sensitivity is 40 centimeters per 360. It's basically the sensitivity I've went to on every single game without even knowing. The first sensitivity I played on this game was 40 cm. I didn't even know it was 40 cm. I just went to what felt right and kept going. But almost every game, that's what I've defaulted to. So it's my comfortable sensitivity. But my comfortable sensitivity can still feel off if I'm autopiloting. So I try to always do that. And when I get in real games, then I'm actually actively aiming instead of passively aiming. I just want to record this. I don't know if anyone's ever going to hear this part of the video, but thank you all. This is probably going to be an hour, 2 hours into this video, and this is going to be a 5-hour video. I don't know who's insane enough to watch it. I don't know who actually likes my content enough to watch it, but if you do, thank you so much. I love you. You guys have literally made a dream come true. It's crazy. I know it sounds corny and dorky and all that, but I mean, I kind of am, so it is what it is, you know? But this is just me putting together all the videos I've made, and half of these haven't even gotten 5,000, 10,000 views. A lot of the ones that I'll probably be changing the gameplay from Valorant to Marvel Rivals. because I know most of my audience is Marvel Rivals now, but still, it's amazing, you know? Having all these people that actually like what I'm doing, care about what I'm doing, it's so strange. And I just hit 21,000 subscribers. It seems every video now, I have a new milestone to talk about. It's insane. Before on this channel, I would talk about it and say, I'm not going to hit 100,000 subscribers. It's literally impossible because the niche I was in was really small. It wasn't just Valorant. It was aim training, which most people don't aim train. So I was always just like, I don't really know where I'm going to go from here. I'm going to have to give up on this channel and start something new because aim training is never going to be, or at least not in the near future, going to be that big or big enough that I can make a full-time career. So I had to make a choice. I was like, what am I going to do? And I decided, I was like, let me try out Marvel Rivals. A lot of people are doing it. It's really popular. Let's do it. I can't begin to explain the amount of success I've gotten and how happy I am. Thank you all so much. I love all of you so much. If you do want to support me, if you like these videos, just watch them. Watch them, leave a nice comment, and like the video. Anything along those lines. You don't have to do all, but number one, finish the video. If you finish this video, bro, I don't know, I'll dance and prance around. If anyone finishes this video, bro, it's going to be 5 hours. What's wrong with you? I love you guys so much. It's insane to be able to do this and actually, like, do it, you know? I love you guys. I can't keep saying that enough, you know? I love you so much. This is awesome. It's so cool to be able to actually do this as, I guess, a career, you know? And you know what's even funnier about this? You can hear in these videos how I progress as even just a speaker. My voice would sound so scared and like embarrassed in some of the older videos, and it was like I was trying to put on a fake voice because it was like I don't really know how I sound when I speak or how I should sound or whatever. So it was so cute almost rewatching some of these to set it up. Because it was like, wow, you know, maybe I have changed quite a bit. I watched one of my old intros. I was like, wow, I see why this video flopped. That sucked. And I was really proud of that video. I was like, this was an amazing video. But the intro, I was like scared to talk, you know? I don't know, dude. It's an experience. It's fun to watch yourself grow. Thank you guys so much. God bless you. Let me let you get back to the video. Now, first up is level 1, the complete basics. I boiled everything down so that even if you're a controller player, mouse and keyboard, or if you play with your mouth, this first level can benefit you no matter what level you're at and no matter what you're using. So first, what is aim? Aim is just hand-eye coordination for mouse and keyboard, controller, whatever you're using. And honestly, most people overcomplicate how hard aim really is to improve on, and honestly, I think we overestimate how good people really are. Aim takes a surprisingly small amount of time to improve to a very high level and get better than 90% of players. But no matter what, repetitions is king. There's no way that you can improve at any skill if you don't really do the skill. Most people talk about, oh, well, I'm just naturally talented. I'm just this, I'm just that. Natural talent is beaten by repetitions and pure obsession every single time. So if you're really serious about, I want to get better, I want to improve this, you need to be prepared to do whatever it takes. Now, I've learned how to boil it down so you don't have to spend as much time, but if you're not even able to finish a video like this, that all you have to do is listen to it. You don't even need to watch. All you have to do is relax, do something else, and absorb the knowledge. If you can't even do that, you're probably not that serious about aim. And you're going to get beaten by someone who's just more obsessed than you. Someone who just decides, I'm just going to listen. I'm going to do this. I'm going to figure out what I have to do. Or even the people that say, you know what? While I'm listening to him, I'm going to practice. I'm going to spend the time to practice. Because the people that are obsessed are the people that you see at the top. Everyone thinks, oh, they were just born like that. They're just talented. But that's usually not true. Most of those people, maybe they have some talent, maybe they were somewhat talented, but they put in more time. Almost all of them have thousands of hours. They all said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to make this into something, and I'm going to improve. Now, what is great aim? Everyone talks about, oh, well, I'm Voltaic this, and I'm this, and I'm that, but that doesn't always mean you have great aim. Because unfortunately, from my experience, a lot of the Voltaic benchmarks are really centered around tracking, and sometimes tracking doesn't really transfer over to some games. Now, of course, in all games you track, of course, all games you need some semblance of smoothness in your aim and reactivity, but it gets to a level where it's obsessive, it's too much, and it's only niche areas that it'll really benefit you in. I recently started my monthly coaching, and I found that some of the players, they would feel much better in their aim, but when they went to go do Voltaic benchmarks, they couldn't really improve at all. But in game and for other scores, they were way better. It was night and day difference difference, and they said they could feel completely different when they played. But it proved what I already felt like I knew, that benchmarks aren't really everything, and just because you chase a score, just because you chase a certain rank, doesn't mean you really even improve. You can improve in things like scores by doing something incorrectly. It doesn't always mean you're better or you improved at anything or you did something correctly. Plenty of people ask, why should I get great aim? Or well, shouldn't I just focus on my game sense? Or shouldn't I focus on this? Or shouldn't I focus on that? But it's just like Blue Lock, if you guys have ever seen it. They said something, and when I first watched it, it was like, yes, somebody else thinks the same way I do, you know? It's all about if I score more goals than you, you know? And of course, for aim training or for aiming, it's like if I kill you more than you kill me. But you get the idea. That's all it's about. Of course, yes, you could do this correctly and this other thing correctly, and you could also improve like that. But the way I see it is, and the way I've experienced it is, if I just aim better than you, if I just click your head before you click mine, I usually win more. And if I think of it as, well, I dropped 50 kills and my teammates threw me, I don't improve. Instead, if I think of it as, I dropped 50 kills, but I could have dropped 70 kills. I should have done this right. I should have done that right. I'll improve faster. And it keeps my fate in my hands. It doesn't keep it in the hands of randoms that I meet. I can think of it as, I should have aim trained more. I should have practiced more. I should have done this more. And that framework helps you improve. That framework helps you get better quicker, because instead of having the victim mentality of it was somebody else's fault, instead of you say it's my fault, I did it wrong, you'll improve more. Now, of course, some people say it's unhealthy, it's this, it's that. Who cares? I'm sorry. I don't really care about stuff like that because it's my life. I gotta handle it how I have to handle it. And if you give other people the power over your life by saying it's their fault, you can't improve. You know, it's not just for aim this is true for. This is for everything. Now, when you're deciding to start, I want to get better aim, I want to improve, I want to get better at video games, I want to get better at whatever, you have to sit there and decide, what is my goal? Because your goal completely decides on how you'll do everything. If you decide, I want to get better at this one game, you have to decide how you have to go about that. Now, let's say I want to get only better at Valorant. I would spend most of my time playing Valorant, and I would play Valorant and figure out what my weaknesses are. If I know there's a weakness in my aim, or if I know there's a weakness in my movement, I would spend time on the game to focus on my movements, and then I would supplement with an aim trainer to focus on that part of my aim I know is bad. And there's so many maps out there nowadays that you can always find a map that correlates to what your issue is. And we're getting better and better. There's tons of new maps coming out every single day. And we're just making tons of improvement in the aim community, so there'll always be something new that you can try out, that you can learn, that you can practice with. So if your goal is, if I want fundamental aim improvement, there's a completely different path I would have to take than if I want to get better at this game. So you have to decide, do you want to get better at aim, or do you want to get better at a game? If you want better aim, period, you need to practice aim. You need to play aim trainers. You need to go up in aim labs. You need to go in Kovacs. If you want to get better at a game, you have to say, I have to play the game more. I have to find more time to play the game. And I need to still supplement with my aim, because I know my aim is part of the game. Now that I've given you a little bit of a speech, when you're starting to improve, what do? How do you start? What should you do? Now, the first thing that I'm extremely guilty of is something that a lot of people do. We want to stroke our egos. We want to make ourselves feel better. So instead of, when we practice, focusing on the stuff we know we suck at, we all play, I like this map. This is my favorite map. Wow, I have such a good high score on this map. And it's stupid, because it's like, does that make sense? If you know that you're the best at this certain type of skill or this certain skill, why on earth would you keep practicing that one when you know you're the worst at this other skill? Sometimes we need to accept that we're gonna have to be bad. We're gonna have to accept that it's okay to suck, you know? We need to miss shots. We need to do bad, because our bodies improve when we're sucking. Pause. But it's important. It's a very important thing to focus on what we're bad at. And too many people decide to stroke their egos instead of focusing on how to improve or focus on what they're doing wrong. Now, speaking of that, what if you are improving, or how do you know that you're improving? Because unfortunately, scores can increase, and you can play better and you can get more kills while still doing something wrong. It doesn't mean you're doing it right. And that's unfortunate, because it's like, sometimes we need that guidance. Sometimes we don't know, well, how do I know I'm doing this right? How should I go about this? How should I figure this out? One good thing I like to do is I consume content on other people. This is also why I made this channel, because I'm able to teach people what I've done. Almost everything I do, I market it as my way. Not the best way, not the perfect way. Almost everything is my way, or how I did it. I think everyone should learn from other people because there's only one way to figure out what works for you or what is the quote-unquote best for you. So what I do personally is I consume content. I consume YouTube videos. I could watch VODs. I could watch my own VODs. I can look over other people to see what they do and almost imitate it. I have to sit there, okay, well, Matty Overwatch, he flicks like this and then he does this little thing and then he does this, and I try to imitate it in my gameplay. And it's important to be able to do that. It's important to be able to do that. It's important to be able to look over other people's work or other people's training and see what they do and why they do it. And it's helpful whenever people do also explain it. Because unfortunately, just because a number goes up doesn't mean you're better. Now, one quote-unquote secret that you can use that I've used on console, I used on PC, and honestly, now that I'm part of the AIM community, I hear that plenty of people talk about it on this too, and it's sensitivity manipulation. Now, what do I mean? Your sensitivity should be different, usually based on what game you play. There is no perfect sensitivity. There's no harm in changing your sensitivity. And when I used to play on console, what I would do is I knew that all those guys that played on the 10 sensitivity, which was max for a lot of games, all those guys were able to do some crazy stuff. They were flicking around, jumping around, but I was stuck on my like 6 sensitivity because it was controllable. I felt I could be more precise with it. But one of my friends, and we both talked about it, we both did it, we said, you know what? Let me try that. All the best players that use this sensitivity, they're all insane. They all do this crazy stuff, and they're able to play good on all the sensitivities that are even below that. Why is that? Maybe there's something there, you know? So we bumped up our sensitivity to a 10. We played on it and suffered. Oh my God, did we suffer. But by a month's time, by a few weeks' time, we were completely new players. We went back to our old sensitivity and it felt like the easiest thing on earth. We felt like we could click heads like it was nothing. And then when I started going into the AIM community, I started doing AIM training on PC, I found that people manipulated their sensitivity to focus on weak points or to improve themselves or to make things harder or to create artificial difficulty. And it's so funny because I've been doing it for years. I didn't even realize I was doing it. And you can start doing it at home now. If you're bad at a game or if you have a certain weakness in a game, bump your sensitivity up, suffer, play quick play practice, do whatever you have to do and suffer. Because if you suffer, you will improve. When was the last time you did something hard? Have you ever worked out? Have you ever done a push-up? And the first time you did a push-up, you can only do maybe 1 and then you fell on the floor. Then 2 days later, you're like, let me do it again. Then you could do 2. Then you could do 3. Then you were up to 10 in no time. It's the same thing with AIM. If you're suffering, your body will say, I really hate this feeling and I need to change it because this is causing a mental tax on me. This is causing a physical tax. So your body needs to be able to say, well, I hate this tax on my body, so I'm going to fix it. I'm going to adapt to whatever the problem is, and I'm going to get better. And that's what happens. Our body is really smart. It's just a lot of the time, people play in comfortable positions, so their body never adapts. Have you ever looked at someone that's trying to improve and that couldn't, and they were actually doing stuff right? Usually, no. Most of the people that I've seen that are trying to improve and actually trying, not, oh, I'm going to try, and then they go to the gym one time, or they do something that they're supposed to do one time, and then the next week they say, well, I tried. No, you didn't. You didn't try. That's not trying. Most people that actually try something and seriously try it, they do it. Because we fed ourselves the lie that trying is doing something for 2 weeks and giving up. It's not true. Trying is really trying. You wake up and you say, I'm gonna do this because I said I'm gonna do it, because I have to do it. And you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it even when it's not working. You're gonna keep doing it because you know you have to do it, and because you know there will be a payout in the future. Not because, oh, let me do this one time and then come on. You know that's not trying. Now, speaking of trying and speaking of practicing, when you practice, I've found that too many people can't translate their practice into real games. And it's like, why is that? And there's a few reasons why I found that is. One of them, when you practice, you play in perfect conditions. You guys are sitting there, either music on or dead silent, try-harding, focusing. You're looking at, how's my grip? How's this? How's that? Let me focus on this. And you're sitting there looking for the most ideal conditions. You're trying to play perfectly. But do you even think about any of that in a real match? Seriously, do you sit there and play and say, let me get my perfect grip. Let me get my perfect posture. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't go in a real match and say, let me focus on this. Let me make this perfect. You're lying. Come on. So instead of focusing on perfect conditions and worrying about all that, I like to practice in suboptimal conditions. And also, I think of practice differently than some people do. You should think of practice as raising your baseline. And what I mean is, when I first started aim training and I was a diamond in Voltaic, I wasn't diamond in real games. I wasn't aiming diamond level. I brought my baseline probably to gold, probably to platinum, and that was my new skill floor. People need to think about training as raising your skill floor. Yes, your skill ceiling goes up, and if you don't know what I mean is, skill floor is the lowest level of your skill. Skill ceiling is the highest level of your skill. When you hit high scores and when you hit benchmarks, that's showing off your skill ceiling. Your skill floor is what you play like on a terrible day. If you woke up, you got 2 hours of sleep and you're dying, that's what level your skill floor is at. And the whole goal in my eyes of aim training and practicing is raising that skill floor so that when I'm playing terrible, I'm still playing better than 90% of players. It's not about you hit this certain rank and you expect to always play at that rank, because you're not going to. Everyone's going to have bad days. But if you've trained yourself to a level that your skill level is your skill floor is so high that you're playing better than 95% of players on your bad day, that's your entire goal when you're aim training or practicing. That's what you should be aiming for. That's what you should be looking for. And when you practice, you need to understand you don't want perfect conditions. Practicing should be in suboptimal conditions, in my opinion, because in real games, when do you get perfect conditions? There's no point in training like everything's going to be perfect, because it's never going to be perfect. So what I do, and what I hope you're doing right now, is I watch YouTube videos. I watch a video, I put something on, maybe like an hour long, maybe 20 minutes, and I keep it on autoplay, and I'm listening to the video. I'm still focusing on the video to a certain extent while I practice, because it forces me to have my mind scattered so that I'm not fully dialed in on my aim. I'm not fully practicing on that specific part, and it makes it so that I can raise the level I perform at in suboptimal conditions, and it more accurately translates into real games. Also, speaking of doing things while you aim train, I found that music, and actually a lot of people in my comments have agreed with me on this, that music almost helps you. And what I mean is, there was a study way back about someone who was studying something for a test, and they listened to a certain kind of music, and that music was played again when they were trying to take the test, and it helped them recollect the information that they studied. It's almost like, have you ever as a child, you smell something, and then when you get older, you smell it again, and it almost gives you a nostalgic feeling? I don't understand fully the brain chemistry of it. I haven't really looked into it, but I do believe there's something there. There's something that you create that association in your brain, and it helps you. It helps you recollect. And that's also why I believe most people should have some kind of playlist or something they listen to as a try-hard playlist, because I do genuinely believe it helps you recollect your practice and helps you play better and helps you get into a flow state as well. Now, I don't say, stop the presses, it's Patrick over here. I'm saying you could try it, okay? It's not game breaking. It's not the end of the world. It's not, let me drop everything, let me go do this. Give it a shot. It doesn't hurt. I mean, you just listen to music. Now, speaking of neuroscience and brain chemistry, it's important to try and practice closer to bedtime. Now, I'm not saying only practice closer to bedtime. You can do 2 practices a day, 3 practices a day. But if you're crunched for time and you want to get the most bang for your buck, practice near bed. And the reason why is when our body starts to make connections in our brain, it's when we're sleeping. So our body's able to recollect what we're supposed to be learning if it was closer to bed. And I actually found this. What I would do is I would aim train. And sometimes it would be really depressing because I'd feel like a super loser because I would dream about aim training. I'm dreaming, yeah, I'm gonna hit that high score. It's dorky stuff, I understand. But it did help. I've noticed quicker improvement when doing that. And actually someone on my video commented in the Balisong community, they tell you when you learn a new trick, when you successfully do it, go to sleep. The next day, you'll be able to do it better. And honestly, it makes sense. It's the way our body works. If you're skeptical, just give it a shot. Try it out. What's the harm in it, you know? Worst case scenario, it does nothing. Best case scenario, you get better gains. Now, 2 more things that you can do that will really change the way you play and your overall performance in game. One thing is you need to start doing something before you play video games. Too many people just say, let me wake up, let me get to it and just play. But if you've ever done it, if you ever worked out first, or if you ever went for a jog and in general got your blood pumping first, you know that playing video games feels completely different compared to when you do it straight after waking up. And it's a really big, like, it's a night and day difference. And I'm not saying go be David Goggins, go run 18 miles and then go grind for 16 hours playing video games. I'm saying just do something. Go for a quick walk, get some sunlight, go for a jog. And if you don't know about your circadian rhythm and things like that, in general, our body operates on a clock. And if you get sunlight in the morning and then you have very low blue light in the afternoon and nighttime, your body will almost train itself to wake wake up at certain times, be alert at certain times, go to sleep at certain times. But if you sit there and you get no sunlight, or if you drown yourself in blue light with your computer screen at midnight, you're going to ruin that clock, and your overall performance in life, in video games, and everything will be worse. So it's a simple step, but it's a very important one. Just at least every morning, get 5 minutes of sunlight. Every morning, at least before the first hour of you waking up, just get some sunlight. You don't have to go do anything crazy, just get something. And the other thing is, when you're practicing, don't go crazy. Rest days are just as important, if not more important, than the days that you're grinding. So make sure that you get some rest days. The routine that I recommend for most people, and the one that I employ myself in my coaching and in my own life, I do about 3 days of doing basic fundamental practice. I do like 2 days of weakness practice, and then the other 2 days I either spend resting or I spend it benchmarking myself, which is very low intensity, so I don't have to worry about it too much. And I'll spread that out. Maybe somewhere in the middle is one rest day and somewhere in the end is another rest day, and it gives me time to recuperate. It gives me time to warm up. It gives me time to practice. Now, another thing that not many people talk about is aim is just hand-eye coordination. So why don't we train the eye portion? Now, to train my eyes, I focus on these 2 YouTube videos. The first one is purely for eye stretches. I do these eye stretches almost every morning because they help me feel more alert, and I've noticed it's actually helped my vision in the past. And as for the other YouTube video, this video I use just to track targets with my eyes, to get myself used to syncing up my eyes and my aim. After a few days of watching this video, I focus on also keeping my mouse on the targets while I track them with my eyes. And if you don't know how you should position when you do this, I recommend you sit exactly where you do when you play video games. And by the way, this still works if you play on console. Training your eyes is completely universal. And then I sit exactly where I play when I'm playing the game, and I track the target with my eyes over and over and over. Then I also, when I get more advanced, I start tracking it with my mouse. And you can do this with your controller joystick. If you're watching the video on your Xbox TV, you can sit there and track it with your joystick, and you keep tracking and tracking it, and it helps you sync up your eyes and your aim. And speaking of using your eyes, people talk a lot about the target versus crosshair debate. My personal opinion on it is, and this has worked for many people I know, when the target is far away, look at the crosshair, and when the target is close, look at the target. Now, the reason why I say this is because I think about it as a telescope. If you're looking through a telescope, the person at the end of the telescope looks like they're moving all slow and they're tiny, but if someone walks right in front of the telescope and walks by, it looks like they're moving at light speed. And you can think about your crosshair as a telescope or a focal point, a tiny point that you look through. And if you focus on that tiny point, everything far or at the end of that tiny point moves slowly, and everything close to it moves quickly, because it's all a matter of perspective of where you're looking. Now, of course, experiment with it. Not everything you hear should be taken as gospel, but you should try it out and maybe it works for you. Also, sometimes I supplement with this video, which is about hand stretches, hand workouts, and things like that. That'll help your wrist, it'll help your thumbs, it'll help every part of your hand that you'll be using when you aim. So if you guys want to check that out, I'll have it in my Discord and I'll have it in the description. Now, before we get to level 2, which is the training level, where we're going to talk about aim training, practicing, and how to practice, this is probably about the halfway point of the video. So if you've ever watched this before, you know this is the middle of the yap. And as always, what I do in the middle of the yap is I thank you guys. Thank you so much for watching my videos. Thank you so much for enjoying my content. I've been working on thinking of new ideas that I could really help you guys with and really talk to you guys about, but it's been kind of hard because it's like, how do I say it in a way that you guys will enjoy? You know what I mean? Or how do I say it where it's more accessible to everyone? Because a lot of people, they see me aim training on Kovacs and they just kind of leave. Like, oh, well, I don't feel like using Kovacs. I don't feel like buying it. I don't feel like aim training. So I made sure to set this up in a way that it helps everybody. It can help anyone. Anyone can learn anything. And it's really down to the basics at first. Now, if you guys do enjoy this video, please support me by leaving a comment down below. And if you guys don't know what kind of comment to leave, you guys can also help give me ideas for my new son. I recently saved him. He was a stray cat and I started taking care of him. So I'm raising him now. He's my little son. He's actually screaming in the background right now because he wants to go up by the window with his sisters. So help me get some name ideas for him, please. And if you don't want to comment, leave me a like, or if you like this type of content, subscribe. Anyways, I love you guys so much, and this is so awesome. I even started doing my paid coaching recently, which, if you don't know where that is, I have a huge video that literally just says, watch this for my coaching. And I started coaching recently and it's going great, dude. Everyone's getting pretty good progress. I'm really happy about it. And honestly, I got a few really cool people that are in my coaching too. So far, I really like the types of people I got. Anyways, I love you guys. Let's get back to the video. Now into level 2. Training. Now, a lot of people really overcomplicate aim training and practicing. It's actually really easy to get better than most people because most people don't even train their aim, or most people have such weaknesses that they don't even think about or care to think about. But we've forgotten this because we all hang out around better players, or we hang around aim trainer players, and we think that this is normal. We think this is the baseline, when the baseline is much lower than what you think. So first things first, if you're using a mouse, the basic guideline that I like to give to people about how to grip their mouse is have your pinky and your thumb in line with the mouse sensor. This allows it so you can have much more in sync movements with your hand and your mouse. And it also might be the reason why sometimes if you move left to right with your mouse, it doesn't actually go perfectly straight. It might be diagonal, or it might be slightly up, or it might be slightly down. And this is usually the reason why, because people don't realize that their mouse and their hand isn't really synced up properly, or the way they hold their mouse isn't really straight, so you can't really make straight lines unless you compensate. Now, on top of that, if you're going to use a mouse, make sure your arm isn't floating. You should have some point of your arm in contact with the mouse pad, or just in general your table. Now, there are different advantages based on how you place it. Like if you keep your arm all the way down and flat, you're more stable. If you keep your wrist floating a little bit, you have more ability to move quicker and make farther movements. There's a lot of different nuances to it, but a general rule is just keep something touching. And also don't use only your wrist. You will destroy them. I know because I've ruined mine. And if it wasn't for me working out a lot and doing lots of push-ups to strengthen my wrists, I would have been doomed. I would have had carpal tunnel. I would have had terrible wrists. And by the time I was 60, I'd have been completely crippled. So make sure you don't do that. Now, when you're aiming, you need to be able to use your entirety of your arm and your wrist. A lot of people either use only their arm or they use only their wrist. So how do you fix that? First, if you want to use your arm more, you need to lower your sensitivity. Too many people have sensitivities that are so high they don't need to use their arm. So if you want to practice with that, you need to learn how to use your arm. So you have to play maps or practices that require a lot of movement. And if you don't have like an aim trainer to use, if you don't have something that you can use that'll do that for you, I personally recommend you drop your sensitivity really low because it'll force you to use more of your body to aim. Now, the same is also true for the wrist. If you use too much of your arm and you never use your wrist, raise your sensitivity, because then your sensitivity is so fast. If you're using only your arm, you're going to overcorrect everything. Now, there are some maps that I've recommended people to use only their wrist or only their arm, but the hardest thing I've noticed for many people is using them both. And I try not to overcomplicate it. You want to make sure you use your arm for really big movements, and at the same time, that arm won't be able to make the really precise movements. So you should be moving your wrist and your fingertips to sort of micro adjust. You're not thinking about your wrist as a huge movement maker. You're thinking about your wrist as the finisher. Your wrist just finishes what you're doing. Your arm starts it and gets you where you need to be, and your wrist finishes it for you. But also, when people start to use them in conjunction, they don't realize that they start shaking. They start having impurities in their aim. And what I mean is, when you're aiming, you need to learn how to convert a fast flick into a smooth movement. And an example of this is, have you ever been caught off guard in a real game, and then someone peeks you, and you flick over, you're almost on the head, but then you start vibrating, you start shaking, or you start choking right before you have to make the shot. You made such a perfect movement, you did so well, and then you mess it up in the end. And that's because you're not able to convert a fast movement into a smooth movement. A lot of people, if they do something fast, they stay fast or stay shaky, and they don't have that control to say, flick, slow down, flick, slow down. And you need to be able to learn that. You need to be able to spend time on that, because that happens a lot. And it looks cooler. How many times have you seen someone clutch and they flick and then one tap somebody? That looks awesome. And you're like, yeah, I want to do that. And it feels good to be able to do it, and it's not really as complicated as you might think. Sometimes, of course, it's luck. Sometimes the guy just got a lucky shot off. But other times, it is skill to it. And that's why people like Tens are able to just say, flick bang, because he's able to convert that speed into smoothness afterwards. Because a lot of people believe, if I'm fast, I sacrifice it for smoothness and control. If I'm slow, I sacrifice it for speed. But that's not always true. You can have both. You just have to train both, and you have to be able to train the conversion of both. It's not complicated. It's not a secret sauce. You have to know this to do it. It's just the ability to make a conscious effort to do it and then practicing it. What I like to do is I like to do tracking maps. Tracking maps like Fugula XYZ. That's why I preach it so much. Because Fugula, when it blinks, you have to make that flick and then be smooth and follow the motions. Because if you don't, you're going to look like you're having a stroke on the target, which plenty of people do. They're sitting there like, I can't keep up. It's moving so fast. But it's not. It's really not. Now, speaking of Fugal XYZ and different maps, I firmly believe to build your own perfect playlist, you don't need to overcomplicate it. You should have one group in your playlist for fundamentals or warm-up, one for precision and clicking, one for tracking, and one for switching. What I like to do is I take maps like Smooth Your Wrist or Anti-Centering or Far Angle Smoothness. All three of these maps, by the way, in Kovacs, they all sit there and they're perfect for a warm-up. And they teach you something called speed matching. Speed matching is a big issue a lot of people have, and you might have had it. It's where you're tracking something and you know it's not moving fast or it's not changing speed, but you just can't keep up with it. You're tracking behind it or you're tracking in front of it, and it's not really your fault. It's something that you have to train. So I make sure that all of my playlists and all the playlists I give out to people have those maps in it or something like those maps in it, because it's not something you can cheat. It will always take the same amount of time to improve at. It's not like a technique issue. It's something that you just haven't learned that skill yet. So after you have those maps or maps like it at the start of your playlist, you want to add something that's more precision. Or what I like to do is tracking first, because tracking warms me up for the rest of my aim. So I do something like Fugal XYZ or any type of air tracking target. So a target that moves in the air and moves quickly and does sporadic reactive movements. Now I do Fugal XYZ because it is reactivity where you have to react to the way it changes directions, but it's also smoothness because a lot of times it doesn't move as fast as people think, and you just have to make that smooth squiggly line following it. The other map I do is something that's a ground target that you have to track. Usually something similar that's reactive but also smoothness. So something like Ground Plaza or Track Stop and things like that. Those two maps, what they do is you're able to track them and you follow it and you follow the small reactions it makes, and you have to be able to flick when it changes direction or quickly change direction and then smooth out your aim and follow it. And you want to be able to train not overreacting to it. You don't want to sit there, flick to it, flick back, flick, 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 flick. Try and stay on target. You want to be able to train the fine motor movements of following the target. By the way, if you're ever curious about these maps, there's tons of videos on my channels about it, and I'll release a playlist of my own in the description that you can just look up different versions of the map and change it for yourself. So you won't have to memorize all these maps. Just download the playlist and you'll see plenty of them in one playlist. Or join my Discord. Everyone's pretty active there, and I have a huge resources tab that has tons of different maps and tons of different things you can use, especially if you're new. Now, once I do the tracking maps, I add something with precision. Precision, usually I don't like doing static targets. And also I'm starting to create my own little running theory about one wall, one target maps. And the reason why is I think about it like this. One target completely develops the finest motor movements of react, click, react, click, react, click. And I think it might be better than any other map for aim training. And if you think about it, almost every other map is one target, except for like switching. And honestly, I think switching could benefit from doing one target too. Because in tracking, you just have one target to focus on. There's no predicting in it. There's no nothing. You have to sit there and react to it and figure it out. But we don't do that for clicking. For clicking, we allow ourselves to path and to plot out which way we're going to aim. And I think it creates another level of skill, but it also creates a level of prediction that doesn't train what we're actually looking to train. So right now, I'm not suggesting do one wall, one target maps because I haven't really fully developed my theory on it and tested it myself, but it is something to think about. And what I do instead is I do vibrate maps that are close together. So VBR maps, things like that. And I'll probably show some on screen now. And I do shimmy maps. If you know who Shimmy is, he's a clicker main. He likes doing precision maps. He does hip fire and all that. I actually like some of his maps a lot because I like clicking. And he has a map called Shim Hip Fire. Personally, I use that one now a lot because it trains you to be able to do big targets, then smaller, then smaller, then smaller, then smaller. And hip fire, in my opinion, is one of the best maps for aim, or at least aim converting into real games, personally. Especially Hipfire Extra Small. Hipfire Extra Small, if you've ever watched my channel, I preach a ton because I firmly believe it's an amazing map. And it builds good technique because Extra Small makes it so you have to click when you're on target. So you learn hit confirmation because you're forcing yourself to look at the target and the crosshair, line them up and click at the right time. And it trains good habits where you train yourself not to miss. So I usually do a Hipfire map, whether that be Shim Hipfire, Pokeball Extra Small, maps like that. And I do a Pokeball map where I hold down left click the entire time. Now, a lot of people I see, they hold it only when they're on target. I don't do that, and the reason why is I like killing two birds with one stone. I believe that when you hold left click the whole time, you can focus on your tension management as well as your precision. So you can hold down left click and you can focus on, let me make this wide flick, and let me also control the tension in my hand where I slow myself down enough, but I don't also squeeze so much that I'm crushing my mouse and I can't make fine adjustments. And it creates a balance between the two, and it helps you learn that. And then for the final one, switching. I used to really not like switching maps, but now I started doing smaller switching maps like the ones that I'm showing on screen here. And those maps, they still train the skill of switching, but they're not FOV based, if you know what I mean. A lot of switching maps doesn't really train the skill of switching. It trains the skill of switching and you guessing correctly on where the bot is, or you raising your FOV so much that you can see everything, which I don't like doing that. I like being able to just train the skill I want to train. So you can also add these maps into your playlist, and all of these maps you can change the skill level for. Almost all of them have an easy version and this version, that version, and that's about 2 maps for each kind of category that will completely transform your aim. And that's going to lead us into level 3. What if you're already at a baseline of aim and you just want to reach the next level? You don't want to be above average. You don't want to be just top 90%. You want to be top 1%. Well, for you guys, and I know there's a few of you, if you're trying to reach the best of the best, unfortunately, a lot of it is self-reflection and time. And what I mean is, when I made my second climb to Masters, I only did it in about a month. And that was from Plat. I was Plat at the start of the month. And I was terrible. I was barely aim training too. I did it I think I hit Jade in 6 days. I have it written down somewhere. Maybe I'll show the photo. But I hit Jade in 6 days. And the only difference each time I improved a rank, all I did was, let me play this map, let me play this map, let me play this. What am I doing wrong? Okay, I'm not moving my arm when I aim. Okay, I'm not, whenever I see this target, I shake a lot. Or when I was doing switching maps, I would switch and then the bot would make really basic movements, but I couldn't keep up. So maybe I couldn't convert my aim. Maybe I couldn't track. And I would look over my own gameplay, or while I was playing, I'd think about it and I'd say, what am I doing wrong? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't want to do this because it's that's a lot of work. It's also why people pay for coaching. Why should I sit there and suffer thinking through all this when I can have someone else do it for me? But if you really want to reach that top level, you either have to hire a coach or you have to be able to look over your own gameplay and figure out what's wrong. And what I did was, and if you've ever seen it, I created my GM playlist and my Masters playlist, and all the playlists that I made, they were all the same framework. A basic fundamental part of the playlist, which was smooth your wrist, anti-centering, things like that. Then a big issue of mine, which was tracking, specifically air tracking. So Fugala XYZ, I did Grandmaster. And then I found out what other issues I had, which was maybe speed, and I added maps that were speed focused. Then, and this part is a big secret that I love, and it's not really a secret if you've watched my videos, I set a baseline of score. And after I set that baseline, when I've really peaked out and I can't get any higher and I'm plateaued and I know I'm just I can't get any better, it's pissing me off, I play really hard maps that I've set a certain level of score on, and I switch my sensitivity. Now, what I personally did, I went up to a 7 in Overwatch at 800 DPI, and my main is normally a 3.2 to a 4.3. That range is usually what I main. So a 6 or a 7 was too fast for me. So I went to that too fast sensitivity, and I sucked every single day. Pause. And I just kept doing it. I kept playing on the maps that I suffered on. And then when I started reaching that baseline I was already at before, I changed the sensitivity again. Higher. This time 8. And I would keep increasing it and keep suffering and keep pushing the sensitivity range that I was good at. And this made it so that when I went back to my main sensitivity, it felt too easy. And I broke every single one of my plateaus like that. And I don't think there's anything more to it. I don't think there's something special you can do. Every bit of aim is figure out what you suck at, push yourself, fix it, do it again. So I'm sorry if level 3 was a little lackluster, but that's all it is. And that's all you really have to do. There is no secret sauce to aim. Aim is just like any other skill. Figure out what you suck at, fix it, work on it, spend time, and keep improving. I went from level 1 to GM in 6 days. And while I was climbing, there were plenty of times that certain things just didn't matter. Kills didn't matter, or the amount of healing you had, or the amount of damage you did. A lot of it just didn't matter. But in this episode of Shottys Yap Session, I'm going to go over the stuff you don't see on the scoreboard that actually has a much bigger impact than you know. And if this is your first time watching one of my Yap sessions, this is the series where you turn me on the background and I yap about a topic. Or if you want to, you can watch the mid gameplay. Let's get right into it. Okay, what kind of sparked this was I was playing Star-Lord, right? If you guys saw the stream, I streamed yesterday playing nothing but Star-Lord, climbing up from bronze, and I think before the end of the stream in 3 hours I made it to gold. No, I think I made it to silver 1. And a lot of the time while I was talking, I was like, see, stuff like this, guys, right now my aim is terrible, I'm throwing, but I have a huge impact because I'm doing XYZ. And I kept talking about stuff like that, and I realized a lot of people probably don't realize this or probably don't know about this, or this is the type of situation where if you don't have a ton of kills, you'll get blamed as a DPS even if you do certain things, or a tank or whatever. Now, the first one I think is the most important for tanks and DPS players, and honestly, even healers can do it, and it was the one I was doing the most on stream. I was playing Star-Lord, and I would rush up into their backline, and even when I was missing, I would shoot at people, I would pester them, and I would have maybe 2 of their healers, or maybe a healer and a tank. In general, someone important on their team looking at me, fighting me, or when they weren't looking at me or fighting me, they were worried to death about me. And if you guys look back at that VOD, which I'll link in the description, or you can just go check it out after. In a lot of those games, I didn't play crazy good. I just farmed ults, and I irritated them. But I also had a lot of impact because in a decent amount of matches, people were too occupied with me. And you won't see that on a scoreboard, because I won't kill them, I won't get a ton of damage, but I'll be keeping their attention on me instead. And the thing is, almost any character can do this, depending on how you play them, right? For Star-Lord or Black Panther, or in general backline characters, it's easy for us. We set ourselves up near a health pack, or we're near the back end of the enemy team, and we just poke, we shoot, we do damage, we do whatever, and we make them horrified that we might jump on them at any time. Or we do jump on them, do a ton of damage, maybe get a kill, and then pull their attention no matter what. For example, how many times have you guys lost because you have a Black Panther in your backline? And I'm going to speak from a healer's perspective. You guys are the healers. Black Panther, even if he doesn't kill you, or Psylocke or whatever, he doesn't kill you, but he's irritating you, he's poking you, he's damaging you, and you stop healing to look around for him. Or you heal less because you're like, what if he's near? Where is he? What's he gonna do? Same thing goes for DPS. If you're sitting there being a DPS player and you see one like Hawkeye sitting in China sniping you, how many times do you pull your aggro off of the tank that could have died 10 years ago because his healers are separated from him, and you pull off of that and you go shoot at the Hawkeye, that you weren't going to kill anyways because he's sitting right next to a health pack with a healer right beside him. But stuff like that, you're never going to see on a scoreboard. And so many people are always concerned with, oh, aim or getting kills or this or that. And everything is the DPS's fault. I had a game where, and if you watched my last Yap session, you heard about it. I had a game where I had a tank and he kept saying, nothing is dying. It's the DPS's fault. Usually they're just not shooting anything. And one of the healers chimed in and said, well, that's not always the case. And in that game specifically, it really wasn't, because we were sitting there fighting, the tank wasn't paying any mind behind him. He was just running it down. And every time he ran it down, I usually had to peel because our backline was getting murdered by a dive character. And this guy was actually getting kills. He wasn't just damaging or pestering. He was wiping them. So I had to peel, and the tank wasn't paying attention, and he didn't save them, or he didn't help, or he didn't wait up so we could kill them first, then push it. And by the end of the game, you'll see 50 million damage blocked as a tank, and you'll say, well, it was my DPS players. They didn't do enough damage. See, he only has 10,000 in 4 rounds. And while, yes, maybe 10,000's a little low, but when you find out that that damage was all of it on a Black Panther trying to dive our team, and by the time we got rid of him, our tank was already dead, and we couldn't fight, well, then it sounds a little bit more reasonable. But unfortunately, everyone's quick to blame somebody else. And we don't realize that just holding tab doesn't tell you everything, right? Now, besides just pulling aggro for enemies, another thing that I really like doing, and I've noticed that until Diamond, I didn't see people do much. Actually, I don't think I saw it much in Diamond. I saw it in like high GM lobbies, but it's kiting. And if you don't know what kiting is, it's basically you hear a Star-Lord ult and he's stupid, so he pops it in front of you. Your whole team, no one dies. We all just waddle back behind a wall or run back and give the enemy team space. Or a better example of it is you hear a Mantis or a Luna Snow ult. Both of those ults, unless you're Hawkeye and you're going to headshot them through it, which you can, by the way, if you didn't know, you're not going to stop it. So why are we all standing in it, fighting them when they have infinite health, basically? Are we insane? So that's when kiting comes in. You guys can literally just step back. Just go back, give them the space that you were just trying to fight for, nobody die, and just run. Just run a little bit. And as soon as that ultimate's over, counter ult, or then fight normally. It's like a lot of people just say to themselves, well, I heard that ultimate pop, the fight is lost. There's no point. But that's not true. A lot of the time you can win the fight, especially because people in a Luna Snow or Mantis ult, they play overly aggro. They forget that the ult expires, and they just start running it down. Then you'll see that one DPS, and trust me, I'm guilty of it. I think I did it on stream yesterday and laughed about it. You'll see the DPS that was riding the Luna Snow ult. The Luna Snow changes her mind and backs up because she realizes it's overextended, and then the DPS dies for free. Then you guys lose the fight. It happens all the time. But if you don't kite and you give them that space and fight in the advantage space that they have, you're playing into the enemy. Also, I know I've been talking a lot about DPS and healers, but you tanks aren't safe either. I can't explain to you how many times I had to switch to tank because our tank was just scared. Now, there's a good middle ground, right? There's one of the two that you'll probably be doing. You're either going to be barrel stuffing them, dying behind walls, or you're going to be sitting there with your shield and one of your DPSs or your healers have to run in front of you to say, come on guys, let's go. Why are we sitting behind the choke? Now remember, a lot of the time, if you have a real match and you're playing well and you're comboing well, one full team wipe is only 6 kills. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 kill games are much harder to get if you're playing well as a team. Because how many team wipes should you have to win a game? Let's say we have a push a point map. If we're pushing the point, we kill them all 6 times once to take the point. Then, to get to the halfway point, let's say 2 more times. That's only 18 kills across the whole team. At most, let's say it's 36. So, 36 kills across the whole team in a normal game if we're all playing as a team and we're all actually just going for not giving free picks or not taking useless picks. And that's another thing. A lot of people get a ton of kills or a ton of damage, and this is really common with Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl, in my opinion, is a terrible character unless you're playing completely out of position. Her ult is bad. She has a good stun that she can just full kill you for. But that's it. If you've ever played Overwatch, Junkrat and sometimes Soldier was looked down on just because all you're doing is farming the enemy team healer ults. You're never finishing, and you're just doing a ton of damage. And a lot of the time, you guys are bouncing them off walls, or hitting them around corners. And how many times do you actually get a kill like that? Then you end the game with 30,000 damage and say, it wasn't my fault. When then you look at the statistics and you find out that their Luna Snow had 17 ults. I don't know whose fault it is then. But that's a big thing that people don't pay attention to. They just say, oh, well, I got a ton of damage. You guys threw. Which sometimes, absolutely, I agree with you. You're completely right, they threw. But other times, you threw. Because you never finished a kill. If you look at it and you see how many times you got a final blow, you'll find out you got 10 final blows with 30,000 damage. If that isn't a problem, I don't know what is. Because do you know how much health someone has? They have 300, let's say. How'd you do that much damage and get 10 final blows? And then across your whole team, you guys only have like 40 kills. So where did all that damage come from? Anyways, I got a little distracted, but I'm gonna put everyone who watched this far into the video on some game real quick. These are tips that not many people really talk about. So as a reward for everyone who actually watched this far and listened to me yap this much, I'm gonna tell you guys some of it. And if you do like what you hear, or if you want to hear more about it, my next video is going to be a 2025 video about how to get better than everyone else. And it's gonna go through beginner level, intermediate level, and advanced level of tips and training that you can do. Anyways, a few things that not many people talk about, especially if you play video games and all that. Aim, if you didn't know, is essentially hand-eye coordination. And this is for console and PC. This is just in general. You're watching where your crosshair is, and you're moving either your thumb or your mouse, or if you play with your mouth or whatever, you're moving it accordingly to complete an action. In my experience, and if you don't know, I'm an aim coach and I've been practicing aim for a few years now, and I've been playing FPS games for 16 years. No one trains their eye portion of it. And in the description, there's going to be a few eye exercises I use. They're eye stretches and they're also eye tracking exercises. And I used to get a lot of headaches playing video games. I used to play way too much, or I used to practice too much. And for everyone who's really trying to reach that upper level, or if you're just like, well, I've never heard of this before, let me try it out. Eye stretches help a ton. They help with alertness, they help with your vision, they help with a lot of different things. On top of that, I almost got carpal tunnel growing up, and I started doing wrist and finger exercises. And I'm going to leave you guys a document down below for that as well. Both of those things help me a ton with my health. And I aimed better. Even just one day of doing it, I felt more alert. I felt more awake. And if you guys have ever played FPS games and you're like, I feel like I'm autopiloting, or I feel like my eyes have motion blur, which is something I've told my friends a lot. It's usually something like this. It's usually you just haven't warmed up your eyes and we're just kind of trying to play without warming them up, or our fingers or our wrists, or just in general, we're not warmed up. So if you guys do want to try those out, they're down below. Also, one big thing, I've been testing this theory I've had for a long time, and there was actually a study on it years ago. Can't remember exactly what they did in the study, but the gist of it was they had music playing for someone to study, and they found that when you study listening to music, when you listen to that same song or those same songs again when you took the test for what you studied for, you were able to recollect the information better. And this would also make sense for aiming, because when you practice your aim, or whenever you practice a mechanic or you practice a combo, if you do it with a sweat playlist or whatever, and then you listen to that same sweat playlist whenever you're playing, it'll probably be easier for you to quote unquote get in the zone, right? AutoZone. But from my experience, and honestly, I think plenty of people have a sweat playlist and they have it for a good reason. I do genuinely believe listening to the same songs that you practice with whenever you're trying to try hard or whenever you're trying to play genuinely does help, and there have been studies to back that. In my 15 years of FPS experience, I decided to train my reaction time, and it went from average to faster than an F1 driver in less than a month. And I'm going to teach you guys how I did it and everything I learned. Now, welcome to Shotty's Yap Session, episode 6. Also known as the greatest background noise. If this is your first time tuning in, welcome. My name's Michael, also known as Shotty. This is the series where I yap about stuff and teach you guys everything I know. Obviously, it's pretty self-explanatory that reaction time is how long it takes you to react to something. But what most people don't know is we have reaction times that are different based on what we're reacting to. Now, what that means is if I hear a noise, for example, I might react faster depending on how fast my reaction time is for that specific thing, compared to seeing something. There's visual reaction time and then there's auditory reaction time. And some people, they think that, oh, I'm so fast, my reaction time's so fast, and then they get in a match and you throw. You know what I mean? It's like you don't react. Someone will TP behind you like you're playing Valorant and you see a Youre, or so many other things, and you can't react because you hear it, but you haven't trained your auditory reaction time, so you can't react to it as quickly as you could by just seeing something. Now, fortunately, the most important reaction time is your visual reaction time for video games. So I trained that up first. And I ended around, I think the highest I've ever gotten is 120 milliseconds, which for me is crazy. There was one application that I'll tell you guys about later that I got a 100 millisecond reaction time on. And that was insane. I think that was the best I've ever gotten. It was really cool. But before that, before I even trained it at all, it was all reaction times of 250, 230. I think the best I could ever get back in the day was 220. And I was happy about 200 or 220. Because that area was like, yes, I'm getting better. I'm so good. But I looked at the pros. I think that was actually, that's what caused me to start training my reaction time. There was a Linus Tech Tips or something like that YouTube video out on, on YouTube, obviously. But he was interviewing pros asking basically if reaction time mattered. And he had Shroud set up and he did like a 1v1 or something. And I saw that Shroud's reaction time was like 150 milliseconds. And it's in line with a lot of professional players. And then I realized it was like, I can't compete. There's no way I can even think to compete with these people. So I had to decide, okay, I suck. I got to get better. I got to figure out how to get better. So I looked everywhere. I followed every YouTube video. I listened to everyone, what their advice was. And it all kind of sucked. Like their advice was, oh, well, just play video games or do this or do that. And then I decided, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to keep reacting to stuff over and over and over again until I got better reaction time. Now, this is what I call my brute force method. And for the brute force method, all I really did was I would choose days out of the week. I would choose maybe 2 to 3 days and rest in between each of them. And then I would have one of those online reaction time tests. You guys all know the ones like human benchmark and things like that. And I would play it for like 100, 200 repetitions because it was like, to me, it was common sense. I want to react faster. Let me react to a lot of stuff. So I would keep playing. I'd keep playing. And I basically built a program around doing 100 every single day or every other day. But now that you guys hear that, before you just click off, oh, well, now I know how to train it. Oh, this guy's just going to teach me how to do this. That's not all. I actually learned from training my reaction time 2 ways that were actually more important than doing this and way better. Because I learned that reaction time actually didn't matter. People always tell you, oh, well, your reaction time is important, or it's genetic, or it's this, or it's that. there's plenty of other things people say. And I learned that, one, your reaction time, it's inconsequential if you don't train this one thing. And then two, there's so many better ways to train it for actual in-game practice than what I did. So I'm going to share both of those with you guys in a little while. But before I do, I want to clear up a few things. People always say reaction time is genetic, which it might be, some of it might be, but I know you can train it. How do I know? I did it, and I keep getting better. Even when I aim train nowadays, my reaction time keeps getting faster. It keeps getting better depending on what day I play, how much sleep I got, things like that. And speaking of how much sleep I got, that's the second thing. People talk about what impacts your reaction time. Most people only think about, oh, well, if you're old, your reaction time is bad. But actually, there have been plenty of studies that are backing it and saying that the reaction time change from a 20-year-old to a 60-year-old is only about 40 milliseconds, which is, in my opinion, inconsequential compared to how much you could really improve. Like me alone, I improved over 100 milliseconds, and I'm 22. So that means by the time I'm 60, if I keep it up, if I maintain my own health, I'll still have a reaction time of 180 milliseconds, which is still better than most people. And that's assuming I don't improve at all. That's assuming I peak out at 120 milliseconds, which it's very possible. I don't really know the ceiling for reaction time. I thought my ceiling was 150, but then it just kept getting better. I keep seeing improvement every day nowadays. But what does matter for reaction time is sleep and water consumption. It's pretty common knowledge that the amount of water you intake is dependent on most things in your health. And it's also pretty common knowledge that sleep is super important. So both of those still apply for reaction time. Now, if you don't want to do the brute force method, which with 100 repetitions, you could do what I do now. And this is my current method of training that brought me from 150 milliseconds down to 120, which is I play reactivity maps in Kovacs or aim labs. Now, you might ask, what's a reactivity map? Or what's aim labs and Kovacs? There are these online aim trainers. One of them is free and one of them is paid. Aim labs is completely free. And you don't need to play anything other than aim labs. The reason why is you don't need much out of it. All you really need is to face a map where you have a target that's moving very quickly. What I usually do is one target that's moving on the ground left and right very quickly, and I do another target that's moving in the air very quickly. I'll link down below a few maps for that. But in general, if you practice reactivity maps, you'll increase your hand-eye coordination for aiming, so you'll be able to translate your reaction time into aim. But you'll also learn how to become faster at reacting, and you'll train yourself to react to different stimulus. And speaking of different stimulus, there are also maps on aim labs where it teaches you how to react to sounds instead of just seeing something. I'm going to link every single map in the description. I'm also going to link the websites that I use to train my reaction time. But then I realized my reaction time didn't even matter because I would have such a fast reaction time. But I would go into a match and it was like, I didn't even know how to use it. It didn't do anything for me. And that's when I learned about reflexes. There's a lot of debate on reaction time versus reflexes, and people say, they're the same thing, but they're not. And what I mean by that is your reaction time is how fast you react to something. Your reflexes is what you do when you react. Now, to explain it to you guys, I'm going to tell you guys two quick stories. The first story is of my dad. Now, my dad was driving me to school one day, and when he was taking me to school, he looked over at me to tell me something. I can't remember what he said, but when he looked over, some guy tried cutting him off at the exact same time. And without even looking, without anything, my dad was able to slam on the brakes instantly. And I thought, wow, he must be cracked. He must have a super reaction time. But the funny thing is, he's only slightly above average. And it got me thinking. I was like, so why did he react so quickly? How did he do that? How did his foot get to the brake so quickly? And then I had another story. Now, my friend might watch this, so he might kill me. But one of my friends, now I'm a pretty good driver, and I yelled at my friend for this because I thought it was stupid. But I realized now it was reflexes. He was driving, and someone came into his lane, tried cutting him off. And when they tried cutting him off, instead of hitting the brakes, he swerved trying to avoid the person. And he swerved into a ditch. Now, a lot of people say, well, wow, he must be stupid and blah, blah, blah. But it's a matter of training. It's a matter of what you train yourself to do when something happens. And what I mean by that is, my dad always taught me two things. Whenever I'm driving down, and I'm in New York, so you know in New York, it's crazy with the stop signs. So whenever I'm driving past certain intersections or different places, my first reaction is be near the brake and near the horn. So before someone even thinks to do something, I'm already reacting to what they're doing, hitting the horn and the brake at the same time. So 1, I alert them with the horn, and 2, I'm stopping in case they're too stupid to stop. Because in the road, you can't assume. You can't just think, this guy won't do that. He's not stupid. Because it's always better to assume everyone is stupid except for you when you're driving. Because there are crazy people on the road. There will be people that do dumb things on the road. So it's always better to just assume you're the only person that can control it. You're the only person that can control anything. Now, what's the point of those stories? Well, the point of the stories are even professional players. Like, there's plenty of professional players that have a reaction time slower than me. I think Simple has a reaction time of like 180 milliseconds. And if you know who Simple is, he's the GOAT. He was cracked back in the day. He was hitting insane shots, but his reaction time isn't that fast. But you watch him in a match, and someone will pop up on his screen, and in the same pixel, they're dead. And it's his reflexes. He trained his reflexes to say, okay, if I see this person, my brain already knows, line it up here and hit them. But some people, their reflexes aren't trained, so they might make a squiggly line towards them, or they might overshoot, or they might just not know how to react and shut down. But I'm going to teach you guys a few maps that I use on Kovacs and Aim Labs that completely transform my reflexes. Now, one of them, and in general I've noticed, how well I perform in regular maps on Kovacs compared to reflex maps is night and day. Like, for one of my reflex maps, I'm like, I think I'm top 0.1%, top like 500 out of 300,000 players. I can't remember, but a lot of reflexes maps. And you might ask, what's a reflex map? Reflex maps are where you only have one target. Now, the reason why that helps and that trains your reflexes is you have to use your reaction time to see when the target pops up. You have to use your reflexes to properly react to them by shooting them or tracking them or whatever and adjusting to them. And you have to do that over and over. And there's no guarantee where the next target will be. There's no guarantee of anything. You have to react and move. And it trains you to build good habits. It trains you to react properly. It's like when we're kids, how do we know when we touch the stove in that same second? How do we know to instantly pull our hands off the stove? It's a reflex. It's survival. It's just the way we're built, you know? And that's also why boxers do the same drill 800 times. Because you want to be able to do something without thinking. You want to be able to just react. Like, for example, you know you have a fight coming up, and you know this guy always does a lead right hook. If he always does a lead right hook, and you practice against that, before he even thinks to do the hook, you're already reacting and you knock him out. And that's reflexes. You see that certain twitch in his muscles, and before you even think, before you even know what he's doing, you hit him because you practiced those drills. You set up those drills so you knew what was going to happen. And that's also why professional players, it's such a night and day difference between casual players. Because they have thousands of hours. So every outcome, everything is already thought of. And that's why in CSGO, you've seen people get pre-fired through walls, like common spots. And it's because someone's had so many hours on a game and so much experience, or in anything. And they know what you're doing before you do it. Because they've seen so many people do it. And they have such a large sample size of people doing it. I went from level 1 to Grandmaster in Marvel Rivals in 6 days or 20 hours. I've been playing FPS games for 16 years, and I'm a top 1% aim trainer player and aim coach. And with the new year here, I'm going to give you guys brutally honest advice that I guarantee will make you better. This video is going to be separated into 3 sections. The first one's for beginners, second one is for intermediates, and the third one is for advanced. And as each section gets more advanced, the tips will get better and more advanced. So if you're serious about improving, or if you just want to hear stuff that you've probably never heard before, make sure you watch till the end. In this episode of Shottys Yap Session. And if you guys are new here, this is the series where I yap about a topic, and you guys turn me on in the background while you do something else, or if you really want to, you can watch the mid gameplay. Let's get right into it. Now first, I'm going to go into the basics of FPS games, or in this case, Marvel Rivals. If you guys are below like plat to gold, genuinely you should be playing differently than you do when you get to higher ranks. And I think that's something people don't talk about enough, because a lot of people watch, oh, this is how I play Grandmaster, this is how I play in top 500. But if you make another account, which if you don't know, I have 2 accounts in Diamond, and one that I stream on my channel and play Star-Lord, which is in Gold 2 right now. So I've experienced the lower ranks multiple times in this game already. And a lot of people don't realize that you should be playing differently. Even your decisions as a player should be different in lower ranks. And I think that's also why higher rank players sometimes struggle in lower elo, because I used to make jokes with my friends. We would play, and sometimes I just wouldn't be able to hit someone in a lower elo because they just wouldn't strafe, or they would just bot walk straight at me and it would completely throw off my aim, and then I would miss. Because even something simple like that, just strafing or positioning, it's completely different. And a good example of this is Wolverine or Hulk. Two great characters. If you try to use them in bronze, you're gonna throw. Wolverine, maybe not if you're a good Wolverine, but if you try to use Hulk, no matter how good you are in bronze, you basically can't climb because no one's gonna push with you. Everyone's gonna just sit there and ignore you, and your whole team probably won't get kills, and you're just gonna be in their face beating them to death with Hulk. And if they put Penny on, you just lose because you're the only one going in. But if you do that in Grandmaster top 500, you guys are gonna dominate. That's the meta right now. But it's not the same. It isn't just one size fits all. Now, speaking of pushing, that's the first thing I'm gonna touch on. Pushing in this game, or in general FPS games. A lot of people push either too hard, too little, or just too afraid to do something called taking space. Taking space, you can think about it as if you have a paintbrush. If your team is blue and the enemy team is red, you want to paint as much of the map blue as you possibly can and as little of it red as you possibly can. So you want to take space from them. It's like those games, I don't know, the IO games, I can't remember, where you're capturing the colors. That's your goal in most games. You want to take space and you want to control a larger portion of the map so that you could just sit there and bludgeon the enemy team for free or control how they play. Like if you watch some of my Star-Lord streams, unless I say it, you won't even notice that I'm pushing people out of position or I'm pushing people into my position so I get a fair 1v1. Well, things like that. Pushing can be used to completely control the flow of a match. If you know how to push and if you learn how to push, you can make it so the enemy team does whatever you want. And it doesn't just have to be that you getting dominated. And that's why sometimes you'll have games where their tank is barrel stuffing you guys and you guys are getting pushed all the way back to spawn. And it feels like there's nothing you could do. And from a DPS perspective, it's like, I can't kill anyone. They just own us. From a tank perspective, it's like my DPS aren't killing anything and I'm just not getting killed enough. And from a healer perspective, it's no one's killing anything. You guys all suck. You don't realize that a lot of times that isn't even what's going on. It's you guys are getting pushed into a corner or you guys are getting put in a fishbowl and they're just sitting there spamming down one spot because you guys aren't controlling any space on the map, so they don't have to look anywhere. How many times have you guys been playing and the reason why you can't get past a choke is there are tanks in your face, there's a Hawkeye in China sitting on high ground sniping you. Their healers are on a whole nother side of the map, and it feels like they're everywhere. It feels like you guys are just getting shot at from every single angle, and you can't do anything. And that's what taking space is. And when you're pushing, you have to think about that. You have to say, okay, if we have two tanks, maybe I should have one that goes straight through the main choke, and I should have another one that goes off with our flank DPS, and then they both pick off some people here, and then we pick off people over here, and by the time we actually get to the point, no one's there anymore. It's like two people on one fight, and then we win. Instead of all of us in one spot. Because imagine, it's just one little blue line in the main choke, while everything else is red. Why would you do that? It's not even fair. It's completely unfair to fight that. So, don't. Think about maps like that. Now, when you're in low rank, you're never going to get teammates to do that. So I would just think about how can I make space? Like if you're a tank main, you can make tons of space. But if you're a DPS or a healer, you have to start thinking about how can you make space? Or how can you convince them to make space? Because sometimes if you talk, especially if you're the healer, people respect it more if you come out and talk about it because everyone hates DPS players. Tanks get some respect, but if you're a DPS, it's always your fault. Speaking from experience. So healers get less flack. They still get flack, obviously, but it's a little bit better. So maybe if you're a healer main, you can try to talk people into doing it, but you just need to think about how can I do it? And speaking of thinking about what you can do, your job in ranked is do your job. That's it. Everyone wants to talk about their teammates and this and that and blah, blah, blah. You can't control them. Unless you're going to stack and get friends, you can't control your teammates. And you're all that matters in a ranked match. Because you're the only person that will always be on your team when you play ranked. So stop thinking about other people. Think about, what did I do? How can I do this better? How can I take space better? How can I position better? And while we're talking about positioning, the next point, positioning. Now for positioning, I'm going to do a full positioning guide in the future, with drawings and diagrams and all that good stuff because someone told me to. But for now, you should think about positioning the same way you think about taking space, the red versus blue. For positioning, there's off angles. Off angles are just angles that are away from the main choke. So if everything is red in one spot, you're going to be a little speck of blue over on the left or right, shooting at the enemy while they're looking at your team. That's taking an off angle. And just learning how to take off angles and bait your team and learn how to use your team to your advantage as a DPS player or even as a tank and sometimes a healer is huge. Because especially in lower ranks, nobody looks around. And the hit markers in this game, since this game is third person, it's a little misleading. It's hard to tell where you're getting shot from sometimes. So just that makes it so huge for you. And off angles, I mentioned this in my last video, but off angles are really, really powerful because even if you're not getting kills, you're pulling aggro. And pulling aggro is basically just taking the attention of the enemy team onto you. You're getting everyone to look at you or move around towards you. It's just like when you get a Psylocke or a Black Panther or a Star-Lord. Somebody in your backline just pestering your healers. And your healers are constantly, instead of ignoring him or instead of healing each other and just keep on pushing, they're trying to fight him. They're trying to hide from him. They're trying to play differently because of him. And a lot of the times you have to. Even if the player is terrible and he's doing that, at some point he's going to convince them not to heal, either to shoot at him or peel to him or something. And that gives your team, if they play off of it properly, a huge advantage. Because you're just going to get free wins. And that's why sometimes when you lose games, your healers will be constantly saying, guys, please, the Black Panther, backline, help me. And if no one helps, or if one of the tanks don't peel and defend him, you lose. Because usually they're attacking more than one healer. That means both of your healers will probably be pulled off you, or a healer and a DPS or something like that. Then you're going to complain, guys, why am I getting no healing? But it's because they were looking away. Because they had to. They were going to die. But doing that to the enemy team wins so many games. If you take anything from this video, learn what getting the enemy's attention does for you. That's also why sometimes if the Venom's decent, Venom is a complete tumor in a match. Because he's just sitting there jumping on you. Hello there, huh? Let me just take all your health. All right, you're going to heal. Doesn't matter. I fly away. I'm full health again. And he just keeps doing it. Then you see your tank dies. Because 3 of you were fighting a Venom in the backline that you didn't even get to kill. And your tank wasn't paying attention, so he died for free because he was pushing up thinking his team was with him. And then you lose games very easily. Another thing that I noticed whenever you guys are playing, a lot of people that are newer to the game or a lot of people that are starting to play, you need to learn that most times it's better to keep your abilities constantly on cooldown. Everything except for your escape ability, which is used to save your life when you play out of position or the enemy team dives you, you should be using all of your cooldowns, unless you have something specifically planned for it. A good example of this is Namor. What separates a good Namor from a bad one is a good one is constantly holding left click because he doesn't reload and he has constant ammo, constantly right clicking, and always has 2 squids placed down or all of his squids on cooldown. Always. And a bad one forgets to do all of that or some of that or anything. And there's so many times I've watched people play and it's like, why aren't you using it? There's no benefit to not using it. There's no better time to use it. You're not going to be able to get a kill off of it if you save it for 20 minutes. Just use it. Now, using your ultimate ties into this. I had a game today. It was funny. I was streaming me playing Star-Lord. And this guy on my team, he was charging up his ult. It was Doctor Strange. He was charging up his ult. He was just about to get it. And I was like, okay, cool, perfect. We're going to win this fight. And I told him, I was like, don't overheat. As soon as I said that, he overheated and he instantly popped his ultimate. He knew no one was near. It's just sometimes we get tunnel vision and we're trying to win and we're trying to try hard. And we just click that button because we're like, maybe we'll win with it. Just breathe. A lot of the time, you have more time than you think. Just take a second, breathe, look around, assess the situation, see, can I use it? Because your ultimate isn't just any ability. You should be ulting to win fights. You should be ulting to bait out ultimates. You should be ulting to do something. You shouldn't be using it just to say, maybe this will do something. For example, Strange, you should be using it because you know it wins fights. Or if you're using a DPS one, if you have both your DPS ults, use yours first, or comment and say, I'm going to use mine first. Get out a healer ultimate out of it, and then have the other guy ult and win the game. Also, one beautiful thing about this game, if you guys get ranked anxiety or if you're worried about climbing, I think since this game is free, every single person should have at least 2 accounts. By the way, I'm sorry there are no placements. I feel terrible every time I make a new account and I have to just go through bronze and keep people stuck there. I feel really bad about it. I was actually having someone talk about it today in my stream. I'm sorry. I don't want to do it. It's just the game made me do it, and I want to practice too, you know? So I'm sorry about that. But I think everybody should have an alt account. Because an alt account not only makes it so you can prove yourself, sort of, and you can climb back to whatever rank your main is, you can get tons of practice, you can learn different roles, you can learn different things, and you get more playtime without being afraid of losing your shiny pretty rank, which I think is a great thing. So if you don't know how to make an alt account, if you have Steam, just make another Steam account. That's all. Now, before we head to the intermediate tips and intermediate level, a few more things. Personally, I would go to either the coolest character you like, or I would go look at a tier list and look what's best, and I would just say, main it, one trick it. Now, a lot of people say, oh, don't one trick, don't do this, don't do that. If you're below gold, or even plat, one trick, I don't care. Because too many people spread themselves too thin, and they never actually get good at any character. They're just, oh, well, I'll play this one, I'll play this one, I'll play this one, and they suck at all of them, or they're okay at all of them. And you don't want to just be okay. You want to master a few. Later on, then you say, okay, now that I've mastered or near mastered this one, I will learn another one. But stop flexing and stop trying to be such a team player early on when you're not good at what you're supposed to be doing. It's more important if everyone does their job than if you guys have a 2-2-2 comp or a 3-3 comp. That doesn't matter as much as if you have 3 DPSs and 2 healers and a tank, but all 3 DPSs are really good DPSs, the tank is amazing, and your healers are great. That's better than someone switching off a role that they suck at. So stop listening to people telling you, oh, come on, it's a team player game. You have to do this for the team. If you're bad, you don't have to do anything for the team. The best thing you could do for the team is stop being bad and learn what you're supposed to be doing. Now, I know that doesn't sound nice, but it's true. Too many people are bad at their role or bad at a different role, and they switch to that role because the team needs it. The only thing a team really needs in this game is a healer, and Jeff exists, so it's not very hard to heal. You can just heal bot in a corner and just spam left click and heal everybody, and throw down bubbles. So it's stop stressing about team comps, especially if you're below like the higher ranks. I'd say Diamond Plus. If you're below Diamond Plus and you're completely stressing about team comps, you have other things to worry about. And too many times, I've had people literally throw matches because we didn't get a 2-2-2 comp. That doesn't even, I don't get it. So please, stop listening to everybody else. Hopefully this video gets 1 million views so everyone who plays Marvel Rivals hears this. Because we need to stop with the flex, guys, flex, learn everything, do everything. Because it's just not true. You'd rather a team of people that are really good at their job than a team that are pretty mid at their job. And later on, when you're better, then learn something else. And that's also why I made alt accounts to learn different characters. Because certain roles, I'm a bronze in. Well, okay, maybe like a silver, but I'm bad at them. And I know I'm bad at them. So what's the point in me going to Grandmaster and just saying, sorry guys, I'm going to go throw your matches, and then just throw to learn something on a free game. Mind you, that's the big part. On a free game. Please. Anyways, let's get into section 2. The intermediate section. Now we can talk about learning how to flex and all that. Once you've mastered one character, once you feel like you're really comfortable with a character or a certain role, then you should learn something in the same family. For example, super aggressive playing on like Punisher with a shotgun is somewhat reminiscent of playing Thor barrel stuffing people, right? So that's why I did Thor as my tank main. And then I'd play him, I'd practice him, and I only learned it after I could actually play my main role. So that if I don't get my main role, I'm not useless to the team. Because yes, at later ranks, you really should know more than one character. It's just you don't want to do that too soon because it does take a lot more time than a lot of people will actually take to learn a character or learn a role properly. And also, I think that's why Plat is considered ELO hell by a lot of people. Because in Plat, people just think they're better than they are. A lot of people in Plat just say, well, you know what, I'm good at my role, and then they don't do their role at all. They're just DPS players that actually have 2,000 damage, or terrible positioning, or a tank player that is not used to ever getting blamed. He only blames his DPS, even though he doesn't realize that he's never taking space, he's never pushing up, he's never doing anything useful for the team, but he's not dying, so he thinks he's helpful. Plat is full of that, and I think that's why Plat is full of it, because everyone doesn't actually do their role, or a lot of people don't actually do their role, then they get hard stuck there. And they constantly are just blaming everybody else instead of saying, what is my role? Am I doing my role? How do I do my role? Speaking of doing roles, I might have forgot to add it on earlier. So, one quick rundown of roles. I mentioned a lot with tanks. Take space, push up, and if you have 2 tanks, protect your backline. as a DPS, you should be playing depending on how your other DPS plays or how your tanks play. If your other DPS is a backline character, you want to either be weakening the squishies in the back for them, or you want to be frontlining with your tank, pumping damage into their tank. It all depends on how your other DPS plays. For example, on Starlord, I will be frontlining with my tank if I know my other DPS or other 2 DPS or whatever aren't going to be frontlining, because we'll never have enough damage on their tank that isn't going to get out healed if I don't. So you have to be able to say, should I push? Should I not push? When should I push? Where should I stand? And as a DPS, you want to try to be making a lot of off angles where you're playing away from the main choke so that you're constantly giving pressure so your tanks can push up and the rest of your team can push up. And healers, turn around, pay attention. I love you guys, right? You guys, we'd literally be impossible to play without you, but too many times, I actually have a clip of it this morning when I was playing Starlord. I stood still on point, begging, spamming, heal me, heal me. This guy did not turn around to heal me. He would not look at me to heal me. Then he got ulted by Psylocke, and I bet he would blame us if he had a mic. It's just, too many people don't realize their surroundings. Especially if you guys have an Iron Man. A lot of people ask for Iron Man players because it's a good comp with Hulk. If you have an Iron Man, get used to looking up. It's just because the thing is, I can't tell healers how to play. There's not much you guys have to do. Survive, heal, right? But one thing that I see a lot of mistakes being made is you guys don't look up, or you don't look behind you, or you never heal your other healer. Those are the big common issues I see. So just make sure when you're playing, you either have game sound turned up or you're on high alert looking around for your teammates. Because especially in low ranks, we're stupid. We're not going to look around. We're not going to know where you are. And unfortunately, it's your job to save us when we're stupid. Now, when you're starting to become an intermediate player, you want to start thinking about things like comboing ults or punishing your enemies and playing differently than you did before. You should start utilizing things like Groot ult. Groot is a great character if used right. If not, he's free kills. He just walks in, doesn't really have a get out, puts up a wall that everyone just burns through, and they murder him. But Groot ult plus most ults in the game is a free team wipe. Groot ult plus Moon Knight, free kill. Groot ult plus Iron Man, free kills. Groot ult plus Vishanti, or whatever, what's his name? Strange's ult. It's a free team wipe. Every single one of those is free. Starting to think about your teammates and thinking about, hey, yo, could we do this together, or should we do that together? Or using team-up combos like Hulk with Strange or Hulk with Iron Man. Stuff like that. If you just learn simple stuff like that, even if you're a bad player, you can be carried by the teamwork. Because I can't tell you how many times I've lost just because the enemy team used better ults than us. We've lost games that all of us have 40, 50 plus kills, and everyone on the enemy team has like 20, but it didn't matter. Because those 20 kills were full team wipes, basically, because they had good ult usage. So you should start thinking about, how can I do this together? Now, of course, I'll make a video in the future about ult combos, so the best ones and all that, but start experimenting. Make one friend, make one person to play with, and just say, yo, let's try this. Yo, let's try this. And there's a practice range. You can try everything in that. Now, when you're starting to get to the middle of the game and more of the hell ranks, you have to start thinking about just not playing. Sometimes, in my opinion, loser's queue is real. Everyone will say, oh, well, that's just a cope and blah, 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 or it's just statistics that loser's queue isn't real. Listen, you want to talk about statistics? Why would a company not make a loser's queue so you could sit there and play the game longer and play the game more? Because a winner's queue and a loser's queue will make you feel great, make you climb, and then you'll be like, wow, I love that. And then you'll lose a ton, and you'll be like, I just want to get that hit again. I want to climb again. That sounds like simple human psychology to me. But regardless of that debate, I've had times where I just go on a streak of the worst teammates I've ever experienced in my life. People that are actually just trying to throw, or they just want to make someone's life miserable. When you start getting 1 or 2 of those, just get off. If you lose 2 games in a row, get off for the day. Or if you went on a win streak of like 4 games, 3 games, and you lose 1, just stop. You're positive. That's all that matters. You went up. Stop playing so much. Because a lot of people, when they're trying to get out of the intermediate ranks, they just tilt queue, tilt queue, tilt queue. That's why you go to plat and you see a level 60 in there that's just terrible. It's like, he's probably not that bad, but he's just playing to play, and he just thinks, if I just keep queuing, eventually I will rank up. And that's just not true. If you're not reflecting, if you're not thinking about what you did wrong, if you're not trying to master your characters, if you're not playing at better times, you're not really trying to rank up. You're just playing the game. And there's nothing wrong with that, but be honest with yourself. Are you just playing the game, or are you trying to rank up, trying to improve? What's your goal? Because too many times, you're just not real with yourself. Too many times we want to save our ego or save our feelings because we don't want to be the reason why we lost, or we don't want it to be our fault that we're not ranking up, or accepting that maybe we're just not good enough to rank up. because you can be better. You just have to let yourself go of the ego. And by the way, some people get mad when you talk about ego. My ego, if you ask any of my friends, we have jokes that saying that my ego is bigger than my brain. It is. But I only have ego when it's convenient, I guess you could say. I use my ego to make myself more competitive. I use my ego to make myself better at games or push myself. And I even talked about it earlier today in my matches in my stream. There were plenty of times I would just say, yeah, that was my fault. I shouldn't have done that, or I should have played that differently. Even though I could say, oh my God, I'm the only one killing anything on this team. These people suck. And even if that's true, it's better to just say, I suck because I did this wrong, or I threw because I did this wrong, and then adjust for it, or make it yourself better, or play better. Now, this section's a little shorter, but I'm going to add one thing here before we get to the really advanced stuff, or the stuff that my longtime subscribers know about. If you're an intermediate player that's trying to get more advanced or trying to get an edge over other people or regular players, a little bit of aim training or aim practice, and I'm going to be releasing a practice range guide for you guys so you guys can practice, but just basic aim practice will set you ahead of 90% of people. Because most people don't realize a lot of people don't have that crazy of aim. Their aim is only good because they put themselves in positions where it's easier to aim. For example, putting yourself on high ground, it's easier to shoot down at people than shoot up at people. That doesn't mean they have insane aim. It means they played it better than you. So why not, if you want to be the best, or if you want to start pushing to be better, why not think about it like that for yourself? I can sit there and do better positioning and practice my aim and be even better than everyone else, which is a good idea. I do think you guys should start practicing it. So if you're really serious about improving, practice your aim. If you don't know where to start practicing your aim, join my Discord. We have tons of aim resources, Kovacs playlists, Aim Labs playlists for some of them. We have everything aim that you could ask for. Or just ask in chat. I have a guy named Vic. He's really cool. He answers tons of questions. And we have a lot of people in there that are just willing to help. Sometimes we don't respond. Sometimes we're all like dead or whatever, but it's a lot of help in there. So if you do want to start getting into aim training, check out more of this channel or join the Discord. Tons of people will help you. Now, let's get into the advanced stuff. This is the stuff that I love talking about. It's a blend between improvement and science, which I love doing. Because I think a lot of it is also how I improve so quickly at so many things. Because I think about things in statistics or analytically. It's also why I should have stayed engineering in college. But engineering, especially in engineering, you have to think about stuff in a certain type of way. There's a certain way of thinking for engineering. And I think about aim or improving in video games the same way. Now, if you guys don't know, aim is basically just hand-eye coordination. You see where your target is or your crosshair or whatever, and you move your arm, or if you aim with your mouth, thumb, or whatever, towards the target. And that's all aiming is in the simplest terms. But there's a few things I do for aiming because most people don't do it, and it gives me a huge edge. And if you really want to be one of those try-hard, advanced loser players like me, and if you really want to be the best, it works. The few things are, I don't want to have carpal tunnel or deal with wrist pain. So I do wrist workouts, I do finger workouts, I do stretches, and most importantly, I do eye exercises, eye stretches. I found that over the years, it's completely helped me with my vision, especially starting doing YouTube. When I first started YouTube, my vision completely diminished because I would sit in front of the screen working like 18 hours a day, learning, researching, practicing, writing scripts, editing, everything. 18 hours, sometimes a little more. Sometimes I just didn't sleep because I was so excited about a video. Like I'm kind of going to do this one because I've already been recording 40 minutes and this is probably only going to be like 25 minutes into the video because, yeah, I'm a yapper. And then I'm going to have to edit it for 6 hours. But eye exercises, it's really simple ones. I'll have them all in the description or in the resources tab of my Discord. It's just little stretches you do. And if you want to really practice your aim for it, you can start tracking targets on some of the maps and you'll learn how to just use your eyes to aim. Because a lot of people, when they aim, they move their head in real life or they try to keep themselves centered. So they're only staring directly at the center of their screen. And a good example of this is, how many times have you been playing and you're try-harding and your friends are spectating you and they keep asking you, Bro, you don't see him? He's right there. Are you stupid? It's because we don't keep our eyes fluid when we play. That's also why when I started driving, if you don't know, I'm getting old. I'm like 23. Yeah, I'm 23. When you start driving, you have to go from just looking in front of you, which gamers are professionals at, to looking left, right, rear view mirror in front of you. And you have to be watching what everyone else is doing and driving for them. I think I'm biased because driving in New York is much harder than most places because it's so chaotic, but you have to learn how to pay attention to everything. And if your eyes are rigid or not fluid and you're not looking around, it's impossible. So that's why I use eye training to practice that and help me with headaches so I don't get that anymore, and I'm able to focus for longer periods of time. As for the wrist and finger exercises, they'll be in the description. I used to have a click in my wrist. It would feel like when I moved my wrist slowly left and right, it would almost jump. And I started training it, and I eventually got it almost perfect. I still have it a little bit, but way better than before. Now, another thing is sleep. Sleep and water intake are almost directly correlated to everything in your life. Hormones, performance, reaction time, every single thing. But a lot of people don't think about video games or games like this or aim training the way they do about working out. If you guys don't know, I was originally actually a fitness YouTuber. Maybe I'll show some photos here of my before and after. I was a little tub of lard. But I used to do fitness, and I started doing aim training YouTube because they're extremely similar, and I played a ton of video games. But a lot of people don't think about aim training or practicing the way they do about working out, and they're the exact same. When you play Marvel Rivals and you're trying to improve and you're practicing, taking a rest day is important, or sleeping is important, or drinking water is important, but no one thinks about that. If you really want to be the best and you really want to improve, you need to start trying that. You need to start thinking about it. And actually, there were studies shown that to optimize your practice, practicing closer to bed actually helps you retain and build new connections in your brain better than you would if you did it at a different time. Because you can think about learning like a tower. Your brain will stack up the tower throughout the day, and then it'll deload from the top, clearing out the tower. So if you learn something right before bed, it'll be at the top of the tower. Then your brain, when you're sleeping, it's going to sort through all the layers. It's going to clear off the top, then the middle, then the bottom. Or if you wake up too early, you don't get the bottom cleared. So while we can't always get perfect sleep, you can optimize your practice so that you can improve better or faster than somebody else, or than you would have to save time. Another thing is practicing in suboptimal conditions. When you're practicing, too many people practice in a way that's comfortable. Now, to not bore you guys, there was a study I read that teaches you the best way to improve based on your skill level. Long story short, there's something called nominal difficulty and functional difficulty. Nominal difficulty is based on characteristics. So the size of a target you're practicing against, the patterns you're learning, the speed at which you're learning it, things like that. And functional difficulty is how hard something feels. So you can be practicing something that is hard, but you're so advanced that it doesn't feel hard, right? While someone who's a complete beginner could be practicing something extremely easy, but it feels impossible because they're new. The results of that study was that beginners learn best at low nominal difficulty and high functional difficulty, and advanced players improve better at high nominal difficulty and functional difficulty. Meaning that beginners should be practicing stuff that is easy but feels hard, and advanced players should be practicing stuff that is hard and feels hard. One thing you should realize from that is too many people practice stuff just to practice it, even when it's not hard anymore. It doesn't feel hard. You should always be chasing the feeling of difficulty. If it doesn't feel hard, you're probably not learning anything. It's the same way with working out. If you're working out, if the weight's too easy and you can just do 100 million reps of it, you're probably not putting on much muscle or building much neurodevelopment. So what's the point? Make sure you're chasing that difficulty if you're really trying to improve and maximize your improvement. If you guys saw my last video, I also talked about using music. There was a study that showed that whenever someone was studying listening to music, they were able to recollect information on the test when they listened to that same music again easier than they were. The point of me telling you guys that is, I believe it's also true for gaming. That's why sweat playlists and all that are so helpful or so useful, because it gets you in that zone. It gets you into the same mode that you were in when you were practicing. So I think that it can't hurt. Get yourself a music playlist or sweat playlist, and even if it's just quiet, turn it down so you can still focus, but just have it there. Now, a few more things since I told you guys about science. Instead of going all Andrew Huberman on you guys, there's a few things called acetaminophen, epinephrine, norepinephrine, whatever, adrenaline, etc., etc., etc. Long story short, if you've ever tried to get in a flow state or tried to focus and you just thought it was impossible, it's because you need certain things to get to that point. You need certain hormones to align for you to be able to focus. And in general, someone who's good at focusing can only focus for only about 1 hour and 30 minutes. So why am I telling you this? If you guys are really sweaty and try-hard-tastic, if you want to optimize your ranked gameplay, take a cold shower because it'll release almost all the hormones you need to focus. By the way, it doesn't actually have to be a cold shower. You can just suffer in cold for a few minutes or like a minute, and then play your ranked for about 1 hour and 30 minutes, then get off. That's like super sweaty loser try-hard stuff to do. I have definitely never done it. I promise. I'm lying. No, but Yeah, when I was younger, I was such a loser. It's very fitting I do these videos. I used to have blueberries too, because blueberries help with focus and they actually help with eye health. They help with a lot. So if you want blueberries, you should get some blueberries. Another thing, for anyone who's ever had problems with shakiness in their hands or a lack of calmness in their aim, there's something called L-theanine that my best friend, he's had shaky hands that he got from his dad for his whole life, basically, right? And I recommended him something called L-theanine. It's basically, it just calms you. I recommended him start taking it, and him and his dad tried it, and they both completely agreed. It helped a lot. They were able to calm themselves down. They were able to shake less in their hands. And I actually take it whenever I have coffee or caffeine without L-theanine in it. I make sure to take a supplement for it because that can be the difference from me feeling like my heart's about to blow up out of my chest versus feeling focused and feeling awake and feeling alert. If you guys want it, I have a link in the description for it. If you guys didn't know, there's something called sensitivity manipulation. And it's something I've been using since console to get my aim better. What it does is, if you play a really, really fast sensitivity or really, really slow sensitivity that you're not used to, I used to go up to like the fastest sensitivity I could on console. When you play on that and you practice on that, specifically practice, not just play and torture yourself, unless you hate yourself and you have an alt account that you're okay with throwing on, but practicing on that, by the time you go back to your main sensitivity, it will help and it'll drastically improve your aim or your overall performance. If you guys don't believe me, a lot of my coaching students do it. Almost all of them, I have them on a program doing it. And a basic program I do for them is 2 days of a really high or fast sensitivity and 2 days of a very slow sensitivity. Now, if you don't know, fast sensitivity I would call 20 centimeters per 360, and a slow sensitivity I would call around 60 or slower centimeters per 360. Now, if you don't know what centimeters per 360s means, it's how many centimeters you have to move in real life to do one 360 in game. There's going to be a calculator in the description to convert your sensitivity to see what it is, and you guys can start practicing that right away. If you're on console though, I would recommend you only do the fast one, because since you're on a joystick, you only need to be able to practice precise movements with it. You don't need to practice long, far movements with it. So I would only do the fast sensitivity practice. And as you get really good with it, or as you can control it, like you were able to control your old sensitivity, then you make it faster or slower if you guys are on PC too. And the goal is, the fast sensitivity makes it so you can control your aim way better and control the shakiness in your aim. And the slow sensitivity makes it so that you use your arm, your wrist, your fingers, all of it together when you aim, instead of only using some parts of your arm to aim. Anyways, my next video is probably going to be an aim routine for this game. So if you guys want to see that, subscribe. And if you guys want to hear more about how I climbed to GM in 6 days, check this video out. Have a good one, everyone. God bless you. In my 15 years of FPS experience, I think I tried everything to improve. And it was only recently, when I was trying to hit Voltaic Masters for the second time, that I realized I've been training wrong this entire time. Let me tell you the story about how I figured that out, and then how I fixed it. Welcome to Shottys Yap Session, episode 7, also known as the greatest background noise. Now, a lot of people say, you're lying, it's impossible. In 15 years, you didn't realize that you were training wrong, or are you just an idiot? Now, you might be right a little bit, but it took me so long because everything works. Everyone talks about, oh, you need to do the perfect way, or you need to do it like this to improve. But you can see improvement by doing anything, especially because if you're really bad at something, the only way is up. So even if you're doing garbage, it doesn't matter. You can still get improvement. You can still get better than a lot of people. Anyways, let me start telling you that story. Now, this experience, it taught me 2, maybe 3 big things. One of them was, there's a million ways to learn the same skill. You can improve by just doing anything, not just doing something correctly. But then I had to figure out how to do it correctly. So I decided, especially for this new Spectre Divide launch, I was aim training. And I hopped on Spectre Divide, and I realized a few things that day. Because I was only about 1 point off of 800 energy, which is Voltaic Masters. Which I think I still am 1 point off, because I was like, you know what? Hell with this. It irritated me, so I was like, I quit. I'll go back and get it one of these days. It's only 1 point. But that day, I'm like, okay, my aim feels great. I'm feeling warm. And I hop on Spectre Divide. And this was the launch day. So I was like, yes, we're going to destroy everybody. This is going to go great. And I sucked. And it was like, even when I was playing, sometimes I would notice it almost felt just like the aim trainer I just did. But I was like, why isn't this working? What am I doing wrong? But after I did all that aim training, I sucked at Spectre Divide. I was like, something's wrong. Let me figure it out. So I went to go play some maps on Kovacs. I think I played 5-sphere Hipfire, I played extra small, I played a few maps like that. But then I did extra small on 5-sphere Hipfire or 6-sphere. And I realized that after I ended that map, the high score I got was 100% accuracy, or 98. Then I went into a real match and my aim was better. I was like, wait a minute, what's wrong? Why did that work? So I had to mess around with some new things. And I tried to do regular hip fire, and then I played a match, and I realized my aim sucked again. And I realized that we condition ourselves to miss. Now, you might say, what are you talking about? We condition ourselves to miss. The whole point of aim training is we don't. But when you aim train, how often do you get 100% accuracy? How often are you shooting the same way you would shoot if you had limited ammo? How often are you aim training the way you play in a real match? And I realized that it's so simple. How did we not realize this? How did I not see this? But unfortunately, this realization only worked for clicking maps or maps that you could get 100% accuracy. So I had to figure out, well, what about tracking? How do I improve my tracking, or how do I track like this in a real match? I'll share with you what I figured out in a second, but first let me finish up on clicking. Now for clicking, what I would do is one of two things. I would play maps that forced me into getting 100% accuracy, so really small targets or targets that I can't just flick and have high confidence that I'm going to hit it. Or I played maps that were just normal and I focused on getting 95, 98% accuracy. Now, this isn't the best for high scores sometimes. This isn't the best for certain things, but it is the best for translating to real matches. Because we always just sit there and say, I'll click, click, click. But then when we go into real matches, we do the same thing. We think it's okay to just miss. When in a real match, you miss and it's over. There's no room for missing. You have to hit every shot or the other person will. Now, for tracking, I realized that I couldn't just do this. So I had to play in a specific way that would teach me how to track. So I tried everything. I messed around with Fugala XYZ, I tried track stop, I did a lot of different things. And there were two things that really worked. First thing, if I want to just in general make tracking feel easy for me, I would do maps that I only had 20% accuracy on. Now, this was really common sense to me because it was like, well, if I just do maps that I can't handle, I'll improve because that's just how our bodies work. But I realized that the way I'm tracking these bots, I'm never in a real match just throwing my mouse, 20 accuracy, 20 accuracy, 20 accuracy. It's usually more controlled. It's more like, it's slower. I'm trying to hit the shot in a more controlled fashion. So I also had to work in not just maps that were too hard for me to improve my overall reactivity and skill. I had to incorporate maps that were like real games. I incorporated maps that were so slow or so normal that I could just hit them when they strafed. Now, for the really hard map, I can't give you guys that. You have to choose any maps, for example, Fugala XYZ, Track Stop, or Air Angelic. Any of those three maps, you can increase the difficulty by looking through Kovacs and finding harder versions. But I had to design my own playlist that would work for real matches, that looked like real players strafing or something that I've seen in a real match. So I had to build my own playlist for that. But on top of that, I had to teach myself to pay attention when I'm playing a real game. How do I track? Do I track with my arm? Do I track with my wrist? And I had to play maps that I track that exact same way. Meaning that if I go into a match and I track with only my wrist, why would I track with my arm in an aim trainer if I'm just trying to get better at the game? So we need to also be able to make note of that and realize that we're doing this a little different. We need to pay attention to that. So I'm going to leave you guys a playlist in the description of some of the maps that I used to translate my tracking into real games. I'm going to tell you everything you need to know to achieve perfect aim in any game you play. So sit back, relax, and enjoy Shottys Yap Session, Episode 8. First up, the complete basics. What is aim? Well, aim is just hand-eye coordination for video games. It's pretty simple. Most people overcomplicate it, but really all it is you see where something is on your screen, like your crosshair, and then you move your arm accordingly. But unfortunately, when I say hand-eye coordination, everyone just loads up into a practice range or DMs or an aim trainer, and they say, you know what, let me just train only the arm portion of it. But unfortunately, from all the people I've met and all the people I've helped, nobody trains their eyes. Not one person, if you bring up eye stretches or eye training, they look at you like you're insane. Like, yeah, this guy's lost his mind, huh? Oh, super loser over here. But eye training is just as important, if not more important than hand training. So how do you train your eyes? Well, first, eye training is honestly pretty easy. Most of us don't realize how little we stretch our eyes or really use them besides just turning our head. Now, when I ask people to do this, some people do it, some people can't, or instinctually do it correctly. And what I'm asking you to do is look right. Now, how often do you guys turn your head right? When you could look right by just looking right. But unfortunately, most of us don't do that. Most of us, especially gamers, have gotten used to just keeping our eyes completely straight, only looking at one point, or in general, one like small cone of an area that we look at. But this is flawed in nature because there's so much that our eyes can do, and our eyes can help us so much more instead of worrying about the delay between moving your head, or just in general, the disconnect it causes between your hand-eye coordination. Think about it like this. When you're in a real match, isn't it much harder to aim and move at the same time? When you could just be only aiming, and it'd be much easier. Well, it's a similar thing with moving your head instead of just moving your eyes. You could just move your eyes, and there's less disconnect between your hand-eye coordination for what you're trying to accomplish. In my Discord and in the description of this video, there's going to be a ton of eye training links. One is a website where you can load up tons of different eye routines that you can track them, you can follow them, you do lots of different things. There's going to be a video in the description about how to stretch your eyes so you can increase circulation in your eyes, and you can make it easier for you to get used to using your eyes to aim. And one secret thing that I started doing that not many people talk about is I train my peripherals. Now, how do you do that? What I do is I load up into a match. I load up into any game that has targets that spawn. For example, an aim trainer with one target, or Valorant range, or things like that. And what I do is I focus really hard tunnel visioning on my crosshair. And then whenever a target spawns, instead of looking at the target, I train my peripherals to be able to aim at the target without shifting my gaze. This has worked great for me. And it also helps you hit those really cool clips where you're just flick, bang, easy. Now, speaking of staring at your crosshair, there's a notorious debate about should I stare at my target? Should I stare at my crosshair? And unfortunately, the answer is kind of, it depends. There's no one set answer on that because every situation is different. But even though there is no definite answer, a general rule that I use and I teach other people is that when your target is moving quickly or they're close to you, I recommend you stare at the target. And when the target is far away or they're moving slow, I recommend you stare at your crosshair. Now, the best way for me to describe to you why I use this is a little bit of an analogy I thought of a few months ago. When you were a kid, have you ever looked through those little paper towel holes? The little cardboard that the paper towel's wrapped around? When you look through it, did you ever notice that whenever your friends or your brother or your sister walk by and they're really close to the lens, it looks like they're moving super fast. They kind of just zoom right by. But when you're staring at your parents or another friend and they're all the way far away, and you're using it almost like a telescope, do you notice how slow it looks like they're moving and how easy it is to track them? The same thing works for video games. If you focus on one tiny point, whatever's at the end of that point is clear and easy to hit, and whatever is close to that point is much harder to hit because relatively they're moving much faster. Now, of course, most of the best aimers in the world, they look at both, but we're not the best aimers in the world yet, and in time you will learn how to stare at both. So a good starting point is just looking at the target when they're close or they're moving quickly, and looking at the crosshair whenever they're far away or moving slowly. Now, a very common myth that I hear is, I can't change my sensitivity. It'll ruin my muscle memory for my aim. And while we'll talk about sensitivity later in the video, I'd just like to make it clear that muscle memory isn't really responsible for your aim. Just like I said, it's like hand-eye coordination. There aren't many cases where someone's hand-eye coordination is completely ruined because of external factors. No matter what, if you have that hand-eye coordination, for example, you're a hitter in baseball, just because the wind blows the ball a little different or you use a different bat, you still have that skill in hand-eye coordination to be able to see where the ball is moving and still hit it. So don't let the fear of muscle memory ruin your chances of experimenting with new sensitivities and possibly finding something that works better for you. Now, before we can start talking about aim training or anything like that, we have to talk about something that's, in my opinion, more important. It's our emotional state, or in general, real-life things. Most people only focus on what they're doing in a game, but they're never really looking at their mentality or their emotions or even their physical health. All of these have impact on the way we play video games. Funny enough, even our diet. But unfortunately, we don't really see any YouTubers talk about, here's a gamer diet, here's this, here's that. If you want to optimize your health or if you want to optimize your reaction time, You should eat this. Unfortunately, no one really talks about that. And honestly, coming from being a fitness YouTuber to doing this, it's like, it makes no sense that we don't talk more about it because they go hand in hand. Now, the first thing is our mental. Now, unfortunately, I've met tons of my friends and players that I've just played with that have mentals that, honestly, like that, I don't know how you ever improve. And while all of this is what works for me, my opinion on it is your mental for video games should be your mental for everything. You should look at it as everything is your fault and you should control it. You should do what you can to control it. Because unfortunately, in real life and in video games, we don't have any control over what other people will do. We don't have any control over what our friends will do. We won't have any control over what our teammates will do. So you should always take into account what you did wrong. Now, there's been plenty of matches where I've dropped 40 kills in Valorant. My first ever 50 bomb, it was near the beta. And I had 50 kills. It was like a 16-15 round. And we lost. We lost 15-16. And I had 50 kills. I was so mad, dude. But I couldn't really blame my teammates. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't. Because even the last 3 rounds we lost, I think I died first. I didn't even get a kill. I just died. And while yes, on paper it looks like my teammate who's bottom frag with 10 kills in 16 rounds, or what, 31 rounds. Yeah, I could say it's all his fault, but that doesn't help me improve. That doesn't get me any better. No matter what I say about him, I still choked. I still lost gunfights. I still made mistakes. And the only person I can improve is myself. I can't improve somebody else. I can't tell somebody, do this, do this, do that. You can try to. You can always try to micromanage your teammates. You can try to convince them to do certain things or do things certain ways. But at the end of the day, no one is obligated to listen to you. No one's obligated to do what you say. And no one's obligated to play the way you want them to. There are plenty of people that hate the competitive aspect of video games. They play comp just because their friends want to play comp. So they don't care when they're throwing your elo because they don't care about their elo. Now that we have your mental settled, we also need to worry about the way you play. Unfortunately, just cranking your neck and hunching over like a rat isn't good enough posture to play really well. And I've met many people. I actually just got DM'd on my Discord. I haven't responded yet because I've been very busy and I've been working on this video. But someone DM'd me a video of them playing, and they DM'd me a VOD. And the preview of the VOD showed them playing. And fortunately, because of all the experience I have playing FPS games, I saw that VOD, and before I even clicked on it, which I still haven't watched it, I knew one issue in his aim instantly. His arm, when he played, it was a mile away from his body. It's like he was reaching forward, overextending his arm to aim. And yeah, of course, there are people that play like that and play really well. But in general, for most people, you want to almost keep your elbow close to your body, almost tucked. I can't keep it tucked. Weird flex, but my lats actually push my arm too far away, so I can't really keep it tucked like some people can. Because my rib cage is sort of large, so it's hard for me. I'm not trying to flex. I'm gonna get like 30 comments. All right, bro, Mr. Ribcage over here, the lat man. But it's the truth. I can't really keep my arm tucked too hard because it pushes it out almost. So I keep my arm slightly ahead of my body, but still sort of connected to my body, so it's not like I'm reaching. It's not like I lose that stability. I still have the stability of pressing up against my own body with my arm. And just this little bit of stability made a huge difference in a lot of people I know in their aim, because we don't realize how hard it is to aim when your arm is sort of floating. You're kind of just dangling out there doing your own thing. So that's a good baseline for arm position. But for your monitor position, what I've found is when you're really trying to hold an angle, or you're trying to really like focus on a point, I recommend getting so close you can sniff the pixels. Now, eye doctors will say, oh, that's a bad thing, blah, blah, blah. You're right, but if you do the eye stretches I told you about, you won't have to worry about that. But I recommend when you're holding angles, or you have something that you know that they're going to swing from there, and you know that you're forfeiting every other angle and you only want to hold this one, then I recommend you get really close to your monitor. Now, if you have above like a 24-inch monitor, it gets harder. Most people don't talk about this, but I personally believe the reason why pros have 24-inch monitors and 1080p is because everything is compressed. 1080p gives you better frame rate, and the smaller monitor makes it so that you don't have as much to look at relatively. For example, when you're driving, you have to look at everything. Your left mirror, your right mirror, your front windshield. You have to look at your blind spots. You have to look at everything. And it's all in a wide area. That's also why some people find it much easier to drive small cars, because there's not much you have to worry about. There's not much you have to pay attention to. And it's all squished in one place. But for gaming, we have the luxury that we can change how squished everything is. So if we have a smaller monitor, everything's in a more compact position, so you can see tons of angles easier. And this leads into the point about whenever you're either clearing angles or there's a lot of angles you're exposed to, I recommend you sit back a little bit. And the reason why is you can see everything. Like, how many times have you been spectating your friend and you're sitting there, you're watching him play, and you're like, bro, you just saw him. He's sitting right there. And like the enemy is having a cup of tea, sitting watching your team like, quite, he's stupid, isn't he? But it's because your teammate is probably tunnel vision holding different angles than what you were looking at because you're spectating. You're not going through the stress of, okay, is he here? I feel like he's here. I'm going to watch here. And whenever you watch certain areas, you forget about others because you either don't have your peripheral vision trained enough, or you're just too tunnel visioned and you just can't see enough. And this is also why it was such a struggle for me when I first switched to a 27-inch monitor, because 27 inches from going from 24 was crazy because it felt like I had so much to look at. It was like I had a TV screen sitting in front of me. Now, of course, that's exaggeration, but it was a very big difference in my opinion, especially because I was one of those tryhards that bought like the BenQ Zowie and all that. So I had that little compact screen, everything, 1080p. It was all in one place. It felt so easy. Then I switched to 1440p with a 27-inch, and I'm like, oh my God, what is all this? You know? Now, for your posture, everyone on earth knows what posture you should have. Now, actually, a cheat that I've used for posture, which I don't know why more people don't do this, instead of doing the typical like look down on your monitor setup that people do, I sort of have my monitor above me, almost at head level, and I look sort of down at it, but while my neck is completely straight, which is much easier because I buy a monitor arm and I push the monitor arm all the way up and then tilt it a little bit. When I do that, my neck almost naturally stays straight. I don't really have to worry much about posture or hunching or anything like that, because where my monitor is, it's hard for me to sit there and hunch. I almost have to be trying to. But you guys know the deal. Sit up straight, you know, it helps your... Actually, something my teacher taught me in high school, I think. One thing he said was, with the way our human body works, if you sit there and slouch, you get more tired, you get less alert, you get a lot of things, and it's just from the flow of air. The way your air flows whenever you're sitting there upright, chest puffed, you flow much clearer, and you get more oxygen in your blood, you get more pumped up almost. There's a lot more you can do with that. But whenever you're slouched like that, there's nothing you can do. You compress your airways, you breathe less optimal. We always talk about mouth breathers or breathing from your lungs instead of your diaphragm and things like that. It's a lot of different things. And speaking of breathing, one breathing technique I learned, and this is a little random, but what I started doing is I actually learned it on, I don't know if it was Joe Rogan or if it was Andrew Huberman, but he said you can basically... And what it does is it pumps up your adrenaline. You're basically taking really fast, hard, like deep breaths. Pause. But you're doing that and you almost hype yourself up. You get your adrenaline pumping. And I started doing that. And sometimes when I'm starting to fall asleep, I do that a little bit and it really gets me going. It gets me at least like awake more. Now, as for our diets, everyone knows eating garbage, eating McDonald's. Come on, man. You know that's not going to be any good for you. But there are a few things that I can list for you in the description and possibly in the video that if you intake them, they'll help your reaction time, they'll help your calmness, they'll help your alertness, they'll help your focus. And some of them are basically anything high in L-tyrosine, which is like nuts, for example. You could have trail mix, you could have whatever. And also, one big thing is blueberries. Now, blueberries, first time I learned this, I bought a whole container of them and I'd like eat handfuls of them before I played. And what blueberries can do is it can boost your reaction time. It improves your heart health. It's a great antioxidant. And blueberries have been proven to improve your memory. Now, I know a lot of gamers are going to say like, bro, I am not going to tell mom and dad, Mommy, can I have blueberry because I need it for my gamer subs? I need better aim. I know it's hard with your parents, but blueberries are pretty cheap and you guys can get it pretty easily. And same thing I did when I was like 16, I first learned this. I bought some, I put it in my fridge, and I just started scooping handfuls before a game sometimes. And it did work. It could have been easily placebo, but it worked for me. I did like it. I did notice something. Of course, with placebo, whenever you hear something and you think it might work, it works. just because that's the way it works. But I do genuinely believe in blueberries, and I do support people in taking them because I do think it will help. And honestly, what do you have to lose? We play video games. It's a free bonus. And speaking of your diet, water intake. Bro, water is so important. Also, if y'all make fun of me for water, I'm from New York. All right, if you couldn't tell, that's why I say water. I don't say water. All right, but water intake is really important because not only is it most of our body, but water also is almost directly correlated with everything in our life. Every aspect of performance, every aspect of our looks, everything. If you sit there, if your skin looks worse, if your hair looks worse, if your reaction time is slower, if your arm feels sluggish, if you feel like you just can't think straight, almost always intaking more water will help. So please make sure that you always take your water breaks. Make sure you try any fun way to improve your water intake. One thing I used to do, which it doesn't really work for me because I kind of just got bored of it. I used to download apps that you'd raise like a pet or a plant or something. And you just keep, whenever you drink water or whenever they remind you to drink water, you could sit there and say, all right, I drank it. And then the plant will grow. And that kind of helped me for a little bit, but it's a lot of work. Who cares? What I like to do is personally, I buy one of those gallon jugs, and then I just drink it throughout the day. I just fill it up every morning, and I try to finish it every day. And that works pretty good for me. Now, finally, for our physical health. Most people sit there, gamers are fat, gamers are this, gamers are that. I forgot who it is. Is it FaZe Rug? Whoever it is that is going for the pull-up record. He is, bro, I love him. He's the GOAT, bro. That's so amazing. But your physical health is important. And you might ask, okay, why? First of all, your wrists. Your wrists are used a lot when you play video games. Your wrists and your shoulders. And I've noticed many people, they'll either get carpal tunnel, their shoulders will be sore after playing, or their wrists will be sore and it'll click almost whenever they play. Now, I've struggled with this for a long time. So I know how to deal with it. I've had to deal with it in the past, and I know what it's like. There's a few things that I did, though, that worked great for me. Now, in the future, I'm going to release a more, like, in-depth gamer workouts video, you know? But one thing I really like to do was, there's something on the internet called fat grips. And what they do is they wrap around a barbell or a dumbbell or whatever, and they're just bigger than normal. I might put a photo up of it on screen, but they're just basically, they make the bar thicker. And what it does is it kind of engages a lot more tiny muscles in your hand and your thumbs that are used for holding, for grabbing, and things like that. And they're all super undertrained for most people, except for, like, I don't know, construction workers. My dad is great with it. He's a construction worker, and he's great with doing the fat grips because whenever you even swing a hammer, when you use a jackhammer, when you do a lot of things, a lot of tiny muscles in your hands are the ones that get sore. That's why the memes about you got soft hands go around for construction workers. Even my dad, he used to tell me that when I was a kid. It's like, yeah, look how soft his hands are. He ain't worked hard day in his life. But it is important. Because even for gaming, if you sit there and you work your wrist more, especially like my right wrist is substantially fatter than my left. Now, that might be because of extracurricular activity, but it's also because of the specific workouts I do for my wrist. Now, on top of having fat grips, what I'd really do is I put a fat grip on a heavy weight, usually like, right now I have it on 35 pounds because it is pretty hard. And I just hold it. I squeeze it as hard as I can. I hold it. And it'll tire out different muscles in my wrist. And it'll also get me used to working my thumb better. Because a lot of people's thumbs are criminally undertrained. And their pinkies. But just buying a fat grip, or if you don't have money for a fat grip and you just don't want to buy one. Another thing I like to do is I either take a baseball bat or I take something that's long and heavy on the end of it. Pause. And I do little stretches. Like here, if I show you the camera, right here. I'll hold something like this. I have my bat here. I hold my bat and it's heavy on the end, heavy up here. And I take it and I do extensions like that. You see how I'm letting it all the way forward and then I pull it back up. And I do that and then I'll maybe do rotations with it. And you're trying to only rotate with your wrist. Yeah, I'll show you. I'm trying to do this. I go down, up, maybe rotations with it. And it strengthens a lot of your wrist, and it helped me a lot. Now, for most people, it might be too hard to start off with something really heavy, but it works. And try to find anything around your house that you can do that with, because it really does work. I'm telling you, that's amazing. And it's free. You could sit there and you could do it with weights, but why? It's free. And you know we all play video games. We don't have weights. Also, on the topic of physical health, make sure you go for a jog, sure you get your blood pumping, make sure you do something along those lines before you even think about playing video games or anything like that. Because a lot of the time, especially what I've noticed is, even after a light workout, just getting my blood pumping, I play better. I feel better, everything better. So instead of just wake up, roll out of bed, get straight on your computer, try to get out, try to do something. And it's also important for your circadian rhythm, which is basically responsible for all your hormones, your sleeping, everything. And it's usually correlated with sunlight. So whenever the sun is high, your body kind of get used to, okay, this is when I should be up. And then whenever the sun starts to go down or whenever it starts to get dark, your body's like, okay, I should probably be sleeping sometime soon. But unfortunately, when we play video games, we either drown ourselves with blue light because of our monitors and our body's confused. It's like, should I be awake? Should I be asleep? Or we sit in dark rooms, do nothing, and our body's like, I should be sleeping. And then you get sleep schedules like my friend, where he stays up till, I don't know, 12 in the morning, to 12 the next day, and then he'll wake up the next day at 5 p.m. It's so stupid, dude. But it's easy to do that when you don't get enough sunlight, when you don't go outside enough. So make sure you guys do that. Make sure you don't fall into that category. Because so many people worry about, I need better aim. But they're not even focusing on basic things like their own health. Now, before you can start aim training, you need to find your proper setup. Now, for a proper setup, there's a keyboard, there's a mouse pad, and there's a monitor. Fortunately, there are hundreds of free resources that teach you how to find your perfect one, or in general, just give you a tier list of the best. First up, your keyboard. Keyboard is simple. Who needs a special one except for the Wooting? Wooting is pretty much the best keyboard there is on the market right now. Now, today is September 26, 2024. So if that changes in the future, I'll make sure to let you guys know. But for now, if you want one of the best keyboards there are on the market, just buy a Wooting. And if you can't afford a Wooting, the Apex Pro is a great secondary option. And honestly, most of the regular keyboards in the market are all the same. So if you're not getting a Wooting, there's no point in wasting too much money on something special. Now, in my Discord and in the description, I'm going to post tons of resources to find your perfect mouse and your perfect mouse pad. Now, for mouse pads, there's fast pads, there's slow pads, and there's control or medium pads. I'm going to show you guys this document right here, and it's going to be in the description. That's basically a mouse pad ranking sheet that you can look at, and you can decide based on what you see what kind of mouse pad you want to get. But in general, the best mouse pads, and almost all the ones I use, which if you look over there, if I post it, there's 20 of them, there's 30 of them I have. Artisan mouse pads. Artisan mouse pads are Japanese mouse pads that you can import, or if you live in Japan, just buy. But they're basically the top of the line mouse pads on the market, and they're by far the best. So if you do decide a mouse pad, if you're really looking for the best of the best, and honestly what most of the pros use, check out Artisan. And then for your monitor, there's something called refresh rate, or hertz. And refresh rate is basically how many frames that you can see on your monitor whenever you're playing. Now, if I get 300 frames, if I had a 300 hertz refresh rate, I could see all 300 frames, and my screen would be updating much faster than if I had a 30 refresh rate monitor. Now, the baseline nowadays is minimum 60 hertz, but I would recommend, if you're starting, the most important thing, before you even worry about mouse pad, anything, please get a 144 hertz monitor. 144 hertz is a perfect baseline, and if you really want a clearer image, I would recommend you get a 1440p monitor. Now, one mistake a lot of people make with their monitor is they don't realize that if your monitor is a 144 hertz refresh rate, if you lock it at 144 frames, it's actually worse than if you could get 300 frames. And long story short, it's because of frame generation and faster frames, but to spare you the nonsense, basically, if you can get more FPS than your monitor's refresh rate, it's almost always better to leave it and let it be uncapped so that you can always get those fresher frames. Now, the opposite is also true. If you can't get 144 frames, if you can only get 60, it's often better to put your monitor refresh rate down to 60. And the reason why is you'll get frame tearing, you'll get skipping, you'll get a lot of problems, a lot of visual issues that most people don't even realize why it's happening. For example, when I used to play COD, and way back in the day, I had a 240 hertz. And when I had that 240 hertz, I was only getting like 120 frames on COD. And I would notice almost like ripping on my screen, it would look like visual tearing. And I didn't know why it was. Then I brought my refresh rate down to 144 hertz, and it was almost night and day fixed. Now, for everyone who doesn't know, if you buy a brand new monitor and you plug it in, it's not actually set to the refresh rate that you think it is. First of all, HDMIs, as far as I can remember, only go up to about 144 refresh rate. And display ports go up to 360, 540. Display ports go much higher. So first, if you buy something over 144 hertz, make sure that you buy a DisplayPort cord. But just buying a DisplayPort cord isn't enough. You need to go into your PC display settings, then you scroll down to advanced settings, and you need to change your refresh rate from 60 hertz, which is default, up to whatever you paid for. Because there are so many people that they don't even know about this, and this is their first time hearing about it. So they've been buying this expensive monitor and they've never used it properly. Now, if you guys do want to know what my monitor is, I'll be leaving it down in the description so you can buy it down there or just check it out. Now, finally, the moment everyone's been waiting for. How do I choose my mouse, and what about mouse grips? Now, choosing your mouse it's pretty hard. A lot of it is your own perspectives. It's a lot of comfort. It's a lot of your own decisions. Now, what I've learned is smaller mice are almost always better for better aim. That's also why you see most of the pros and most of the people that dominate aim tournaments and things like that, they all use smaller mice. And the reason why, in my opinion, is it's easy to control. You can make really small micro adjustments. You can make fine motor movements. You can do a lot with it. But with a bigger mouse, there's only so much that you can do, especially with depending on your hand size. There's only so much you can do to make fine adjustments. So what I do is, there's a website in the description. It's called rocketjumpninja.com. On that website, you can sit there and you can go to mouse search. And in mouse search, he teaches you how to measure your hand, how to choose leniency, and how to choose a mouse perfect for your hand size. Now, this doesn't always work because for me personally, I love smaller mice, but I have baseball gloves for hands. So I figured out that my preference is short mice, but wide enough to fit my hand. Because if you're using a mouse that's too small, you're almost asking for carpal tunnel. Because the reason why a lot of people get pain in their hands when they play is they're playing with mice too small for their hands. But whenever you're playing a mouse that fits your hand properly, you could play for hundreds of hours and feel little to no pain. So what I do is I use Rocket Jump Ninja's website to find a perfect mouse size for me. And then I head over to eloshapes.com and I search up mice that have similar sizes and then look through them to compare shapes to see something that fits more of what I'm looking for. But if you already have a mouse that's perfect for you, what about your mouse grip? The way you hold your mouse is almost more important than the mouse you use, and it also decides which mouse you use. There are three main grips. There's fingertip, there's claw, and there's palm. Now for fingertip and claw, you can almost use them interchangeably because it almost depends on how close you keep the mouse, if you keep it mounted in your palm. There's a lot of different little things to it. But for fingertip grip, the benefit of it is that you can make very fine adjustments and you can make very small movements and be very precise with it. However, it is worse, in my opinion, for tracking, and it is worse for stability because you only have your fingers to control the mouse. You can't do what you can claw grip, where you can mount your palm back on the back of the mouse and you can still claw it like that, and you have the stability from your palm holding the mouse. Claw grip and palm grip are very similar, but claw grip is almost superior in every way. Palm grip is when you basically have your entire hand flat on the mouse almost, and while it's most people's default, it's extremely comfortable. Unfortunately, it's terrible for aim because you can't make any fine adjustments with your fingers, and you can basically only make large adjustments. So that's where claw grip comes in. Where in claw grip, you can still have the comfort of resting your palm and stability of resting your palm on the mouse, but you have your fingers clawed up so you can still use your fingertips to make vertical movements. Now, at the end of the day, which mouse grip you choose, it doesn't really matter because you can find people at the top level on any grip, so it doesn't really matter. You should use what works for you and whatever you find most comfortable. And also, grip sometimes depends on the game you play. You might play a game where you don't really need any micro adjustments, and you only need far, long tracking movements, so palm grip might be your best friend. And vice versa, you might want to play Valorant or something where you basically always need micro adjustments and you might want to play fingertip. It all depends, and you need to be able to make your own decisions for that. Now for the basics of sensitivity. Your sensitivity in combination with the DPI of your mouse is what controls your aim, is what controls how far you move in game based on how far you move in real life. That's why aim is usually categorized in cm per 360. Now, what that means is how many centimeters it takes for you to move in real life to do a 360 in a game. And as for DPI, DPI is how many dots your mouse tracks per inch you move in real life. So basically, 1600 DPI is double 800 DPI, and 800 DPI is double 400. Now, along with centimeters per 360, people also talk about eDPI whenever they're talking about sensitivities. Your eDPI is basically your in-game sensitivity multiplied by your DPI. And this is a great way to find out what someone's sensitivity is based on your DPI. For example, if someone has an eDPI of 1600, but your DPI is 400, and you want to know what their in-game sensitivity is for you, what you would do is you would take 1600 and divide it by 400. And then you'd be able to find out, to get the same sensitivity as them, you would have to have an in-game sensitivity of a 4. Now, speaking of DPIs and converting sensitivities, what I've noticed is, and what I've noticed that other people that watch my videos have noticed, is that your DPI, based on what you kind of started at, has an effect on the way your aim feels. Now, what do I mean by that? I've noticed that even if I have the exact same sensitivity with 800 DPI as I do with 1600 DPI, the 1600 DPI just feels worse. And I think part of the reason why is we do sort of get used to the pixel skipping that happens whenever you're using 800 DPI or 400 or 1600, whatever one you used to main. And this is what kind of causes when people say, it doesn't feel the same. People talk about, oh, well, 800 DPI on a 2 is the exact same as 1600 DPI with a 1. Now, while that's completely true, it doesn't always feel like that for most players, and I've noticed that what you should do is, instead of copying the best DPI, which, by the way, according to most is about 1600, you should just use whatever you're comfortable with. Now, on top of DPI, there's also something called polling rate. And while some people say it's placebo or doesn't really do anything, the industry standard for polling rate, which is how many times your mouse updates its position, is 1000 hertz, and it's slowly rising up to 4000 hertz. And basically all that means is your mouse will update 4000 times of its position to your computer compared to 1000 times at 1000 polling rate. Now, if you can't afford a better one, or if you just don't really care, it isn't a massive difference in my experience, but I would recommend to at least try it at some point. But I would recommend you never go under 1000 hertz, because under 1000 hertz, you instantly notice a difference and you will play worse, and overall your gaming experience will feel worse. Now, if you guys do want to switch your sensitivity from one game to another, I'll have a website in my description and in my Discord that you can use to convert your sensitivity between any game. Now, speaking about different sensitivities for each game, did you know that it's really important that you play different sensitivities on different games? Now, most people are against that because most people say, no, this is my perfect sense. This is my muscle memory sense. But unfortunately, that's not really true. And if you're playing, for example, Counter-Strike or Valorant, or games in general that require really fine adjustments and not much 360s, not much flicking, not much tracking, which we'll get into later, you would play better if you just lowered your sensitivity. And unfortunately, aim coaches always talk about your sensitivity or you have to train this in your aim. But most coaches and most people don't mention enough that the biggest issue with most bad players isn't really, oh, they haven't aim trained enough. Most of them are just sabotaging themselves with insanely high sensitivities or really suboptimal setups. Now, if you do want to find out, is your sensitivity just way too high? What I do is I do a quick Google search of the average eDPI of pro players for whatever game I play, and then I usually try to choose a sensitivity that's near that range, or if my sensitivity is just out of that range, I'll probably just use my regular sensitivity then. But many players have sensitivities that are so far out of the range that it doesn't even make sense that you're playing it. And unfortunately, not enough people tell them that. They kind of just keep going along with that terrible sensitivity and say, I'll get used to it eventually. Which, unfortunately, that's just not true. There's always certain sensitivities that you could just play better on, or just play easier on, instead of pushing yourself to a level that you just don't have to be at. Like one of my friends, he was aim training and we were talking and I said, you know that if you just lowered your sensitivity, you play better. And he was like, yeah, I know. Some of it's kind of just an ego thing. I want to be able to train at this level. I want to be able to do well at this level. And I understand that. But you also need to sometimes understand that sometimes you're just shooting yourself in the foot. Now, earlier I mentioned how you should be working out because you'll use your wrist a lot in aiming and you'll use your arm a lot in aiming. But how do you know which one to use? And is there any benefit for certain ones over others? Now, a general rule that I go by is wrist is best for micro adjustments, small adjustments, while using your arm is better for slower sensitivities and wider adjustments. Now, unfortunately in aim, there's lots of ways that you can bottleneck your gameplay and bottleneck your skill. You won't be able to achieve your best level of skill if you've only ever played with your wrist and you've never played with your arm. And the same is true for the opposite. Now, if you do want to train your arm or your wrist, there are very easy ways to do it. And later in the video, I'm going to teach you guys how to make a perfect playlist based on your weaknesses and based on your skill level. But if you do want to specifically train your wrist, I would bump your sensitivity up to much higher than what you're comfortable with, and then I would practice or play matches with that sensitivity, trying to still perform at the same level you used to be able to with your slower sense. And for improving your arm aim, I would recommend you bump your sensitivity all the way down to something that you're uncomfortable with and keep playing like that. On top of this, high versus low sensitivity has its own benefits. Playing on a high sensitivity will improve your smoothness and it'll make you better at controlling really shaky movements. And it's also why people talk about calm aim. You must achieve calm aim. You can achieve calm aim by either bumping your sensitivity all the way down to cheat, or you can achieve it by mastering a high sensitivity and be able to control it, and then you have a complete mastery over smoothness in your aim. And as for low sensitivity, when you bump it all the way down like that, you learn to master reactivity because you have to react with your whole arm and you have to react faster than you would with a fast sensitivity. And you get used to playing in really uncomfortable positions of your mouse pad, which we'll get more into later in the video. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, what are the categories of aim and how do we train them? Now, before I get into that, I'd like to take a moment to say thank you so much if you watched this far into the video, and bro, I love this stuff. I'm making this video right now, and this is an hour and 3 minutes of me recording, and I'm not even halfway done, I don't think. I'm pretty sure this video will be like 2 hours, more than that, which, first of all, that's awesome. 2 hours plus of like just pure information is amazing. This is something that I could use to teach anybody anything. And honestly, people won't really need to do any type of research beyond this video, which that's amazing to me. I love that I can I put all this information out there for everybody to see, you know? I hope it helps everyone. If you have watched this far and you're still listening to me, can you all do me one big favor? If you are enjoying this video, please leave a comment down below. It helps out my channel, it helps out the video get pushed more, and it helps YouTube realize this might be a good video. People might enjoy this. So if you do enjoy it, please let me know down below, and if it's not too much trouble, leave a like too while you're at it. Anyways, thank you guys, I love you. Let me get back to it. Now, the categories of aim. There's clicking, there's switching, and then there's tracking. Unfortunately, most people make this much more complicated than it needs to be. Everyone's so worried about either selling a program or selling their coaching or just in general pushing their optimal way that we overcomplicate it, and most people don't really have the energy to care. Well, actually, I have to work on my reactive switching, tracking, clicking, timing thing. It's too much too fast. So I'm going to break it down a little bit for you guys. I'm going to break it down into the categories. I'm going to break it down into the common weaknesses for each category and how to fix them, and how you can find out what your weakness is and how you can fix it too. And by the end of this video, I'm going to teach you guys how I made my own playlist. And this playlist that I made for myself is what I used to break all of my plateaus that got me up to masters. And if you didn't know, after implementing my strategy and doing that playlist, I think it took me about a week and I set 4 brand new master scores, which was amazing for me. But now that you know the categories of aim, you need to figure out where to train them. Now, there's a ton of aim trainers, and in the future, I'm going to release an aim trainer tier list. But for now, there are 2 big kings of aim trainers. There's Aim Labs and there's Kovacs. Now, Aim Labs, in my opinion, is worse than Kovacs because it feels different. That's just my opinion and the opinion of many other people I've met. And also, it has less scenarios than Kovacs does. Now, they have different scenarios, like some are better on Aim Labs, some are better on Kovacs. But unfortunately, Aim Labs doesn't have as many or the same quality of scenarios that Kovacs does. So, if you're serious about aim training, I would recommend you try out Aim Labs, see if you enjoy it, see if you want to get serious about it, and then I recommend everyone buy Kovacs. Now, there's plenty of ways to get Kovacs for cheap, and I've even seen it for like $4 many places and during some sales. So make sure you look out for that. And in the future, when I blow up a little more, I'll do a giveaway for Kovacs codes and help everyone out. Now, many people, when they hear aim trainers, they wonder, why should I aim train over playing the game? And honestly, I've never really understood that argument. People ask, do they even work? Why should I use it? And it's like, for example, do you remember PUBG way back in the day, where the only way you could get gunfights and the only way you could get practice is by hot dropping in the most popular place and then getting a gun and then getting as many gunfights as you can? It's like, that's the only way you can do it. It's the only way you can improve, because a lot of it is just repetition, repetition, repetition. So aim trainers cut out all the nonsense. They give you raw aim practice better than you could ever get in a real game, because in a real game, you're always going to be dying. In a real game, you're always going to have to wait to respawn, and sometimes you just get BS'd out of kills. So aim trainers allow for a very direct practice on what you might be bad at or just what you might want to improve. Now, I said this once in another video, and it got a lot of support. In my opinion, getting above average aim takes far below average effort, because everyone sucks. And coming from the fitness community, most people don't realize in that community and in this one how bad the average person really is. Like, for example, the body of an average American is not what you would see at a gym. And most people, they go to a gym and they see Ronnie Coleman over here and Arnold and this and that, and then they get a skewed vision of what reality really is. They really believe that people like that, because you see them so much in a gym, or for example, in an aim community, you see so many Matty Overwatches or Celestial players, you think that's normal. You think that there's just a ton of people like that, and that's okay, and that's what you should be striving towards. But the unfortunate truth is, most players are terrible. The actual, average player is far worse than what you think. But unfortunately, because we all play aim trainers, and we're in aim communities, and we're in Voltaic, and we're in this, and we're in that, we all think, oh, well, the average player must be masters. And I said this in my video. I said, top 1% aim is masters. And in my opinion, top 1% I think is lower than masters. But I got so many people saying, oh, no, it's not. I know so many masters. I know so many grandmasters. But do you realize that most people don't get gold in Voltaic? Most people can't get silver in Voltaic. Voltaic is hard for most people. Even iron. People can't get iron. Even me, I couldn't get I don't think I got iron complete for a few days when I first started aim training. And it's until you give that direct effort, you don't realize that most people don't have that direct effort. Most people are far worse than what you see. Now, the skill levels as we get older and as more people get into gaming, it keeps rising, of course. It keeps getting better. But in general, most people still suck. There are still people that hold a mouse like they're using their left hand for the first time. And just because we surround ourselves with great players doesn't mean we should forget what it's like for normal people. Because we're not normal. All the people that are doing aim trainers and Matty Overwatch and Voltaic players, we're not the usual. We're not normal. We're not what everyone else is doing. Yes, it's become more accepted, but if everyone was doing it, my videos would get more views. That's just the truth of it. Because most people don't even know about or care about aim training. Matty Overwatch doesn't get a ton of views because most people don't really know about aim training or care about it. But you make a Valorant video and you get 1 million views because everyone knows about Valorant. Everyone plays Valorant, but not everyone in Valorant, for example, watches aim training videos. Not everyone in Valorant plays aim trainers. There are plenty of people in Valorant that just aim at toes or have a mouse pad that's so small they couldn't aim if they wanted to. So just remember, it doesn't take a lot of work to get above average. It's actually really easy. And I'm going to tell you guys some playlists that you can use to get far above average in just a few minutes every day. And speaking of getting above average, most people also don't realize great aim gets you out of most ranks in video games. You realize that most people kind of suck. That's why you see the immortal aim demons or the plat aim demons in Valorant. Because if you have insane aim, and then usually a lot of people can get very basic game sense with insane aim, and they can climb to top 1%, top 2% in most video games. Even me, Spectre Divide, we were just playing it, me and my friends, and I dropped 30-something kills, but I didn't do anything special. I wasn't five braining people. I wasn't big braining the shit out of them. I wasn't big braining plays people. I wasn't using a ton of game sense. I just used basic Valorant game sense and I used better aim. And we were destroying even diamonds, which is the second highest rank in the game. But most games are like that. Most games, if you just out-aim the other person or if you ego peek and just win, doesn't matter. You just blue lock everyone. Whoever the winner is or whoever the better player is the person who scores more. That's it. Whoever gets more kills is all that matters. And until you're at that higher level, there's no point in worrying about, oh my god, well, I didn't do a death ball strat. Oh my god, I didn't do this strat. I didn't use my game sense. Oh brother, use basic game sense. Like if you're sitting there, you clear the entire site and you didn't clear hell, but you're looking at heaven even though you cleared heaven, and then you get swung from hell, it's like you're just an idiot. Come on. Now, you're hearing all this about aim and all that, but how do you benchmark your aim? How do you get a good baseline of where your aim is at? Well, fortunately, in aim labs and in Kovacs, there's an implementation from an aim group named Voltaic that has benchmarks and ranks that you can rank up in that tell you exactly where your skill level is, and they give you a cool little pretty rank to go with it. To access this in Kovacs, you go up to the top left where it says Sandbox, you click the drop-down menu, and you go to Benchmarks. From there, you go find the Voltaic benchmarks, which it's separated by novice, intermediate, and advanced, and you can play them based on your skill level, and it'll give you a pretty little shiny rank too. And for aim labs, if you prefer that, you go to voltaicapp.com or voltaicapp.something, and then from there, you type in your aim labs username, and you'll be able to find your own account, and you'll be able to click the play button and you can go straight to their playlist and play those maps. Now the play button, I don't believe it works if you're on the Epic Games launcher, but if you're on Steam, it does work and you can click links to go straight to aim labs and open it up. Now, these benchmarks, most people don't recommend you use these to improve your aim. So what do you use to improve your aim? Well, I'll go into that after I give you the breakdown of each aiming category and how to improve each aiming category. One thing I've noticed people seem to forget whenever they're playing is you don't have to just load up a playlist for the sake of playing it. You should practice with intention. You should get on that day and decide, okay, maybe this is my weakness, I need to improve it, or this is my weakness and I need to improve it. Instead of just saying, this playlist, yeah, yippee! Because a lot of times, sometimes it will either overdevelop one of your skills and your weaknesses will just hold you back, or you'll just improve nothing because you're doing such a garbage routine or with such little effort or such little intention that you just never improve. Now, at the higher level of aim, a lot of people talk about, well, Grandmaster is actually the cutoff for improving your aim in-game, and you're just going to be improving at aim trainers at that point. When actually, I believe that improving only at aim trainers is more of a way you play, not a result of what skill level you reach. And what I mean by that is, a lot of the time, people are just min-maxing aim trainers to get the best score or playing in the most perfect conditions. But a lot of the times, we're not playing in the way that we would in a real match. We kind of change the way we aim based on what scenario we're doing and how we have to get the high score. Now, don't get me wrong. I've done high score optimization. I've tried to only change my FOV for these kinds of maps or lower my sense because it does help and it makes it easier to get scores. But if your goal is just improve, I just want to be better at whatever game I'm playing, stop min-maxing scores. Stop playing in perfect conditions. Try to pay attention to the way you play in a real match and try to translate that into an aim trainer, which I'll also get more into that near the end of the video because I've figured out why most people seem to be good at aim trainers or good at death matches or good at practice, but they suck in their real game. Now, first up, for clicking. Clicking is my personal specialty, and it's what I've done the most on Kovacs. I think it's because I always started as a CSGO player, so it was second nature to me. I was like, yes, click heads. I used to do the little workshop maps and everything back in the day. So I always loved click timing and clicking. Now, clicking has two subcategories, dynamic and static. And I mean, if you know what those words mean, you can figure out what that means. But if you don't, static means they're not moving, and dynamic means they're moving. Now, fortunately, in my opinion, static clicking is by far the easiest. You kind of just click, 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 click. And the common issues I've noticed are actually issues that aren't really having to do with your static clicking skill. The few are, one of them is people are always over flicking. Another is they're always under flicking, which under flicking is pretty uncommon. Over flicking is the common one. Or they're missing too much. Or another one that I've seen way too much, they feel like they're on target, they click, and they're always missing. Now that one and the last one, they kind of go hand in hand, but not exactly. Let me explain. First up, over flicking. Over flicking is the king of everyone's issue. They're always talking about, bro, how do I stop over flicking? How do I fix this? And actually in my Discord, I responded to this just the other day. And unfortunately, it's not an easy answer. Over flicking is such a hard problem because there's so many ways to fix it. And one thing I've noticed that I've never understood, training your aim is the same thing as learning any skill, but most people don't treat it that way. And personally, the reason why it's taken me so long to release any type of coaching program is I don't really believe that most people need coaching. Unfortunately, coaching, in my opinion, is mostly just, I push you in the right direction, and then you have to put in all the work. Because it's not actually hard to get amazing aim. And most people don't realize that. Getting amazing aim is pretty easy, which I'll talk more about in a little while. But unfortunately, we all don't stick to a routine. We all don't stick to aim training every day. We don't do anything. We kind of just, I'm going to do my favorite maps. I'll do it for like 2 days in a row, then quit next week and then skip 2 weeks, and then I'll go back to it. And if you expect results like that, you're never going to get it. But for over flicking, it's the same as anything. You have to spend a lot of time on fixing it. And that's why I hate helping people with over flicking, because I can't do anything for you. Over flicking is something that you have to make conscious efforts to fix, and it takes time, which one of the reasons why you over flick is your autopiloting. Have you ever noticed that you change your sensitivity? And after you change your sensitivity, you feel like your aim is perfect, you're right on target, and you're finally making perfect flicks. And then you play with it for a day or two, and you're over flicking again, or you're under flicking again. Most people don't realize that the reason why that is because when you first change your sensitivity, you're actively aiming. You're focusing on your aim. You're focusing on making those adjustments. And then once you get used to it, once you have your little quote-unquote muscle memory, no one cares anymore. No one sits there and says, I gotta focus on this. I gotta focus on doing this properly. I have to aim this specific way. And we all autopilot. And autopiloting is the destroyer of most people's aim. You could sit there and get Voltaic Masters. You can be Voltaic Grandmaster. You can be Astra. But if you're autopiloting when you're playing real games, it doesn't matter. Because you're never going to have that active aim that you put in whenever you're aim training in a real game if you're autopiloting. So if you're having the over flicking issue, I recommend you put more conscious effort into focusing on when you're aiming or the way you're aiming. I also recommend you make conscious efforts into under flicking and then completing the flick. And if you don't know why you should do that, basically if you over flick, you go past the target, meaning you're traveling a total farther distance than you would if you underflicked and then finished the flick. That's also why many people recommend for you to underflick, because it's always better because you move less. Now with your overflicking issue fixed, what about your click timing or your hit confirmation? Unfortunately, it's similar. You can't really directly focus it. But one way I did find, and it's something that a lot of better players use, is Pokeball maps. In Pokeball maps, you're able to flick over to a target and you have to hold left click or your shoot button on the target for X amount of time before they actually disappear. And what this does is it forces you into better habits. When you flick, it forces you into making sure you're on target or holding your crosshair on target for an extended period of time. This works great for improving your hit confirmation, but unfortunately, it's easy to cheat. It's easy for you to do wrong. So I prefer, when I teach people things, I prefer to do something that is harder to mess up because you're doing a principle, you're not actually just doing a map. And the principle I try to go for is, whenever you play, you try to get 100% accuracy. But not just that, you start on huge targets. So, for example, one wall 6 targets TE, which is the biggest targets. And you go from the biggest targets, then you go down to maybe one wall 6 targets, I don't know, like regular. Then you go down to one wall 6 targets small. Then you finally end off at one wall 6 targets extra small. And on each of the maps, you want to make sure that you're getting 100% accuracy. And just that drill alone should help you practice your hit confirmation. And by the end of it, you'll notice that all of your aim is better too because you begin to practice proper technique. Other than that, proper technique for static clicking is as simple as click, draw a straight line to the next target, click, do it again. Now, there's a lot of debate on should you do the Bardaz method, and if you don't know what that is, a really fast flick to the target, under flicking, and then finishing the flick. Or should you do other methods? Now, me personally, I've noticed that all of my best scores are not me under flicking. I'm almost always on target when I do it, but there's a certain way I do it. A lot of it is tension management, which I'll mention later in the video. But what you do is you try to make almost flowy movements where you're flicking to a target and you're constantly moving. Some people, when they aim, they flick, then they stop for a second to like almost think or to aim or something along those lines. And what you really want to do is you want to keep constant motion. You want to be able to flick, click, flip, click, and you won't always be on target. You won't always be accurate. But with good practice, you should be able to improve that, and you shouldn't push your speed before it's too early. You should try to go for 100% accuracy a lot of the time. And when you're practicing, you want to have certain days where you're focusing on pure accuracy, and the other days you can do what I used to do, which is pushing for better speed. And how you do that is, what I like to do is I drop my sensitivity really slow, and then I try to flick and hit the targets as fast as possible, but I usually do it where I'm not getting 100% accuracy. I usually aim for above 85 or sometimes like 90-ish, but in general, you're trying to push your speed of your aim. You're trying to be able to flick to a target, realize where your crosshair is and your target is, and line them up faster, which a lot of people, they get stuck in the 100% accuracy zone, and they never actually push their own limits and push their own boundaries of how quick they can aim. And then they just get stuck at, I can't aim any faster. How do you get so many targets? How do you do that? When they're just not really training properly to push it. Now, besides static clicking, there's also dynamic clicking, which is you hit moving targets. And hitting moving targets is a lot of hit confirmation, and some of it is also tracking. Now, dynamic clicking, unfortunately, isn't something that you have super special technique to do. It's kind of just, you do it right or you don't. And funny enough, it has the same issues that people have in tracking. But when you're doing dynamic clicking, you want to be able to flick over to the target, but you want to make sure you're not predicting the target. A lot of people, for example, they see targets that are moving left to right in a like set pattern. And a lot of people, instead of aiming at the target, they put their mouse where the target's going and just wait for it to line up, and then they click, which that could get you high scores and it could work. But unfortunately, you're not training the fine motor skills of actually aiming or actually aiming at a target. So when you're doing dynamic clicking, try not to lead your shots, and also try not to track the target. Now, for complete beginners, it's not the end of the world to track the target, but it does build bad habits. Because unfortunately, the biggest issue for most people when they're doing dynamic clicking isn't the fact that they can't click the target. It's the fact that the target's either moving too fast and they can't keep up, or they just in general don't have the smoothness in their aim to be able to track and hit the target. But that's where tracking comes in. And in tracking, there's two main issues people usually have. One of them is smoothness, and the other is reactivity. Tracking really proves what one of my friends said, or one of my subscribers said, off Sitch. He said that it's the purest form of aim. And yeah, it is. And that's also why I hate it. Because tracking is just, you keep your crosshair on the target for as long as possible. But a lot of people have criminally undertrained tracking because a lot of people don't enjoy it, or a lot of people, especially my subscribers, are Valorant players. And when you play Valorant, who cares about tracking? You care about click head, click head, click head. But they don't realize that without tracking, all of your movements are going to suck. Even when you flick to a target, even when you move from one target to another, that's all a matter of smoothness. And out of all the people in my Discord that I've helped, and a lot of people, I've been doing free coaching for people. And a lot of the biggest problems I've noticed is most people's tracking is bad. And they don't even realize it half of the time. Most of the time, they think it's something else. And funny enough, it's pretty easy to cover up bad tracking if you improve at other skills. But I've been able to see it in everyone's VODs. In most of the people I meet's VODs, they all show me their videos, and it's almost always a very clear reactivity issue, or a very clear smoothness issue, or a hit confirmation, which tracking also helps, because they're tracking behind a target even though their crosshair is clearly off the target. Now, smoothness is important because a lot of people talk about something called calm aim, and calm aim is really just a matter of how smooth your aim is, or the level of control you have over your sensitivity. To get that level of control, there's a lot of things you can do, but from my experience, the best thing to improve your smoothness is by playing sensitivities that are much higher than what you're comfortable with, and then following the method that I'm going to mention near the end of this video on how to create your own playlist and how to improve with it. Now, the reason why I recommend using really high sensitivities is because when you're using a slower one or your main sensitivity, you're able to control it a lot more and you're able to shake a lot less than you would be able to if you increase the sensitivity. So what I force people to do is playing outside of your comfort zone, and this will force your body to adapt to the harsh situations that you put it through. Now, unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier, there is no magic pill, there is no magic method. There's nothing that aim coaches that are charging you hundreds of dollars or $50 just for an hour conference, there's nothing really that they can teach you. And the best analogy that I found is, it's like a fitness coach or a piano teacher or things like that. Almost everything nowadays you can learn by just getting a basic understanding on the internet and doing what you have to do. With aim training, it's just practice more. With fitness, it's just eat right and work out more. With playing guitar, it's just play the guitar more and try new chords. Almost everything getting good at a skill is just starting and just doing it over and over. Now, of course, I've noticed that one big thing that a lot of people prefer, and the reason why a lot of the times people spend money on coaching, is you get that one-on-one help or you get that extra push. I've noticed a lot of people, like even with gym memberships, we purchase a gym membership not because we can't just do push-ups at home or pull-ups at home, but it's almost the principle behind it and also the financial commitment. A lot of people are able to stick to something more when they feel like, if I don't do it, I'm wasting my money. If I don't do it, it's a waste of my money. And on top of that, a lot of people struggle with doing things on their own. We may know that if I want better aim, I just keep playing these kinds of maps over and over and figure out what I suck at. But it's much easier to just say, let me just pay this guy. He's going to teach me what I suck at, and I just listen to him. Because it takes a lot of the guesswork out of it. So I do understand why people do what they do. But if you're just a normal player and you don't have the money to spend on coaching, please just do it. Just keep practicing. Just keep trying new things. And there's more than enough videos on the internet that teach you how to do it, how to improve, what to do, how to get better playlists. And the community just keeps growing, so everyone will be willing to help each other. Now, speaking of coaching, I do plan to release my own program very soon near the start of October. And it will be a limit of 30 people per month, and we'll have unlimited access, one-on-one access to each other. I give you guys playlists, I give you guys custom playlists, I work with you, and we do all the things together. But this will be more expensive than your typical $50 for an hour conference. But if you want any of the details and you're interested in aim coaching from me, join my Discord. It's where I'll be announcing the program, letting everyone know when I finally start coaching. Now, back to tracking. For reactivity and tracking, I like to do one of two things. The first thing is I drop my sensitivity to a slow sensitivity, because with a fast sensitivity, it's easier for you to make reactions because you don't have to move as much in real life to react to something. But unfortunately, that doesn't solve most people's problem with reactivity. Sometimes people's problem with reactivity is when they react, they have improper form after their reaction. Now, what I mean is when you're tracking, you really want to focus on straight, smooth lines on the target. And this is important because in a real match, you don't want to make shaky, jagged lines every time you switch to a target. So in aim training, you want to try and practice smooth lines. But when you're reacting to something, sometimes they'll make short, fast strafe where they'll spam AD left and right. And when they do that, you want to be able to react but not panic. And unfortunately, most people panic and then their movement gets drowned out with the target. So what I do is I have people work on scenarios that are almost easy for them, but then they go on a sensitivity that's so slow that they have to react a lot more than they're used to. And it prevents people from doing what, personally, I've done a ton, which is bumping my sensitivity up. And then whenever a target starts AD strafing or spamming left and right, I just kind of shake my mouse on target and pray that I'm accurate. But with a really slow sensitivity, all of your actions have to be very deliberate. So you have to have that reactivity fundamentals built. Now, unfortunately for switching, it's not as much of you have this issue, you have that issue. Switching is actually a combination, and a very good combination of other types of aim. And what I mean by that is, if you suck at smoothness tracking, you're going to suck at evasive switching. If you suck at clicking, you're probably going to suck at speed switching. And the reason why is speed switching is a lot of hit confirmation, which means you make a big flick and you're able to line up your crosshair and your target at the same time. And evasive switching, on the other hand, you may notice that a lot of times when you're playing evasive switching, you'll make a big flick, but then you're on target and you almost shake right next to them, or you're barely off target and you just can't keep up. Now, my biggest recommendation for this is play both maps and figure out what your weakness is. You should be able to tell very quickly. Are you making big flicks and you're clearly off target and you're just not noticing, or you're not readjusting quick enough? If so, your issue's probably hit confirmation. And then you can go back in the video and go back to the hit confirmation part and figure out, how am I going to fix this? Or in evasive switching, when you switch over to the target, do you have a hard time keeping up? Do you have a hard time staying on target for those little bit of seconds after you flick? If so, you should probably work on your tracking. Now, personally, what I recommend is Fugala XYZ or regen maps to work on your tracking and work on your big flicks and then tracking. But don't worry, we'll get more into stuff like that later on. Now, like I just mentioned, those are a lot of different big issues that people make, and they're the really common weaknesses in most people's aim. But if you figured out your weakness, maybe it's over flicking, maybe it's hit confirmation, but how do you really build a playlist to say, okay, I have this issue, I have that issue, and then after you build it, how should you play it? What should you do when you play it? And is there any specific strategies? Now, personally, the way I figure out what my weaknesses are and how I build a playlist around it is, first, what I'll do is I'll benchmark myself. You can do this by playing Voltaic, or you could just play lots of different maps and see what you suck at. And this part of aim is usually the part where people try to ask for help or pay coaches, because they're not able to find, well, I don't know what map would fix this problem. I don't know what map would fix this problem. And unfortunately, a lot of it is experience. The only way you can learn what maps fix what problems is playing a lot of them, figuring it out. But fortunately, for everyone who can't afford it or who just don't want to pay for coaching, in my Discord, we have tons of different resources of different kinds of maps and different maps that work for different games. On top of that, Voltaic, which will be linked in the description, they have hundreds of playlists and different resources that you can use that'll help you expand your library of routines that you know work. And also, this is the reason why I promote so many people to use Kovacs. Because, for example, in Kovacs, if you play a map and then you realize, I'm really bad at this specific map, you can sit there and you can look up the exact same name, and many people in the community have made different versions of the map so that you can practice on different skills and different weaknesses you have. For example, there are maps like Track Stop or Fugala XYZ. If you search them up, you're going to see a gold version, you're going to see an extra small, you're going to see an extra fast. You're going to see lots of different variations for each kind of map. So specifically for clicking, if you're trying to find a map that you want to improve on or just something to work on different skills, there are two things that I recommend most people do. I recommend you use a Pokeball map, which is just the hold down maps that I mentioned earlier, or you can type multi-click in Kovacs and search it. When you do that, multi-click will come up with cluster focused, it'll come up with speed, it'll come up with lots of different things that you can use to train different aspects of your aim. But honestly, for most people, unless you're just trying to be a complete Valorant main, I don't really recommend you specifically practice on your clicking. But what about for tracking? Well, for tracking, there's a lot of different maps I can recommend. So instead of me wasting your time telling you 100 different names, I'm going to leave maps in the description for tracking, for clicking, and for switching that you can all use that'll help your aim. And the best way you can build your own routine is by playing those maps. And what I do is, if I want to improve myself or if I just want to make a routine for myself, I play certain maps and I figure out, okay, I definitely performed way above average on this or way below average on this. And I find out the ones that I'm an underperformer for. For example, in clicking maps, I'm always almost top 1%, if not top 1%. So if I see a map in clicking that is maybe a different focus and I'm way below top 1%, I'm like top 30, I'm like, okay, this is clearly a weakness of mine. So I add it to my own playlist. And then sometimes I found maps where, okay, Fugala XYZ, for example, I found that I wasn't that good at it, but I did perform above average. But the only reason why was because this was an easier version of the map. So what I did was I would look it up. I would look it up on Kovacs, or I believe you can do the same thing on Aim Labs in a lot of times. But I'll look the map up and I'll look for harder versions or smaller versions or different things like that, which in the future I'll make a huge video on the way you can customize Kovacs to make anything harder. Because they recently released like adaptive training or something along those lines, which it's awesome. It's really cool. It's a little quirky sometimes, but it's pretty helpful for a lot of people because you don't need a different map. You can just alter it like that. But after I find the maps that I know are my weaknesses or I clearly underperform on, how do I play them? What kind of structure do I put for my training? Now, personally, what I do is I play the playlist on my regular sensitivity or the sensitivity that I know I play well on, and I try to set high scores on all of the maps. Once I do that, I change my sensitivity to something I know I'm uncomfortable with. So, for example, really high or really low. And then I go through every map once again every single day. And then Kovacs will track your progress so you can be able to see when you beat your own high score. And I do that every day. And then it usually takes me about 4 or 5 days to beat my old high score, sometimes 3. And after I beat my old high score, I change my sensitivity again, higher again, or lower again. And I keep doing that. And the best way I can describe what that does is it creates artificial difficulty. A lot of people talk about, how do I break a plateau? How do I do this? How do I do that? Or for example, in voltaic benchmarks, the intermediates are too easy, but the hards are too hard. So what I tell people to do is create fake difficulty. And you can do that by playing in an uncomfortable position, or playing in a way you don't normally, or increase your sensitivity, or doing a sensitivity randomizer. All of these are great ways to break plateaus and keep improving at any level. And the only reason why I know this is because before I hit Voltaic Masters for the second time, I sat there and I sat down and said, I suck at this, I suck at that, I suck at this, I suck at that. And I made a huge playlist. And I even posted that playlist in my Discord and told anyone, if they want to use it, here you go. And I did that routine with different sensitivities every single day. And I think in about 6 days, I decided to do the benchmarks again, and I crushed all of them. I think the only thing I didn't hit masters in was evasive switching. I can't remember. It was one specific thing I didn't hit it. No, it was speed switching. I didn't hit speed switching Voltaic Masters. But to be fair, I didn't train any hit confirmation, so that's probably why. But I'm telling you, that works really well, and it's easy. You don't have to sit there, let me make 100 routines, let me do this, let me do that. That takes too much work. Now, what about all the people that aren't time crunched and they just want to do the most optimal routine, the most perfect way to improve? In my opinion, there's nothing better than Voltaic Daily Improvement. I mean, I can't even lie. Low Gravity 56 really ate with that one. Because honestly, it's the best. It's easy, it's structured, and it causes constant improvement. Because there's so many routines for it, and there's so many different levels that once you get too easy, you can always improve. You can always increase difficulty. My only complaint with it is it takes too long. And for normal people, who wants to do that, honestly? But if you just don't want to get a coach, you don't want to get help, and you just decide, let me just do this, let me get as good as I can, there's nothing better than that. And if you guys don't know what Voltaic Daily Improvement is, I'll leave it down in the description for you. You can click that link and it'll teach you everything about it. But long story short, it's daily routines at your skill level that you can improve each skill of aim every single day. Now, before the final point about why you might be good in aim trainers and bad at video games, I'm going to give you guys a few tips about aim that I think everyone should know. The first one is listening to music while you play. Now, there were many studies years ago about doing homework or doing tests, and when you study, you listen to certain songs, and those songs can help you recollect what you studied whenever you're taking the exam. And personally, what I believe is completely true is that music can help you get almost in the zone and also help you recollect your practice, and it almost gets you in the correct mindset to play better or aim better. So I do genuinely believe there is some merit to spending time to make a sweat playlist or a try hard playlist so you can sit there and work on your aim and work on improving yourself. Now, on top of this, there's important things to know about when you should aim train and why you should aim train at specific times. One thing is, a lot of people have ideal times that they play the best, and there's no one way I can tell you what that time is for you. For me, it always was earlier in the morning before 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Unfortunately, I had to get used to playing later because my friends are only on late. But the best time I found to solo queue or just play in general was always around 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. But you have to figure out what that time is for you and what time you play best. And on top of that, if you want to min-max the most amount of improvement in the shortest amount of time, there's something called neuroplasticity. And it's basically our brain's ability to learn new things. And this only happens when we're sleeping. So what many neuroscientists say, and what many people in the balisong community and lots of other communities say, is that if you want to learn something, or if you want to learn something quicker, sleep after you finish it or after you do it. And the reason for this is it helps our body to learn new skills and new habits. So you can also apply this to anything. Just try to push whenever you aim train closer to bed. Now, I'm not telling you to aim train for 10 hours and then instantly go to bed. That's crazy, obviously. But instead of doing that, try to push it down to like the last 2 hours before bed. And then when you get off, you chill for a while and then you go to sleep. Just make sure you give yourself enough time to relax and calm down, because the quality of your sleep is much more important than just the amount of time you sleep. On top of this, our body has 3 main chemicals that are responsible for us focusing. So if you've ever realized, I can't focus or I can't stay focused, if you want to know a cheat code to releasing all the correct chemicals, and I covered this in another video if you want to check it out, you can take cold showers. Cold showers will help you get alert, it'll help you focus better, and it'll help you perform better overall whenever you're doing something. So sometimes you can try it out by, before you decide to play a game or before you decide to aim train, you can try to do a cold shower or spend a little time in a cold plunge and then get to playing and see how different you feel and see how much more awake you feel. And now the final thing, before I tell you guys why you might be better at aim trainers than you are at real games, is rest days. Most people don't realize the importance and how impactful a rest day is whenever you're learning anything. People talk about it in the gym, they talk about it in so many other skills, but for aiming, we don't mention it enough. Whenever you're sleeping, whenever you're relaxing, whenever you're taking those days off, that's most of the times where you improve the most. And I know many people have noticed it. Have you ever taken a break from video games because your parents put you on vacation and for like a week, you don't play anything, but then you come back and you're better than you were before? Sometimes we burn ourselves out. We play too much. We do too much. And it's no surprise that we just suck after the 80th time we're doing something. So remember to take a little bit of time off. Now, finally, what you've all been waiting for. Why are you better at aim trainers than you are in real matches? Now, I'll make a more in-depth version of this in the future, so if you're ready for that, make sure you subscribe and leave a comment down below what else you want to see. But the basics that I've learned and the basics that I'm going to teach you guys is, how often, whenever you're playing, do you look at yourself and say, wait a second, I'm playing this aim trainer completely different than I play in a real game? Or better yet, in an aim trainer, before you start aim training, how often do you decide, let me get to the perfect monitor distance, let me get my hand in the right spot, let me get everything in the right places? But when you're a real match, do you ever think about that? Before you go play a game of Valorant, do you ever say, wait a second guys, my right hand, my ring finger is not exactly perpendicular to the hypotenuse of my mouse? But we always do it in aim trainers or in deathmatch, and we're always thinking about that, and we're always worrying about having everything perfect. But we don't put that same effort into real games. In real games, we don't even waste our time doing that. We don't even think about that. Now, on top of that, it could be other options like ranked anxiety, or you're just bad at the game. And what I've recommended most people to do is, 1, get an alt account. Right away, you should always have an alt account on a game if it's a free game, or if you're balling like that, you know? But if it's a free game, there is no reason you shouldn't have an extra account. And the reason why is, you could have one account that you're always practicing on, so you don't care about ranked, and then you have your main account that you're climbing on. So you can still get ample practice while also not being afraid of losing in ranked. Now, what if ranked anxiety isn't your problem? Maybe your issue is game mechanics. Unfortunately, things like that, I can't really save you on, because you have to be able to notice your own issues and fix it. But what I can help you on is guiding you when it comes to gripping your mouse and playing in different positions. A lot of the times, and I know it's happened to me plenty, so it's probably happened to you guys. Have you ever played and then you realize you're in a part of your mouse pad that you hate or you just can't play good on? Well, the best thing I found to fix that, and it's honestly, I notice a lot of people struggle with it in real games, is lowering your sensitivity so that you always have to play in every corner of your mouse pad. Now, if your mouse pad's like a 1x1 block, which I know plenty of people have it, you should be able to play on your 1x1 block and you should be used to it by now. But if you don't have a 1x1 block, make sure that you're used to aiming in every crevice of your mouse pad. Because unfortunately, in a real game, you're not going to have ideal conditions. And honestly, we should stop practicing like we do. One big thing I always do when I'm aim training is try to watch a YouTube video or listen to something or do something else. Just like these videos, you should be listening to these while you aim train. But if you do that, it distracts you and it keeps your brain from having 100% focus. And I believe that it trains better habits than it does sitting in complete silence tryharding. Because in a real match, when do you get that? You always have little Jimmy telling you, you suck. Did you know Aim Labs is free? So why do we practice? And we practice as if everything is perfect. We shouldn't, unless you're obviously high score grinding. But if you're not, you should try to focus on playing in suboptimal conditions because that's more accurate to what you'll play like in a real match. And on top of that, have you ever seen those videos where they talk about what aim trainers does to you? And then the guy starts playing Tile Frenzy when he goes into a real match. It's like, we sit there and play maps that aren't even similar to the game we play. Like, why are you not playing against small strafing dots whenever you're playing Valorant? But instead, when people are playing Valorant, they still go and play maps like tracking maps, or they go play one wall, 6 targets TE. And it's like, yeah, it'll help your aim, but it's so far disconnected from what you'll really be facing in a real match. What's the point? You're just training something that is a novelty skill rather than something that you really need to improve or something that is even useful in the game you're playing. This is going to be the ultimate guide for anyone starting out in aim trainers, but even if you're a seasoned veteran, I made sure that everyone will learn something from this video. Now, I know this is a super long video, and honestly, I don't blame you. After looking at it, you say, you know what, let me load up another video. But before you click off, here are some comments from the last episode. Hopefully that convinces you that I won't waste your time in this episode. And if it helps, I've been playing FPS games for 15 years. I've helped tons of people in my Discord server and my friends. And I've hit Voltaic Masters, and I'm currently climbing up to Grandmaster. So welcome to Shottys Yap Session, Episode 3. Better known as the greatest background noise. If you're new here, welcome to the channel. This is the series where I yap about anything for any amount of time. And it's perfect for you to turn on in the background and maybe aim train, play an FPS game, cook, clean, whatever you want to do. So the first thing we're going to go into is what is aim, what is the fundamentals of aim, and why should we train it? Aim is just hand-eye coordination for a video game. You see what's happening on your screen and you move accordingly. But aim is also the fundamental for everything when you play an FPS game. If you have bad aim, you can't really hide it much, you know? There's not much you can do about that. And when you're aiming, there's 3 primary fundamentals that people talk about. They talk about clicking, tracking, and switching. And all 3 of these you use in different games. Like you could say TAC FPS games like Valorant, CSGO, you kind of use clicking more and it's mostly micro adjustments in that game. And then you play something like COD and it's all switching. And then for tracking, you'd play something like Apex Legends where the targets are moving fast, far, and the hardest part about it is kind of just staying on target. Now, why should you aim train? Plenty of people, I've heard it way too much in my life. Everyone asks me, well, why do you aim train? Why don't you just play the game? Or when I try to convince someone to aim train, they tell me, I'm just going to play the game. It doesn't matter. I'll just get good at the game by playing the game. Which, yes, of course you're going to get better at the game by playing the game. And I do recommend many people, if you want to get better at one game, just play the game. Stop talking about, oh, well, I have to aim train because someone told me to and this and that. Aim train is supplementary. It's not mandatory. So if you just want to get good at Valorant, and you want to get good at all facets of Valorant, not just, oh, I want better aim, then just play Valorant and maybe add aim training to hone some of your skills. But if you want better aim, there is nothing better than aim training. And that's why people that actually play aim trainers versus pro players, there's such a night and day difference between them. Many people have heard about the Red Bull tournament way back, and all the pro players weren't even as good as the worst aim trainer players. And that's just the truth of it. That's when Matty OW started getting a huge name for himself, because everyone knew that he's the one that won that tournament. But aim training versus being a pro player or really good at one game are 2 different conversations. The aim of most pro players isn't even in the conversation of good aim when it comes to the aim community or pro players in aiming. Now, obviously, that's kind of an exaggeration and there's exceptions and blah, blah, blah. Put down the pitchforks, please. Don't kill me. I understand. It's a generalization, okay? I see you typing over there in that comment. Stop it. Type nice comments, okay? I have feelings. So if you really just decide to yourself, I want goated aim, I want to be cracked, I want this, I want that, I want to hit more shots than the other person, then you have to aim train. Because you're never going to get all the fundamentals of your aim down without it. And of course, it's obvious that if you play an aim trainer, it's much more direct work. How many times, let's say in a battle royale, how many times do you get a chance to aim? How many times do you get in gunfights? And if you're bad at gunfights, how many times you get in multiple? You usually just die out right off the rip, and then that's it. I used to have a strategy with my friend back in the day when PUBG was a thing, and it was super popular. We would hot drop at the most popular places. One of them was school that we always hot dropped in. We would just try to get a gun as fast as possible and get in a gunfight. Because we sucked, and both of us didn't really aim train back then. So that was the best work we could get. But nowadays, you don't need to. You just hop in an aim trainer, you maybe copy a playlist, or you watch this video to the end, and I'll give you more playlists, more everything. But hopefully by now I've convinced you that, okay, yeah, maybe I don't want to have to hot drop to get better aim or get practice in gunfights. I'll aim train. But before you can aim train, you need a mouse, you need to find out the right ones, and you need to figure out how not to hurt yourself along with getting the proper mouse pad. So first, choosing a mouse. In my Discord, I shill this beautiful thing called rocketjumpninja.com. I believe Rocket Jump Ninja used to be a YouTuber, and he did a lot of mouse reviews and different things, and he used to be a really good aimer as well. And he has this website, which I'm probably going to link in the description. If not, it's already in my Discord in the resources tab. And this website, you watch his video right here, and you write down your hand size, your type of grip, and other preferences that you have for a mouse. If you don't know what kind of grip you have, or you don't know where to start, I'll get to that later in the video, but for now, you can watch this video, you can check it out, and you can see how you can find your perfect mouse. There's also tons of other websites like eloshapes.com. And this website, what it does is it lets you compare the sizes of other mice. Because maybe you have a mouse that you love the width of it, but you hate the length. So maybe you can look up through that and find out the different dimensions, find out what works for you and what's similar to other mice that you enjoy. But some people ask, well, why do I care about what size my mouse is? Well, unlike what other people might say, size matters. But seriously, the size of your mouse is a big decider for a lot of things. It decides on how precise you can be, how much control you have over your mouse, and I recently found out through my own testing, it will also help you decide on if you're going to hurt yourself or not. Now you might say, well, how'd you figure that out? There was this other guy who joined my Discord. He's better than me. He's like a Nova in Voltaic. And he said to me, I don't know how people keep hurting themselves. I aim train like 5 hours a day and I haven't hurt myself once. His name's Shimmy, if you know him. He's pretty popular in Voltaic and other places, so. And I asked him, I was like, okay, so maybe what mouse size do you have? And what hand size do you have? And he says, I have a small hand and I have a small mouse. And I looked at the mouse he had, and it is pretty tiny. He said that he had small hands, and it fit. And I've only hurt myself, really, when I use my favorite mice. Unfortunately, I have baseball gloves for hands, which at some point I'll do a face reveal in this video. Maybe you already saw me. Maybe I put it at the start. Maybe I put it with my cats. But yeah, hi, that's what I look like. And I have baseball glove hands. So it's very hard for me to find mice that work for me. I genuinely believe sometimes genetics is a pain in the butt for aim training. Because I only like small mice. I have the Shottys S, I have this, I have that. And if you don't know if you should listen to me on mice, this is what my mouse draw looks like. And this isn't even half of them. So trust me, I know what I'm talking about with mice. I've spent way too much money I didn't have on mice because I needed to find what I liked and what worked for me. And I found that the Death Adder was the best mouse for me in terms of not hurting myself. I used that thing for hours. I never felt any wrist pain, any arm pain, any other kind of pain. But when I use the Shottys S, or I use the Pulsar X2 V2 Mini, or if I use the Final Mouse Small, all of them are my favorite mice. I love them. I love the way they feel, mostly because I do like a claw fingertip kind of grip. So it's much easier for me to pull the mouse closer and make precise movements when I have that extra leeway between my palm. But I found that this is probably what gives people carpal tunnel. So if you don't want carpal tunnel, please use the website. In general, his website's pretty accurate. I think that sometimes he doesn't have certain shapes. So what I would do if I was you, or if I were you, sorry, I would look up his mice. I would do kind of medium to low leniency. And then I would find what mouse size he says works for you. And then find a similar mouse size on Elo Shapes and compare and contrast the two. And you can find your perfect mouse like that. And if you don't have a lot of money to waste on mice, unfortunately, I'm not like a super YouTuber yet, so I can't give you guys discount codes or anything like that. But there are tons of cheap mice that you can get. And if you want to, Black Friday or Amazon Day usually sell super expensive mice for half the price, 1/4 of the price. So if you want to, I would wait up till then. But if you don't want carpal tunnel, please find one that's wide enough for your hand, because I've accepted I'm going to get carpal tunnel. Or I have to keep working out and strengthening my wrists and doing knuckle push-ups and fingertip push-ups and things like that to beef up my wrist. I was also looking at a photo of my wrist the other day. My right one is noticeably fatter than my left. It's kind of crazy. You know, I'd be doing that extracurricular activity too, possibly. But I don't know if I can keep that in the video. But next point is your mouse pad. I was just talking to my Discord. This guy has a magazine for his mouse pad. Not only is that light speed fast, and it's almost borderline uncontrollable, but please, guys, get a decent mouse pad. There are like $10 mouse pads, US. I know it's like, I know what it's like explaining to your parents, Mom, it's a mouse pad. It's for gaming. It make me good. And then they look at you as like, are you stupid? You spent $60 on a piece of cloth? It's like, I understand. My dad used to kill me. The other day, I bought the other Final Mouse, right? There was another Final Mouse drop. And I just finished complaining to my dad I was dead broke not too long prior. And then he sees in the mail, it says Final Mouse on the box. And he says, Mike, please tell me this ain't another mouse, Mike. Mike, what are you going to do with all these mice? This better be the Final Mouse. It wasn't. I bought a new mouse the other day. I'm really stupid. Help me. But I get it. Convincing your parents, guys, please. Or maybe you're old enough and you don't have to deal with that. But convincing my parents or convincing my dad for a long time, Dad, trust me, I need this mouse pad. I need this mouse. Please. Listen, there are the best of the best mouse pads. Artisan. There's no contender on that. There's no conversation. Artisan is the best mouse pads you'll ever get. I don't think many people in the AIM community disagree with that. But it's a Japanese company, and you have to pay import fees. You have to import it in general. It takes long to ship, but they're the best of the best. It's like $70 or $60 per mouse pad. If you ever have the money, I would put the money into that because it is an investment, and it's a great investment. But let's say you don't have that money. I have a document that's from Voltaic, or Voltaic shared with me at least, or shared publicly, about mouse pads and what are the best ones. I'll put that in my description, or I'll have it in my Discord inside the resources tab. And you guys can look through that. You can find what the best ones are and what kind of speed you want to have for your mouse pad, and you can choose based off that. Now, there's usually a few types of mouse pads. There's glass, there's ceramic, there's hybrids, there's cloth, there's control pads, whatever. In general, for most people, please don't get a glass mouse pad. Please don't get ceramic. Just get a cloth one. When you get all into AIM and then you want to try new stuff, okay, get a glass one, get all that. I've never had one. I want one. I also, the first time I ever tried a ceramic one, it was awesome for tracking, and I hated clicking on it. But don't do it right away. There's no point. You don't need it. And for in general, the most of the population will never need it. So before you test that out, get a normal control pad or get a normal cloth pad, and then worry about from there. Now you have your mouse, you have your mouse pad, you had the correct size. Now for sensitivity. Sensitivity is measured in centimeters per 360. And all that really means is how many centimeters your mouse has to move in real life for you to move 1/360 in a game. So when you hear people ask, oh, what's your CM per 360 and blah, blah, blah. First of all, tell them, please speak English. What are you talking about? Second, that's what they're talking about. Now you know. I heard, even in my Discord, there were a few people talking about, yeah, what's your CM per 360? And I literally could hear the cogs turning in other people's heads whenever they'd say that, because they're like, what is this guy on about? My CM? What? Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Then there's your DPI. Most people know what their DPI is. Most people understand what that is. Long story short, dots per inch. It's basically how many dots your mouse tracks per inch you move. Blah, blah, blah. Long story short, the higher it is, the more precise it is because it's updating more often. And DPI also makes your in-game sensitivity faster. For example, 800 DPI is double the speed of 400, and 1600 is double the speed of 800. But in real games, it's hard to do a higher DPI. The reason why is because you can't get as precise of a sensitivity. Like if you've ever played like Valorant, you'll see you could do 0.001, but that's as far as you can go. You can only do 3 decimal places, when sometimes people need to do 4 for a really correct sensitivity. Or you'll just get so low that you're down to like a 0.1 and there's not much you can really change at that point, you know? So that's the only reason why I would advise against high DPI. So for most people, I would stick to 800, set it up, and then do it. But if you do prefer a more smooth, receptive kind of setup, then do that. Also, if you have a mouse and you don't know what your DPI is, most people can do a quick Google search. They say, what DPI of mouse? Pulsar 123, mouse 123. Whatever the name of your mouse is. Type it in, search it up, and then maybe your mouse will have color stages and it'll tell you green is 400, purple is 500, whatever. You can figure it out like that. If you're using a mouse that doesn't tell you your DPI, please stop using an office mouse. Go buy one from the 99-cent store. There's so many like great mice nowadays for so cheap that there's no reason you don't have a mouse that you can customize the DPI on. Maybe when I'm famous, I'll start giving away mice to everybody and mouse pads and all that. Maybe I'll do a whole giveaway sale or something. I have no clue. We'll see what the future holds. The next setting for mice that you need to know for your sensitivity is your liftoff distance. Long story short, people have 1 LOD, 2 LOD. I recommend making it as low as possible because what it does is it's how high you have to raise your mouse before it stops tracking the position, which basically means if you lift up your mouse, you can hover and still have your mouse track without even touching the mouse pad. So the smaller that number is, the less it tracks at a higher height. And then the final setting that matters to you is your polling rate. Nowadays, 4K polling rate has become the industry standard. And what that means is your mouse updates 1,000 times at 1,000 polling rate. I think per second or per millisecond. I don't know. But the higher it is, the more it updates per whatever unit of time. So in general, you want higher because you have more updates. Your mouse is more accurate to where you're tracking. Now, some people argue if you notice a difference, sometimes if you don't. I notice a difference personally. It might be placebo. I don't think it is, but it could be. So take that with what you will. But in general, if you buy a industry standard mouse nowadays, it will have 4K polling rates, sometimes 8K. So I would just recommend you crank that all the way up. If you crank it up and you play maybe an older game and you notice your frame rate feels really off, I would crank it back down because what it does is it's really CPU intensive. So your CPU basically explodes whenever you're doing it. So some games aren't optimized for that and it makes your frame rate tank. So if you ever notice your frame rate's tanking and you have no clue why, it's probably your polling rate. If you recently cranked it up to 4K or 3K or 2K or whatever. So just crank it back down for those games. And then if you want to convert from one game to another, there's this website right here, mousesensitivity.com. I love this website. There's others that are more simple and things like that. I don't care. I love this one. I've used this one for a long time. There's also a subscription for it that if you want to do, if you want more precision. Only if you're a loser like me do that. If you're a normal human being, please don't waste your money on it. You don't need it. It gives you everything you need. And if it doesn't, most other websites will. So please don't do that. All you do, you scroll down, you choose game 1, the game that you're currently playing, enter all the information you can, and then you head down to game 2 and enter the game you want to switch to, maybe the DPI you want to switch to, and all of that. And then it'll give you everything you need underneath that. Your sensitivity for the other game, the DPI you would use, the centimeters per 360, all of it. So this website is a go-to for me. Also will be in the resources tab of my Discord, and if I remember, inside the description of this video. Then there's 2 more big things. Oh, angle snapping, raw Excel. No. If you're not cracked already, shut up. Don't use angle snapping, please. Please don't do it. Don't do angle snapping. Don't use raw Excel. Don't use any of it. Stop cheating. Get better aim first. I understand some people like it, blah, blah, blah. It's just covering up for bad technique. That's all it does. Why not just get better technique and then aim train? So please, if you guys need help, I have the most awesome community that I'm probably going to yap about later in this video that will help you. Don't cheat. Don't use things that are compensating for a poor technique. And then the king of all sensitivity conversations, but my muscle memory. If you follow this channel at all, if you're not brand new, you've heard me say muscle memory is stupid, it's not real, blah, blah, blah. It's real for some things. Aim is mostly hand-eye coordination. You don't need to worry about muscle memory for that. Your aim will follow. No matter what your sensitivity is, no matter what you change it to, no matter what mouse you use. It's just sensitivities and what mouse and what mousepad are just optimizers. It doesn't change if you have poor technique. It can help poor technique and cover it up better, or it can help you perform at your best, but it will never change if you just have bad technique. So before you guys worry about muscle memory, it doesn't matter as much as most people think. Now that you know the basics of sensitivity, We have to decide what sensitivity we should use. And then the conversation of, well, should I use high? Should I use low? Should I use my wrist? Should I use my arm? All of that comes up. So I'm going to break it down for you guys. First up, high sensitivity. High sensitivity is awesome for aim practice. Because when you play Kovacs, when you play things like that, whenever you play an aim trainer, you have to decide what sensitivity to use, and you have to decide what your weaknesses are, which we'll get more into later in the video. Now, high sensitivity, the issue with it is you can react very quickly, but you can also see all your mistakes very easily. That's why people that play games like Valorant usually just opt for a very low sensitivity, because it doesn't matter if you're very quick in Valorant. All you really need is smoothness and micro adjustability, and you're fine. And low sensitivity helps with that, while high sensitivity accentuates your issues. So when you're using high sensitivity, you mostly want to focus on games where you're tracking or maps that you're tracking and things like that. Or if you have shakiness in your aim and you want to train that, high sensitivity is the best way to train it, because it focuses on it and you can see very clearly what your issue is whenever you're tracking with a high sensitivity. Also, for a high one, you'll mostly use your wrist to aim, but then you switch over to low sensitivity. Low sensitivity, you mostly use your arm. Low sensitivity, you're just dragging around, you're flicking, you're doing this. It was actually my favorite for a really long time because it was easy. Low sensitivity would hide all of my issues with my aim. I wouldn't really be able to see it if I'm shaking, if I'm this, I'm that. You can't see it if you're on super low sense, because it covers up most of your issues, especially if you crank it low enough. Because I used to do 80 centimeters per 360 on games like Valorant and CS, and it was insane. But it didn't matter, because as long as I had good game sense or positioning, I didn't really need to do 180s or 360s much, so it didn't affect me negatively. But the issue I've noticed when people talk about sensitivity, or they talk about aiming, or they talk about arm versus wrist, is most people give definite answers, when you really should be using both. You should have a range of sensitivities that you're able to play in. And I heard someone mention, I think it was Matty OW, he mentioned about sensitivity range, and you want to increase your sensitivity range, or basically the range of sensitivities you could use, meaning how low of a sensitivity and how high of a sensitivity. And that made me think about one of my friends. He's a guy that's been aim training, not as much, but he mostly aim trained to compete with me, and it was fun. But we've always played FPS games together. And during his biggest arc of aim training and practicing and this and that, he worked his way up to an 800 DPI, like 14 sensitivity on Overwatch, which, if you know, is insane. Like, that's insanity. But he just kept increasing and increasing and increasing and increasing and increasing, and he controls it. He controls it like it's a 5 in Overwatch, 800 DPI, which is crazy that he has that level of control. But it's all you have to do. You should always try to push yourself. Now, what I do is I have a specific way of doing it that I actually teach people in my Discord. I have a baseline sensitivity I use for my game of choice. Like for Valorant, I always use like an 800 DPI, a 0.2 or a 0.3, somewhere in that range. Usually 0.27 is my favorite, but I use something in that range and I never really change off of it. But when I'm aim training and I want to fix my issues, I always train at like a 5 or a 5.75 800 DPI in Overwatch. And slowly I increase it. Whenever I start mastering that sense, whenever it's not as hard, I try to increase it. Because the faster it is, the harder it is to control usually. And from the many people I've seen aim train, and many people I've talked to, not just in my Discord, most people have the same issues. And later in this video, I'm going to tell you what all those issues are. And at the very end, I'll teach you how to make a perfect playlist for yourself. But the main idea is you want to increase your sensitivity and practice on sensitivities you're not comfortable with. I prefer not to do this practice in my favorite game, or the game I'm trying to get better at or practice in, because I don't really like throwing my elo. So instead of throwing my elo, I decide, let me just go play an aim trainer and do this, and make myself uncomfortable in the aim trainer instead. Now, most people don't have an issue when they play a low sensitivity. The issue they have is they run out of mouse space, or they play in a position that makes them extremely uncomfortable. So you have to decide what your issue is. Do you, when you play games, sometimes you get to a position on your mouse pad where you just can't aim there? You need to be dead center, or you have to be to the right for you to be able to aim properly. If that's your issue, go do low sensitivity. Play all the maps you normally play and all the practice you normally do on a low sensitivity, because you're going to be able to play in positions of your mouse pad that you hate playing in. On top of that, it will teach you how to reset your mouse quicker so you're in bad positions for less time. And if you have an issue with stability or smoothness or tracking, then go to a really high sensitivity, because that will fix those problems. Because you'll have to track in a really small area and have to make really fine adjustments, so you'll have to work on those micro movements of your aim. Now, how do you choose a grip for your mouse? And what is tension management? For your grip for your mouse, there's 3 that most people talk about, and you can have a hybrid of all of them. There's palm grip, where your palm is touching your mouse and you're kind of just flat on the mouse. This is the worst grip because you have the least amount of control, but you have the most stability, and it's what I find a lot of casual players use. Then there's claw grip, where you claw up your fingers, where you almost make hunches on all of them, and you control your mouse like that. The difference between this and palm grip is it's very similar, but you also have the ability to use your fingertips to aim. And speaking of fingertips, the last grip, fingertip grip, where all of your aim is done with your fingertips. Now, you can have a combination of these. Some people have it claw palm, where their palm touches the mouse, but they also have a claw-shaped grip with their fingers. Now, you have to figure out what your own grip is on your own. I probably put up photos of each to help you guys, but at the end of the day, there's no one that can tell you what grip is right for you, what kind of grip you should use. I've seen people do every kind of grip and reach a pro level or reach way above average. So before you stress about that, just worry about what makes you comfortable, what you can aim with kind of well or well enough for you, and then practice with it. Because your aim will adjust. You may even find a new grip that you like in the future. So don't waste too much time saying, "Oh, I can't aim train. It's not optimal. My wrist. It's doing this. It's doing that. I can't do it. I can't aim train." Don't worry about it. It's never that big of a deal. The only big thing I can tell you about your grip, please do not only use your wrist. Too much wrist movement and all that is just not good for your wrist. Especially if you have weak wrists. If you've never really worked out on them, or you've never done fingertip push-ups or blah, 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 it will make them weaker, and it's more susceptible to hurting them. Also, if this is you, if you're one of those people that hover their arm off the table and then they only have their wrist on the table, please stop. You've probably seen the video of Shroud literally saying, "Please stop doing this." All of you, please stop doing it. You're gonna hurt yourself. And if you really want a future in aiming, if you actually care that much about getting good aim, then I don't think you want to do that. So please don't. And then there's tension management. Some people death grip their mouse, some people choke it, slam it, break it. Unfortunately, tension management isn't something you fix overnight. A lot of it is conscious efforts that you have to make to fix it. So sometimes you'll be playing and you'll notice it's gripping to death and you're squeezing it really hard. People tell you, "Oh, visualize you're holding an egg. Visualize you're doing that." It works sometimes, and if it works for you, yo, go for it. That's your tip. Visualize your mouse as an egg and you're trying to grip it lightly and hold it. That doesn't work for me. I'd be making scrambled eggs on my table if that was the truth. So instead, try to give yourself conscious efforts to fix it. So when you're playing, maybe you're aim training, maybe you're playing a match, tell yourself, "Okay, calm down, grip a little looser." Maybe go, breathe in and breathe out. But all of those help me. It's a long process. I still death grip my mouse. I know plenty of great aimers that death grip their mouse. It's normal. It's not the easiest thing to fix. But the only way I've found to fix it, and the only way I've seen other people fix it, is making conscious efforts to fixing it. Thinking about it, telling themselves not to do it, and when they aim train, just trying to practice good habits until it becomes second nature. Now for the next point. All the ergonomics of everything. How you should sit, your monitor distance. What do you do about your arm dragging on the mouse pad? First up, sitting properly. When you're playing, there's only a few points you really have to pay attention to. You want to be able to have your mouse to the side of you without having to raise your shoulder or lift up your arms. You should be able to have a very comfortable grip of your mouse without raising your arms at all. That includes your keyboard as well. You should have your back up against the chair, preferably with lumbar support, but not everybody got money for that, or not everyone wants to have a pillow pressed up behind them, and then have your feet planted on the ground. Now, I used to play hovering for a very long time, and I never really noticed it affected me at all. But as soon as I started playing with my feet actually planted on the ground, it is a noticeable difference. You do, I don't know, I think you feel calmer. I have no clue what it is. It's just, I just recommend you do it. That's all I know. Now, a big tip I don't know why no one talks about, and you're gonna need to hear this. This is one thing that even pro players might benefit from hearing. Have a light, some kind of bright surface or something that you can light up behind the main monitor you use. The reason why is it makes me more alert. It makes it so I get less headaches when I play. It hurts my eyes less. And I think it contrasts better to your monitor that you can see better. Don't make it so you can see the light. Just make it so it's a light illuminating behind your screen. And it will make you feel better, I'm telling you. I used to have LEDs I'd glue to my wall. Now I have a lamp put behind my monitor. Any type of light to change the dark background for your wall behind you. And you also don't want just a super wide distance behind you. You want something there. So try to have a light behind you. I'm telling you, it will help with headaches, it'll help with your eyes, it'll help with everything. And I don't know why more people don't speak about that. And speaking of your monitor, now your monitor distance. I hear from the grapevine that if you get close enough, I think you can smell the enemy's movements and their intentions whenever you're playing. So I think you should do that. If you get close enough, you'll probably be able to taste what they're doing. Seriously though, I really get as close as I humanly can to my monitor. I sniff it, I breathe in the pixels. I think I caused some dead pixels right in the center from my big nose sniffing it up. So I'm not sure. In general, people say it's healthy to have I think 6 inches or something, a little more than that, like a foot between your monitor. I recommend it because sometimes you fishbowl or fish lens, I don't know what it is, whatever it's called. You get really close and you kind of forget about everything outside of the center of your screen. So if when you sit back, you can almost path better, you can see all your targets better. So what I do is, whenever I have to be really precise, like I'm holding an angle and it's only that angle that I can see, I get really close so I can react quicker and see every pixel change quicker. But when I'm out in the open or I have a lot of things I might have to react to, I sit back so I can see everything instead of tunnel visioning on one point. And then a big one I've been hearing in my Discord and from my friends, arm sleeves. A lot of people when they play, they can feel their forearm or their arm or whatever dragging on the mouse pad. And it sticks to it, it slows them down. Sometimes you're in a humid area and it messes up your aim. The best thing I found is either wear a long sleeve shirt, which we're gamers. I don't think we ever wear shirts, or clothes if possible when you play games. I can't wait to see the comments that say, who does bro talking about we? But I don't want to wear a shirt while I play. It's hot in here. My PC is like an oven. So instead of that, I have an arm sleeve. You can get them off Amazon for really cheap. I'll send you guys a link of the ones I have. You just put them on, and it adds material for you to stop sticking to your mouse pad or whatever you use to play. You could also try to wash your whole arm, scrub it, clean, bathe. We're gamers, we don't bathe, let's be so real. So forget about that either. No one showers. We don't need to shower. All right, we put on an arm sleeve, we call it a day. So just put on an arm sleeve, call it a day. Now, before you can even start aim training, you need to know this. You need to understand the way sleep and neuroplasticity is a big factor of aim training. Now, in my comments, I had a few people mentioning balisong tricks, or that, however you say it, the little butterfly knife tricks. They always spoke about how in that community, it's really popular that you need to sleep after you do it, and it'll help you notice benefits quickly. And the same is true for every skill. If there's ever a skill you want to get better at, sleep. Sleep a relatively short time after finishing what you're doing. In general, sleep will help you. Because if you sleep, that's when our brain makes all the connections and helps us learn. It helps us learn new habits, helps us improve our motor functions. So what I do is, plenty of people have been asking me, what time is too early? What time is too late? When should I train based off of sleep? I train like 3 hours before bed, so it's at least still fresh in my mind, but I also have plenty of time to wind down, maybe watch a YouTube video, relax, all that. I don't expect you to like, oh boy, let me get on aim training, let me sit here for 1 hour, and then 10 minutes later go to sleep. That's insane. I don't know how you could do that, so that's not what I'm talking about when I say push your aim training closer to when you sleep. But you should aim train closer to when you sleep, or practice whatever habit you're trying to learn closer to when you're going to sleep. And for aim training, unless you're paying for coaching, or you're joining my Discord, which we do free coaching whenever I get a chance. But if you don't have someone to coach you or watch what issues you have to be your own worst critic. You have to point out everything wrong with you and your aim. You can't sit there and sugarcoat any of it, because you're never going to improve. Aim training doesn't clearly show you what you're doing wrong. You can still hit really high scores doing things incorrectly. high scores doesn't always mean you got better. Really big jumps in high scores usually does, but smaller jumps or micro wins does not mean you've gotten better. So you want to focus on the actual technique of it or what you're doing wrong. How do you know what correct technique is? I'll get into that later. I'll teach you that later. But the best way is watch the best of the best. Watch all the best players you can find and watch their technique if you're really serious about getting better aim. And if you're not, I have something for all the normal people too. All the people that aren't super serious about this and want to go pro, I have something for you near the end of the video as well. So stick around for that. But you don't want to sit there and sometimes you don't want to sit there and waste, let me spend 30 hours doing this. Let me spend doing this. So if you want to waste less time, you have to figure out what your issues are. Sometimes when you play on a high sense, and sometimes you can see you're vibrating when you aim. So you need to notice that and you need to try to figure out how to fix it. Or you have to at least, once you acknowledge it, it's a lot easier to fix because you can see it. You can see what you're doing wrong, so you can purposely make efforts to fixing it. But too many people just play aim trainers and they never improve. They're like, I'm doing this place, I'm doing this. I spent 10 hours last week and I did it. One of the biggest comments in my last video was, yeah, bro, you took that many hours. That kind of sucks. Plenty of other people did it faster, blah, 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 blah. You realize that that's the whole point. I wasted a ton of time. That's why I know what I know. Too many people base their opinions off of great players. They base their opinions off of players that really never struggled in their life. They kind of just picked it up and just did it and then just won. But I wasted time. I sucked. I did all of it wrong. So that's why I know what you should do right and what is right to do. Now, before we get into picking an aim trainer or training specific issues, I think this is about the middle of the video. So it's time for the mid of the yap sesh, just like in the other 2 episodes. Honestly, I don't even know what I want to talk about. It's so awesome. This whole time I've been recording this video, I've been talking to people in my community. I have some awesome people in my Discord. I'm not going to lie. I have awesome people in my community. You guys comment such nice stuff and this and that. You guys are awesome. I'm not going to lie. It's really fun to talk to you guys. And the amount of comments and likes on the last video and the amount of people that subscribed from the last video was insane. Like, I can't even help but like be sappy. It's so awesome. Because you guys are amazing. I've top 10 communities on YouTube so far, for real. There's plenty of other communities I've seen are they're mean, they're annoying, they're just not good people. My community's awesome and really helpful, you know? Of course, we're all humans, so we all have our own differences and our personalities and things like that. But everyone's pretty respectful, pretty helpful. And even, you guys might have seen for this video, this isn't my gameplay. I have such a cool community that one of the guys that I talked to, he offered to give me gameplay to play just so I could focus on making a great video instead of having to play a game that I don't even want to play to make a gameplay just for people to watch. And speaking of the gameplay to watch, so many people. Now, the people that did comment it probably won't even get to this point in the video, but so many people said to me, is it just me or this aim kind of sucks? The gameplay's terrible. Yes, I know. The gameplay wasn't supposed to be good. If you're watching this video, I mean, I'm glad, but most people are supposed to be listening to this. This was not content I created hoping that people would watch. I did add like little things to show you, like little snippets here and there for you to look at, but most of the gameplay is just for background, just for something that people can look at, you know? It's not actually made for, oh yeah, you guys gotta analyze this. I know the gameplay sucked. Everyone who asked that or talked about how bad it was, I told them all, that gameplay was recorded after me spending like 12 hours recording, editing, captioning, everything that video. The gameplay was the last thing I recorded because it was not as important as me getting good information to you guys. So that's what I prioritized. Thankfully, I have an amazing community, and Sleb, I think he has a YouTube channel. Maybe I'll plug it. I don't know how. I mean, I'll have to ask him. But he's awesome. He helped me with the gameplay. You might even see German gameplay. Yeah, that's him. That's not my fault. So far, my community's been great, and I love it. I thank you guys so much. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. Some people probably get tired of me being a loser in the middle of the video, like, oh, he's so sappy. You're gonna make me vomit. Go away. Like, yeah, you should see the announcements in my Discord. Every other announcement, oh, I love you guys. Yippee! I'm a loser sometimes when I want to be. I do my best. But before we get back to the video, thank you guys so much. Anyone that actually watched this far, I love you guys. Thank you guys. If you guys want me to go viral so more people learn this information, or if you just in general like this video, leave a like, leave a comment. It tells YouTube, oh boy, this is a good video. Especially with all the people that watched to this point. If you even watched this point, YouTube thinks this video is amazing, you know? So thank you so much. I love you guys. Now, picking an aim trainer. There are two primary aim trainers that people talk about. There's Aim Labs and there's Kovacs. Now, it's pretty widely accepted. Most people prefer Kovacs, but Aim Labs is free. So if I were you, if you're new and you're getting into this and you want to learn how to do this, how to play, all of that, download Aim Labs. If it's something you like, then I would recommend everyone to buy Kovacs. But before you make that financial commitment, try out Aim Labs. See if you like aim training. Most people have agreed with me when I say Aim Labs and Kovacs also feel different. I agree. I might be insane. My community might be insane. It just feels different to me. I feel like Kovacs feels better. I feel like Aim Labs kind of, I don't know, it feels strange to me sometimes. And also, the biggest reason why I don't play Aim Labs is Kovacs has more scenarios. If they both had the same amount of scenarios and I was as knowledgeable on both, I would just play Aim Labs because it's free and it has a lot of cool integrations for it. But most of my channel will be focused on Kovacs, and I try to teach people Kovacs and things like that. So now that you've decided an aim trainer, what should you do? Where do you go from here? How do you choose a map? How do you do all of that? Well, I'm going to introduce you guys to Voltaic. Voltaic is a huge community right now. It's a big aim community. Everyone that plays aim trainers knows about them, basically. And if you don't, now you do. They have these things. They have a whole bunch of resources in their Discord server. They have a benchmark. They have a whole bunch of different things. And if you ever have any of the issues that I'm going to mention later, Voltaic has tons of routines that you can use at any skill level to fix your issues. And at the end of the video, I'll teach you how I would use their resources to make myself a perfect playlist and how you can too. I'll leave you guys a link for the playlist for their benchmarks, but all you really do is you follow the guide on it. It's going to give you guys something that you can look at that almost makes it like a video game training your aim. Besides just, oh boy, look at me, I get to watch my score go up. Now you're going to get to watch your score go up. And my favorite part about it is you get ranks. And I tell people, I actually had someone else mention it the other day, this is the first game that you guys get to play and you don't have teammates throwing you. So now you can't even say, oh, well, my teammates are the reason why I'm a low rank. The only reason why you'll ever be a low rank in this is because you aren't good enough yet and you haven't practiced enough or something along those lines. But you're hearing all this about Kovacs and Voltaic and benchmarks, but you load up Kovacs and it's ugly and you don't know what you're doing. Well, I'm going to teach you guys a few basics really quick. All you have to know is if you want pretty visuals, go on Google, go on YouTube, look up Kovacs settings and just copy someone. Seriously, just copy someone else. I messed with mine for a while. Mine is custom kind of, but listen, just look up someone better than you, copy theirs and call it a day because it's really not worth the time and the effort because we're mostly here to train our aim. We're not here to look at something pretty. Now, most people don't know having a textured background helps more with tracking. And the reason why is because it adds depth. So you can actually see the movements of the bot better. You see if they come closer to you, see if they go farther away. It's clear. And for static scenarios, it's better to use a dark background or a solid color. And the reason why is you just want to see where that target is. It's never going to move. It's never going to do anything. So you just want to be able to point and click on that target. So what I would do is I would copy the themes for other people and just use it based on what I'm doing that day. But for most people, it doesn't matter. Unless you're try-harding, it really doesn't matter. Get something basic, get something you like, and copy it. The biggest question I've ever gotten, I'm surprised, and it kind of confused me too. It's just been so long that I forgot it used to confuse me. How do I use a playlist? I have these stupid, weird, long playlist codes that people give me, but how do I use it in Kovacs? Perfect. I got you. All you do, you head over here to online playlists, then you scroll all the way down. You move your mouse all the way down to this box all the way at the bottom. You just click on it if you have it copied, and then it will automatically paste, and all you do is click search. Now, once you've searched it, it's going to select that playlist for you, and what I tell everyone to do is click the star next to it to put it all the way at the top of your list, so you never lose it again. And for the future, if you ever want to find it, you go back there, or you can download it to your PC by clicking the little arrow over here, and it'll download to your local playlist so you can use it. The only issue with it is if you download it, I don't think it updates whenever the map creator updates it, but that usually doesn't matter. It's no big deal, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Sometimes you don't always have internet, so if you want to do a local playlist, it helps you. You want to train offline. Also, this awesome thing about Kovacs is if you go over to your sensitivity, it tells you your centimeters per 360 if you enter your DPI and you enter your sense. Now, as a baseline for everyone playing, when you're first starting out, I have everyone do Overwatch FOV 103. This FOV is pretty baseline, it's pretty normal, so that's what everyone should start on. If you want to change it later on, you want to mess with it, you want to test things, go ahead. But for now, you just want to start getting better aim. Now let's get on to what everyone's been waiting for, the subcategories of aim. First, we're going to talk about static. Static is actually my strong suit. I have a few top 1% scores. It's 1 wall, 6 targets, small, 6 sphere, hip fire. I have a lot of really high scores for clicking because it's always what I found the most fun, and it's what most people find the most fun. Everyone I ask when they first load up an aim trainer, it's always clicking dots. It's never, oh boy, I love tracking. It's very few people have I met that really love tracking, or at least first love tracking. I found plenty of people that love tracking after tracking for a long time, but at first most people didn't. So when you play static clicking, you want to make straight lines between each target, because plenty of people, I've watched it, I was even watching in my Discord the other day. When people aim at static targets, sometimes they try to just barely get it and then round their shot and then get to the next one, which it works for high scores sometimes, but you build bad fundamentals. So what I recommend everyone to do is take a map, take the targets, and just make straight lines from one to the other, even if it takes you forever. Because you will get faster when you get better accuracy, and you get smoother at having good accuracy. So you want to practice your correct technique first, which is take a target, straight line towards the next, try to undercorrect, and then finish the correction afterwards, and just keep doing that between each target. The biggest thing that changes really good aimers from really normal aimers is the better players, and I've even noticed in myself for most of my high scores, is a fluidity to your aim. It's almost like you're doing smoothness tracking, but in a static scenario. It's hard for me to explain. It's like a level of pacing that you do where you're not really rushing, but you're just kind of, you're always moving. That's the best way I can describe it. You're fluid, you're always moving. Like, what's his name? Was it Bruce Lee? Said, be water, my friend. You know, that's what you want to be. You want to be water. You want to sit there, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hope you like the sound effects. They're here to stay. But yeah, you want to be smooth with it. You want to try to keep moving. Even when you miss, you shouldn't spend extra time like, oh no, I have to go back, I messed up. Just keep going. Just go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one. And in time, not only will you get faster, but it'll feel better. And then there's dynamic clicking. Dynamic clicking, I don't even want to talk about. There's nothing to say about it. Dynamic clicking is just tracking and switching with extra steps. I'll tell you guys later how they all link together, but for right now, don't worry about it. We'll get back to that. Now, for tracking. Tracking is the king of I have issues with my aim. Tracking is usually what I have people play, like any kind of tracking map or things like that, is what I personally have people play to see what's wrong with their aim. Because I think the issues with static clicking maps are much more minor. They're not as noticeable or they're not as hard to fix as tracking issues. And tracking issues mess up all of your aim. For smoothness tracking, you want to focus on smoothly tracking, obviously, and you want to focus on not overcorrecting, not overreacting, and not flicking at the target. You kind of want to just watch the way it moves, and I find that staring at the target works the best, and just follow it with your mouse. This also teaches you how to look at your crosshair and the target, because you almost want to watch both of them at the same time and make them line up. Because a lot of people, sometimes they know they're under tracking. And under tracking isn't always my sensitivity is too slow. It's just usually, it's an issue fundamentally. You're not able to adjust and see your errors quick enough. Because some people see it, but they see it 50 milliseconds too late or 500 too late, when most of aiming is actively reacting to what's happening. Most people lose focus and then they forget to actively react and then they snap back to reality and then their tracking gets better. So for smoothness tracking, you want to focus on where your crosshair is relative to your target, and you want to focus on making smooth lines following the movements of the target. Now, onto reactive tracking. For reactive tracking, it's almost the opposite. You kind of do want to flick onto the target to keep yourself accurate, but you want to flick, then convert to being smooth. Flick, convert to being smooth, following what the target does, because some of them will AD strafe, and they'll spam it. Just being smooth and slow isn't going to get you on target. Or they also have maps where the target blinks, similar to Tracer in Overwatch. You obviously don't want to, let me make a nice smooth line over to that target. That doesn't make any sense. You're not going to do that. You're going to sit there, oh boy, he flicked, whoosh, and you move quickly over to it. You're not going to sit there, hold on. It doesn't make sense. You know that doesn't make sense. But then if they're making really long strafes, it doesn't make any sense to flick on them 8 times. If they're doing a long strafe, you want to do a long, smooth motion. And reactive tracking, it really helps you to do a lot of things. It helps you to use your wrist and your arm to aim. It helps you read a target. It helps you play better in real games because it's extremely obscene the movements the targets do. So when you play a real game, the movement they do is going to be nothing compared to that. So it trains a lot of things. And in general, I recommend most people don't play anything except for smoothness maps and reactive maps. Because if you're new, that's usually the biggest issue I've seen with new players. There's very few new players I've seen that have other issues or as bad of other issues. Most of them use super slow sensitivities because they have bad smoothness or reactivity in their aim, and low sensitivities helps with that. So I would highly recommend most people, if you ever aimed and you see yourself shaking on the target or vibrating, or when you switch to a static target, you almost overclick them and you shake on top of them instead of being able to make tiny precise movements, then you probably need to train your precision, tracking, your smoothness, things like that, not actually your static clicking. And that leads me into target switching. Target switching, I'm not even going to talk about. There's nothing to say about it. Target switching is just static clicking and tracking in one. That's all it is. If you suck at tracking or if you suck at precision movements, you're going to suck at target switching, speed or evasive. The reason why? Because that's all it is. You have a really tiny target that's moving pretty slow and normally isn't hard to hit, but you can't hit it because you're going to flick to it. You're not going to have the precision in your aim, and you're going to shake on top of it and you're going to miss, even if it's moving at snail speed. I think that the one category you shouldn't train as much is static clicking because it's usually not people's issue. Now, if you play static clicking and you realize, wow, you're really terrible at micro adjustments, absolutely. Please prioritize that. But most people, their first few issues is not that. Their first few issues are, I'm shaking on the target, I'm too slow to react, I see what's happening and it takes me 10 years to even react to it or do anything about it, or it feels like I can't even visually keep track of how fast this target's moving. All of those things are really common. Not being able to do a straight line from one target to another is not nearly as common, and if it is, usually smoothness training actually helps with that. And the only other big issue I normally see is people are rushing too much. They're just spam clicking, they're ending with like 60% accuracy, 70%, and that's a very easy fix. That's why I tell people to prioritize tracking first, because that usually takes more time than just simple fixes like telling yourself to slow down and then slowly getting better. With tracking, it's not as much technique. A lot of it is, if you have the mouse control, you have it. If you don't, you don't. So, how do you make a perfect playlist? You know all this, you know that, oh, well, maybe my issue's this or maybe my issue's that. What do I do about it? Perfect. What I'm going to tell you to do, go on YouTube, go on Voltaic Discord, go in my Discord, copy every single playlist you see, especially if you're new to Kovacs and you don't know a lot of the names, copy them all. Play them all when you're bored, play all the ones that have different scenarios for them, try them all out, then see which ones were the hardest for you and you significantly underperformed compared to the average. Like if you look at the average, it'll say average 1,000 out of 50,000 players. If you severely underperform for that and not for something else, try to copy those. Make a playlist of those and say, I'm going to add this one, I'm going to add this one, I'm going to add this one, and add them to your own playlist and work on those. Now, for my example, I know my issue was reactive tracking and smoothness tracking. So I created a playlist with only a few topics. It was Fugala, it was track stop, and I added a whole bunch of them for my skill level. If you don't know what's your skill level, go do the benchmarks on Voltaic, and Voltaic will give you fundamental routines at your rank. copy those fundamental routines, play all the routines, and then see which ones are your issues. You should be able to tell. It's not like, oh, I'm not sure if it's my issue. You're going to go into the map and you'll be like, holy hell, why is it moving so fast? Why is this so hard? I hate this. Or you look like you're vibrating when you try to play. You'll notice. You'll play it and you'll be like, wow, this is really terrible. I hate this. It's not going to be like, oh my god, I'm not sure. No, you're going to be sure. Most of the maps, especially like the vertical tracking ones and stuff, when I used to suck, I knew right away when I played the map. It's like, wow, I'm bad at this. If you click on a new map and you've tried it out and you're like, wow, I'm bad at this, take that, put it in your own playlist. How do you make a playlist? Go to local, click the plus, create a playlist. It's pretty simple. And then if you found a map and you like it, but it's too easy, but it's definitely an issue of yours, what I do is I go over to the search tab in online scenarios and I type the key part of the name in. Let's say it's a multi-click map. I type multi-click, maybe multi-click 180, and then it'll be 800 different maps called multi-click that'll pop up, all of them at different difficulties. Let's say I tell you to play Fugula. Maybe but Fugula regular is too hard for you. Type Fugula, maybe you'll see a gold version or an easy version. Play that one, add that to your playlist. Or maybe you're cracked and you want to do extra small targets because regular size targets are too easy. Then type extra small or type 1 wall 6 targets or 6 sphere, and then you'll see an extra small version pop up. Kovacs, the naming of it is all pretty consistent, so it makes it very easy for new players to find something if they know how to look for it, and I just told you how. So it's perfect. You guys should be able to figure it out. If you ever need help, we have the greatest Discord on earth, the nicest people. I've been held against my will multiple times to give away ownership because some people think because they're more active than me, because I'm busy, they deserve ownership. So I have comedians in my Discord too. He's gonna definitely leave a comment on this video. It'll be funny. Or he's gonna DM me. But yeah, we have a great Discord. We have a lot of help and everyone helps when they can. There's plenty of resources that we're trying to add. It's still a work in progress because I'm no Discord master. I'm not a Discord admin pro, but we're adding what we can. Anyway, sorry, I started yapping. Back to the playlist. After you add a few maps that you like or you hate and you know it's going to help you, find a consistent sensitivity that it's hard for you to play those on. Like I said earlier, I recommend a high one because high sensitivity shows most of your issues really well. You may notice that reactivity or smoothness isn't your issue. Then you want to knock it really low down so you can get used to playing in uncomfortable positions on your mouse pad like I mentioned earlier. A lot of aim training, it's not hard to get really good aim. And hopefully my channel helps a lot with that. But getting really good aim's easy, as long as you kind of know where to look and know what to look for. And that's the point of these videos. I hope this video is able to help anyone new and anyone old learn new things or try out new things. Because it's a very information-dense video, and I think it's a lot of good stuff that people can learn from this. Anyways, I probably did a face reveal already in this video. If I didn't, hi, here's my face. If I did already, no, I'm not putting another picture up unless I feel like it when I'm editing. I love you guys. Thank you for watching. It's been so awesome making these videos. I really hope this YAPP session lived up to the last and lived up to the one before that. If you did enjoy the video and if it lived up, then please leave a comment, leave a like if you enjoyed it. And the more engagement you guys have, the better YouTube thinks this video is. So the more you guys comment, the more you guys like, the more people that can learn about this information I have to tell, the more people that can find my channel, and the more I can help everyone. I love you guys. Thanks for watching and have a good one. God bless you.
Look, Papa's home, baby. My little stinkums was waiting for me. Hey, you. Little tail, look at the tail. I missed you too. Come. Wait. Come. I stinkums. Oh.